$12.54.29. Was it? I had a really weird dream about GP. Oh, really weird dream. Can't even say it all. 할배랑 어떤 꿈이 있었는데 이제 할배가 80인데 이제 재산 싸움을 하는 거야 한마디로. 하는데 it's like it was really dude. 그래서 재산 싸움을 하는데 이제 마리아는 없었고 there was 승재 and then Jeannie. That's 승재 and Jeannie and then they were all in Philippines and then 뭐랑 하는 거야. 할매랑 할배가 나랑 뭐랑 계속 하는 거야. 내가 거기 그 I was there just trying to be nice to them and all, but I also don't know how long they're gonna live, honestly. Man, really, I'm in a really bad position right now, by the way. I'm really bad. There was a person who left. I don't know who was watching who just left. I was watching Bernie Sanders. I just woke up and I was watching Bernie Sanders, by the way. I woke up like 5 minutes ago. I don't know. But I was there and then 할배랑 뭐라고 계속 하는 거야 나한테. 옷을 내가 어떤 방 안에서 이제 지희가 있는데 말이 할배랑 있는데 내가 옷을 안 갈아입고 어떤 방에서 샤워를 안 하고 어떤 방에서 옷을 안 갈아입고 계속 가려고 하니까 뭐라고 병 옮긴다면서 할배가 뭐라고 지랄을 떠시는 거야. 근데 미안하지만 전달해야 돼 내 포인트를. 뭐라고 빡 소리 질러대니까 내가 옷을 갈아입어서 갔지. 근데 몰라 그랬어. 엄청 뭐라고 하시는데 내가 옷을 갈아입어서 갔는데 뭐 할배는 거기서 말하는 거야. 나는 이제 내가 뭐 지금 하는 I was talking about fucking house. I can't even say this word, but M'd like in a room. Say stuff like fucking I was never gonna be get anything from them, and then I was like in third in line after SG after Seungjae and then Wonjae, and then like there was also Jeannie, but Jeannie even asked them that what if she's like in line first, if she's more important than me, and then like GP was saying no, that's not true. It was kind of hilarious. She got what was coming to her, but yeah, bro. Basically, they were like all arguing. GP Jam was talking to the genie, and I'm really fucking tired. By the way, 11:50. I was just arguing with them. I don't know. I really wish my life improved, but in this case, the best thing I can do is use the people and then throw them away. If they can't do anything, we're gonna be with the government, bro. I know the government really doesn't care about me. I know it's only my hope, I guess. Not hope even. It's my last resort. So, team up government, bro. I know they're gonna look after their friends, which is big tech companies. With corporate businesses, this country's fucked. It's collapsing. But we had that good. I just had that kind of dream. 그런 꿈을 꿨는데 엄청 이상한 꿈이었어. 한마디로 다 돈은 우량자산으로 돌아간다. 자본이 있는 사람이 돈을 찍어내는 사람을 위해서 내 노동을 바치라고, 내 청춘, 내 삶을 바치라고, 내 가여운 삶을 바치라고. 절대 자본소득이 아니라 노동소득으로 자본소득. 따라갈 수가 없지. 따라가고 싶어도 따라갈 수가 없어. 쓰레기 친다라. 한국에 찍어내는 돈 그냥 진짜 돈도 아니고 한국은행을 위해서 한국은행 그리고 자본을 가지고 있는 돈을 찍어내는 사람들 위해서 니들 위해서 자본으로 돈을 계속 끊임없이 가짜 돈을 찍어내는 사람들을 위해서 내 목숨을 막 바꾸라고. 내 목숨이랑 막 바꾸라. 진짜 돈도 아니야. 금이랑 은도 아니야. 가짜 돈을 위해서 생활하고 엿 가세요. 엿 드세요. 라고 해주시고. 진짜 돈이면 달라지는데 준다고 하면 달라지는데 그것도 아니에요. 1254.29 was the corporate greed. Corporate greed, bro. I don't know. I'm so tired, bro. Huh, 12:54:29, it's all gone. Ah, fucking hell, bro. It's whatever, bro. I'm so tired. I think I got air. Oh. 아, 피곤해. 할배 이거 그것도 아까 계속 했는데 안 받네. 안 받아. Dude, what's the best decision I can make in this situation? This is given situation the best decision I can make. The absolute best I can do. Nothing. I check all the social media and the connections. Um, I'm Natalie from Go Global Korea. Are you interested in remote position and flexible role? Can I share some brief details with you? Go Global Korea. Go Global. Go Global Korea. Sure, let me know more about it. Sure, let me know more about it. No, that's what she sent. Some weird photo, weird beach photo. Why she send this? Been up to break out of the system, buddy. And then he didn't say anything. 11:46 a.m. last check. It's p.m. right now, so what have you been up to? Been up to break out of the system, buddy. buddy. Been up to break out of the system, buddy. Been up to break out of the system, buddy. 피곤해. 아, 배고파. Let's go online. Natalie from Go Korea. Her interest in a remote position, flexible role. Can I share some brief details with you? 어. 배고파. 힘들어. 너무 힘들다. I don't know. I'm so tired. I'm so tired. 너 어차피 네 초생활 수고 못할걸? 만화 먹지.
I got an email the other day. This guy's talking about he's struggling to get up. Wants to go to the gym and start grinding early in the morning. I said when I was 24, I had the same condition, man. I had the same problem. So I started to study it. The more I studied it, I came with this crazy conclusion. I was just being a bitch. When I say bitch, it's not gender specific. It's the mindset. In Godly, it means weak, soft, feel sorry for yourself. Get your ass up and raise him up. Stay hard. So I got an email here.
But that has nothing to do with being rich, bro. Zero stuff with doing rich, bro. Absolutely zero. 너는 자본소득이 필요해. 난 노예지 절대 안 해. 이제 그 생각이 필요해. 자본을 하려면 생각이 필요한데 너무 고생했어가지고. Fucking this country 부자들한테 다 막아놨어. 씨발 말도 안 되는 막으로 막아놨어.
The drug companies
Pfizer is forecasting $15 billion in revenue from its COVID vaccine this year.
Revenue for the June quarter jumped 92% to $19 billion US.
The food companies, our stated goal for this year was to grow 1.2 times the market, and we far exceeded that growth target. Inflation is helping our sales.
We have continued to deliver 9 quarters of growth now in a row.
50% of inflation during the pandemic was because of corporate profit.
Their sky-high profits are ripping off the American people.
You're talking about the price of oil just substantially increasing. As a result, the company's been able to really strengthen its balance sheet.
So I think what the Democrats have got to say is we are going to stand with working people. We're prepared to take on the drug companies. We're prepared to take on the insurance companies and create an economy that works for all of us. Phenomenon for you. We haven't been able to do before. A very impressive bill, and I was glad that Biden was very supportive. Then we said this was an emergency bill, right? It was an emergency. We responded effectively. What Biden said, what I said, what others said, okay, let us now deal with the structural, you know what I mean by structural?
Yeah.
Not an emergency, the long-standing problems, which are what? Well, we have elderly people in America who don't have any teeth in their mouth. They can't afford hearing aid.
What should the Democrats be doing?
Well, it's interesting that this terrible derailment and accident took place just at the moment that some of us have been taking on the rail industry, as you indicated, record-breaking profits. What we should add to what you said is that in the last 6 years, based on what Wall Street wanted to increase profits, they have downsized their workforce by 30% in 6 years.
Yeah.
So you talk to the workers and say, we're asked to do more work with fewer people, and that causes safety concerns. That's what the workers have told us. And then on top of all of that, these rail executives who make zillions of dollars a year couldn't find it in their hearts to provide 1 day of paid sick leave for their workers. I think we have had some impact. The railroads are beginning to do that as a result of public pressure. But as you indicated, this is just another example of incredible Wall Street corporate power at the expense of workers, at the expense of a community in Ohio now, and the general community.
I mean, the governor of Pennsylvania looks like he's looking at criminal indictments for this. I mean, what is the punitive measure that should be sought out at this
We
point?
have allowed these guys and corporate America in general, that's what this whole book is about, to get away with murder. Year after, and it's not just the railroads, it's the pharmaceutical industry that charges us the highest prices in the world. They raise their prices, and you know what? People die. And they could do anything they want. And the government, well, they have 1,700 paid lobbyists, pharmaceutical industry in Washington, D.C. It's healthcare.
Yeah.
You tell me, Alex, how in the richest country on earth, we're the only major country not to guarantee healthcare to all people. But good news, insurance companies make billions of dollars a year in profit.
Yeah.
All right. So what this whole book is about is taking a hard look at, it's not just the rail industry, it's what's going on in America. And the bottom line is, middle class continues to shrink. We have more income and wealth inequality in America today than we have ever had.
Yeah.
And we've got to address those issues.
You write at the beginning of the book that it's considered by some to question the American power structure, to question the way the country is run is un-American. And it harkens so much back to the 1960s when there was this notion of like anybody who asked tough questions of those in power, who challenged the status quo. Oh, well, you're flaming.
Inflation is helping our sales.
Inflation is helping our sales.
We're going to expand our healthcare program to cover them. Our child care system, I don't know, how is child care here? Is it in decent shape?
It's very expensive.
Is it?
The residents of East Palm.
Well, it's insurance. I would trust those issues.
You so much back to the 1960s when there was this notion of like anybody who asked tough questions of those in power, who challenged the status quo. Oh, well, you're a flaming liberal. You can't be taken seriously. The true patriots, the true Americans abide the law, they wear the tie, and they go about their day unquestioningly.
They don't abide the law. They make the law.
They make the law.
And you can't have any criminal problems with these guys because they have made the
The
law.
law, exactly. And they refuse to ask questions about systemic injustices, whether they're economic, racial, what have you, is somehow is anti-American. And it feels like we're back having the same debate that we had in the civil rights era.
I'll tell you something. You're somebody who's had the opportunity to go all over this country.
Mhm.
What makes me feel confident, I have been there. I've been to Iowa, and I've been to California, and I've been all over the state of Vermont. And you know what? Ordinary people do not agree with the ruling class of this country that the status quo is acceptable.
Yeah.
Go out and ask them whether they think the ruling class is protecting their interests. And people say, no, we want real change. Now, the problem is, how do you take on this big money? How do you take it on politically when billionaires can buy elections, right?
Mhm.
You want to run for office? Guy can put $100 million into a super PAC supporting you or opposing you. Is that democracy? I don't think so. We have more concentration of ownership in this country, right? In sector after sector, whether it's Wall Street, transportation, whether it's pharmaceutical industry, a handful of large corporations. It's media.
Yeah. Yeah.
We talk about corporate ownership of media much?
Well, listen, I stand by what we put on the air here, and we ask tough questions, but I would ask you in return. I know you have embraced social media as a way, you write about it in the book as a way that you got your campaign message across. Right. And I would say, do you take issue with Facebook? Do you take issue with Twitter? I mean, their owners are not exactly free from criticism.
You're absolutely right, and that's a discussion we have to have. From our perspective, we utilize what we could.
Yeah.
All right. But I think as a nation, you're not going to be a vibrant democracy unless you have a vibrant media. And my view on media is it's not Donald Trump's the people and fake news. I don't believe that for a second. You got serious reporters trying to do their job.
Yeah.
But I think if you ask people, are we really discussing the structural crises facing America? Why do we not have health care for all? What about 3 people owning more wealth than the bottom half of American society? And questions like that, we really don't have that kind of discussion.
And look, I think that there is a limitation on what is discussed broadly in media, right? And that has to do with a lot of different factors, not just ownership, but also the way, the sort of structure of how media is funded. Right. But I also think, people have gotten disenchanted with government, right? And you, in your book, there are continuous notes of optimism, but there's also, the word angry is in red on the cover. And I ask you, how do you calibrate the sort of tonal dissonance between being at once really hopeful about the possibilities and really angry about the realities? I mean, how do you convince people not just to be angry, but to also be hopeful that things can change?
That is a great question. I wish I could give you a brilliant answer to it. I can't. It's a good question. Look, I could say 2 things. That ordinary people by the millions, and this is one of the reasons why Trump became president, they don't believe what goes on in Washington anymore. They see people, we talk, and they say, you know what? I can't afford health care. I can't afford to send my kids to college. I don't have any paid family and medical leave. Cost of housing is going up. My schools are inadequate. You keep talking. What are you doing?
Yeah.
Why should I believe in democracy when life expectancy in my community is actually going down while billionaires become richer? You guys, this is one of the reasons why Trump became president. They don't believe what goes on in Washington anymore. They see people, we talk, and they say, you know what? I can't afford health care. I can't afford to send my kids to college. I don't have any paid family and medical leave. Cost of housing is going up. My schools are inadequate. You keep talking anymore. They see people, we talk, and they say, you know what? I can't afford health care. I can't afford to send my kids to college. I don't have any paid family and medical leave. Cost of housing is going up. My schools are inadequate. You keep talking. What are you doing?
Yeah.
Why should I believe in democracy when life expectancy in my community is actually going down while billionaires become richer? You guys talk, you don't do a damn thing. And then Donald Trump comes along.
Yeah.
Okay? So to my mind, if we are really serious, and I know, we just talked about it 5 minutes ago. If we're serious about preserving American democracy, government has to deliver for people. Mm-hmm. And in order for government to deliver for working people, you know what? You got to have the guts to take on the ruling class of this country, which today has enormous economic power, political power, and media power. And you got to do that. And the Democratic Party has got to say, you know what, workers, we're standing with you. Okay, we're not going to guarantee you health care. We're taking on the drug companies. You are going to be able to send your kids to college, tuition free. You know what? We're not going to have a child care system in disarray. And you know what? If you're pregnant, you have a baby, you're going to have 8 or 9 months paid leave so you can take care of your baby.
Can I have those months retroactively? I have 2 of them.
But they exist in Scandinavia.
Yes.
All right, this is a radical utopian idea.
Yeah.
So we got to bring our people together, black and white and Latino, to stand up for justice, have the courage to take on big money entry.
America will never be social.
Tonight, we renew our resolve that America will never country.
Can't show a 35 video on chronological order. America will never be a country where all citizens can get health care without going bankrupt or can take long holidays with their family. In my country, Bernie Sanders would be seen as moderate liberal, definitely seen as capitalist. Rich dad, poor dad, capital.
A multi-millionaire.
What is the right level of education?
Well, it depends on what you want to become. You know, if you want to become a doctor, medical doctor, go to school.
Go to school if you want to become a doctor or a lawyer, right? Blah, 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 right? Blah, blah, blah. If you want to become a doctor or a lawyer, go to school. Fuck that shit, you know? I don't want to. Fuck that shit, bro. How do you put it? Dude. Bro, psychiatry is a fucking hoax. It's a fucking hoax.
You want to be an entrepreneur, most guys don't finish school.
You finish high school if you're in the U.S.
Who?
Would you recommend finishing high
I
school?
don't think that stuff. You know what I mean? It's up to the individual. If you want to be a doctor, you better go to med school.
Sure.
You want to be a lawyer, or
One of the things we're going to talk about here this weekend is the different options for schooling your kids around the world. And we've seen that for years. I mean, our very first conference, we had a guy come up, 15-year-old kid. He said, I dropped out of school. I'm learning everything on my own. I'm going to come and learn at your conference. I'm going to go over here. I'm going to go over there and learn from people.
And that's why I want to commend you, because the people I'm meeting here are all rebels in some ways. They just refuse to go under the thumb. You know what I mean? And they're smart people, articulate, highly educated. We want our freedom back. That's all we want. You can be a communist if you want. You know, my
Doctor, lawyer, engineer. 안 할 거면 갈 필요 없어. 뭐 accountant. Don't go to school if you want to be a fucking nerd, bro.
when some of the
If you don't want to be a nerd, don't go to school.
happiest days of my family's life is when President John Kennedy said, ask not what your country can do for you, ask what you can do for your country. So my mom and dad joined the Peace Corps. And it was one of the hardest financial times in our lives because there was no money. So my mom and dad are training Peace Corps trainees for the Southeast Asia, Sabah, Sarawak, Indonesia, the Philippines. And then when I became of age, I said, join the Peace Corps. I said, no, I'm going to join the Marine Corps. And my dad, poor dad, is such a good man. He says, that's your choice. And that's what I say to young people is, what do you want to be when you grow up? You know, you want to be a rich man. Don't go to school because you're not going to learn anything about money anyway.
Go to Cambodia and try and find a business to start.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah.
What's the biggest challenge economically in the world today that you see for people who want to be capitalists?
Politically incorrect. It's a good thing is when I was a kid, you know, it was Father Knows Best and Ozzie and Harriet. And it was Tarzan went to work, you know, Ward Cleaver. And June Cleaver sat with an apron on and she, oh, welcome home. You know, and the woman sat in the home and raised the kids. That's gone today. You know, we need two incomes. So the good news is women are getting stronger and stronger and stronger and stronger, more independent. My wife, Kim, is as independent as they become.
That's a good thing.
Yeah. But when I see, I hate to say this because I'm going to get, you might get trashed for this too. When I see Kamala and Nancy, those are angry women.
You think is that the greatest threat?
Women are,
Well, what is the greatest threat?
my opinion is this. Women are teaching boys to be girls. Let me be a man.
What does that mean 30 years from now?
Good question.
You'll have to see. You've done deals all over the world, as I know, though. What has been the footprint with? What has taken you to all these places? Because we both know Malaysia very well.
I talk to entrepreneurs like you. The greatest joy of my life today is when 20-somethings, a lot of them here at the Nomad Capitalists, they came up, my dad gave me your book. You see, that makes me happy. What doesn't make me happy is when the New York Times comes after me and when the Washington Post called me a racist. I said, you see this face here? He's white, I'm not. You know what I mean? I said, how could I be a racist? Oh, you're a racist. I'm going, why? So racist is their way of putting you down right away. And then I did this talk in Bowles in Montana, which is not the most liberal state in the world. And the paper put me up there as a white supremacist. I said, no, I'm still not white. But they're so into labeling people to cut them down, if you know what I mean. So during my time, it was McCarthy area.
But I think it's different. I mean, like when I go to a place like Malaysia, I mean, I've been to, you go to China, many years ago. I was with someone, and they made a comment. Someone said, "Oh, that's racist." The person said, "So, I'm not saying that's the solution, but certainly if you go to Malaysia, if you go to a place like that, have you found it easier to do deals in those places? Do you find it preferable these days to do deals in those places because you just do business?"
It depends upon the government. And that's my concern is in America, the reason Nomad Capitalism provides the alternative point of view is, as you know, people are running today. Just as they run from California and New York, the so-called blue states, they're running to, red states like Arizona, Texas, and Florida.
Is Arizona still a red state?
Very much so.
You think so?
No,
Democratic senators.
I know, I understand that. But as a capitalist, I see who's moving in.
Is there still hope? Because honestly, what we talk about is, if you can move from California to Arizona, what are the issues? What are we talking about here? I gotta move my kids from school. I gotta put all the pottery in a box. You're going through all these hassles. You might as well go to Puerto Rico. You might as well come to Mexico. You might as well just give it all the gas you can.
I agree 100% with you. But as a capitalist, I don't operate by the same rules as employees do. I'm an entrepreneur. The rules are different for entrepreneurs. That's why I wrote the second book. It's called The Cash Flow Quadrant. Employee, or E, S stands for small business or self-employed. B stands for big business or brand. And I stands for inside investor. So the outside investors are in stocks. The E's and S's are in stocks, bonds, mutual funds, and ETFs. And a guy like me, I'm an entrepreneur. I put my own deals together.
Right.
I don't like Wall Street. If you like Wall Street, fine. I don't like them because I've taken 3 companies public in my lifetime. It's a mess. It's so rigged against the poor middle.
I always thought from 10 years old, so why, wanted to be in business. Why would you want to run a public company? Seems like you're a slave to whomever, no?
See, your problem is you're an entrepreneur. You see, if you can put your own I can create my own assets. That's what I said, insider, not investor, insider. So like today, I'm putting a Green New Deal project together. Do I like Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez? No. Am I an environmentalist? Yes. Can I package my own deals? Yes.
That is one thing, by the way, I think people look at this. You can be an environmentalist and be a capitalist, can you not?
Yes. Yeah. You got it. But if you went to school, you got a job, you're a doctor or a lawyer or a school teacher, you don't have the skill set or the mindset or the emotional intelligence to do that.
But some people on the capitalist side, especially in the U.S., I think, they trash that.
What's that?
They trash the environmentalism side. Oh, that's not what a capitalist would do.
Well, they're stupid. Look, I want to say, because the reason I'm honored you invited me. I've never had so much fun in a half a day than for a long time because I'm free to talk.
Yeah.
But my friend Jim Records, he and I are writing the next book together. Okay? We had him before. Yeah, he's a fantastic guy.
That's good.
But what he talks about, you guys should listen to this. If they spike interest rates, which they might, because interest rates controls the economy. If you have stocks, bonds, mutual funds, ETF, you're toast.
So what are the deals? Are there still good deals in the U.S.? I avoid the, of course there are, but I try to avoid the U.S.
Yeah, I agree 100% with you. But as a nomad capitalist, I'm not taking your term. Sure. I don't give a shit. I can go to any country in the world and do a deal.
Yeah.
But I do it as a capitalist, not a school teacher, a doctor, or a lawyer.
Will you do fewer deals in the U.S. as you see the things that you're mentioning? Seems like it's a concern in the U.S. Will you be doing fewer deals as a result? Or are you just going to say, hey, I'll just go Green New Deal, that's coming along, all right, I'll go with that. That's what you do.
I don't really care.
My premise would be, I want to go where there's some kind of respect. I don't want to be the guy who invests in the Green New Deal, and then you're just a hanger-on, we don't want you, or let's put some new tax. To me, the culture in the U.S. is so toxic in terms of economically. I wouldn't trust them with my money, would you?
No. I agree. I mean, you and I are joined at the hip. The difference is we're entrepreneurs. And when you're an entrepreneur, you're a capitalist. You are a nomad capitalist, and you can go anywhere in the world. A school teacher can only go where they're licensed. A real estate agent can only go where they're licensed. I can do a deal anywhere because I don't have a license.
What are some of the deals you've done outside the U.S.? Can you talk about a deal that stands out that you?
Well, I'm looking at the future. So that's why Records and I are writing our book together.
Right.
So the book is called The Ravens, and the Ravens was the god of prophecy.
Will you continue buying precious metals?
Of course.
Yeah.
Well, This is where Trump and I are aligned. People, I know people hate him. He's a womanizer. What a terrible thing. And guys aren't womanizers, all this stuff. But we use debt as money. So when the interest rates are going to zero, why would you save dollars? So when interest rates are dropping and gold and silver went down, silver went down, I don't know what it was. It used to get 50 and then it went down.
Went back to like 15.
15.
Yeah.
Since I don't need cash, I took cash and bought gold, silver, and now Bitcoin. But if I buy something, I'm going to use debt. Now, this guy's like Dave Ramsey, who's a friend of mine, and he says, live debt free.
That was a question of mine. There's certainly some would argue, a lack of stress in a business, which maybe you're saying you want the stress. There's a lack of stress for not having debt. You think he's wrong?
No, it's education. I learned financial education from my rich dad at 9 years old, playing Monopoly. 4 greenhouses, 1031, tax-free exchange into our red hotels. I own red hotels. I own 8,000 rental units. I use debt. Just yesterday, I borrowed another $160 million at 3%. Why would I save money? They've given it away. So I use debt to buy apartment. I bought 160 units in Houston, Texas, which is a red state. And it pays cash flow. Debt is tax-free. And I pay no taxes because I own real estate. If I own stocks, bonds, mutual funds, ETFs, I have to pay taxes. So I stay away from it. I'm not saying
what does Dave Ramsey tell you about that?
What? Between you and me? He agrees. He's a real estate guy too.
Yeah.
But for the average person with no financial education, live debt free.
Where does that switch over?
Get educated.
Yeah. Well, where does it switch over? We say, okay, now you should use debt. If someone's starting a business, when's that coming into play?
Yeah, it takes time and education.
Education through doing.
Yeah, but I take seminars. My poor dad, when I came back from Vietnam, he wanted me to fly for the airlines because United was hiring. I didn't make about $250,000 a year. I can make more as an entrepreneur. So he says, okay, now go back to school. This is poor dad. Go back to school, fly for the airlines, and get your master's degree, and then your PhD. And I looked at him and said, you think I got holes in my head? You're broke. PhD stands for poor, helpless, and desperate.
And so many people take advice from people who aren't doing it.
Yeah.
I look at our stuff. I mean, you get advice from someone about moving to wherever, and the guy's sitting in Palm Beach. Probably not the best guy to listen to. Not the best guy to listen to who has debt and is falling apart, or in your case, who hasn't made the money.
You got to choose your teachers wisely.
Well, that's probably something that most people aren't doing correctly, though. No.
Well, I don't listen to idiots. I mean, you wouldn't come to me for brain surgery advice, would you? Well, that's what people are doing. They're talking about, well, what do I do with my money? And the guy is broke. The reason they're called broker, stockbroker, real estate broker, insurance broker, they're broker than you are.
We got a question from someone in anticipation of this interview. Who said, what was the deal that you most regret doing? Is there one?
No, I mean, because I'm a Marine.
You don't regret it?
No, it's not regret. It's that no pain, no gain. So some of the worst deals, like my worst deals from a CEO I hired because he came from Harvard MBA and all this stuff. And he ripped me off. The pain was extreme. How could I be so stupid to trust a guy exactly who I put down, the Harvard MBA, I trusted? I mean, I didn't trust myself.
I think entrepreneurs make that mistake. I think that I think what you need is probably a good community around you of entrepreneurs, because if you don't have that, you start to fall for, well, maybe I'm wrong. I should listen to the Harvard MBA, don't you think?
But that's my message for the nomad capitalist tomorrow. People say, where do I run to? The question is, who do you run with?
Who you have is important.
Well, but anyway, on behalf of the book Rich Dad, Poor Dad, let me see a show of hands. How many have read Rich Dad, Poor Dad? Oh, good. Somebody has. Who has not yet read the book here? Good. There's some customers out there. Happy to see that. As I say to the press, I'm a best-selling author, not a best-writing author. But anyway, so suppose I read the book Rich Dad, Poor Dad, it's a true story of my two dads. And the story begins when I was 9 years old, growing up in a little sugar plantation town called Hilo, Hawaii. And I raised my hand in the 4th grade, and I went to a very rich, basically all-white school. And I said, Mrs. Gerald, when will I learn about money? And she says, money? Don't you know the love of money is the root of all evil? I said, not to me. But she says, you're here to get a job. I said, no, I don't want a job. I just want to get rich. So she says, go ask your dad. So that's where Rich Dad, Poor Dad started. And my poor dad was the head of education for Hawaii, very smart man, PhD, went to Stanford, University of Chicago, Northwestern. And I went home and I asked Dad, I said, hey, Dad, when are we going to learn about money? And he says, never. I said, why not? So the government doesn't allow us to teach you that. I said, that's kind of interesting. So he said, if you want to get rich, go talk to your best friend's father. And he's an entrepreneur, and someday he'll be a very rich man. So that's how the story of Rich Dad, Poor Dad starts. When I was 9 years old, I went to my rich dad's office, being an entrepreneur, and he started teaching his son and me about why the rich get richer. And that's when my financial education began. So I wrote this book. It came out in 1997. So far, it's sold about 41 million copies in 50 languages throughout the world. So I'll give a little bit of my background. I don't do it for the applause. Send the cash. But anyway, anyway, my background. I don't do it for the applause. Send the cash. But anyway, anyway, this is Hilo, Hawaii to New York City. I didn't do well in school. I was a straight C- student. But I did, and having the old man as the head of education wasn't easy, So anyway, I got 2 congressional nominations, one to U.S. Naval Academy, Annapolis, Maryland, one to U.S. Merchant Marine Academy at Kings Point, New York. So I took New York because we're the highest paid graduates in the world. And this is me at Kings Point here. And our starting salaries for most of us was about $100,000 a year back in 1965. So that was pretty good back then. Not much today, but it's pretty good back then. And then when I graduated, I got a job as a 3rd officer on Standard Oil tankers sailing the world. And it was a great job, except for one thing. The Vietnam War was still on, and my moral conscience kind of got to me. And I said, maybe I should go fight a war. So I joined the Marine Corps, and I took a cut in pay from about $6,000 a month down to $200 a month as a Marine lieutenant. And it was a great decision. I went to flight school in Florida, Pensacola, and I was right up the street here at Camp Pendleton and straight to Vietnam. And it was really a great experience. Loved the Marine Corps, loved the guys I worked with. And it's a band of brothers, very spiritual organization. And when I came back, that's when my business career started. It's my first business, the surfer wallet business and all this. And everybody thinks, yeah, when you start getting successful, life's easy. Well, no, success is expensive. I started selling these silly wallets, and all of a sudden they took off. And I spent more time raising capital to buy more inventory so I could sell more. But it was a great learning experience. I learned to make a lot of money selling wallets. But anyway, my life changed when I met this man here, Dr. R. Buckminster Fuller. This here is what Fuller is noted for. I learned to make a lot of money selling wallets. But anyway, my life changed when I met this man here, Dr. R. Buckminster Fuller. This here is what Fuller is noted for. He's considered a futurist and a friendly genius. This is a geodesic dome, which was at the Montreal World's Fair in 1967. So in 1967, I hitchhiked from New York City all the way to Montreal to go see the dome, and it was a mind-blowing experience. I never thought I'd ever meet the great genius. John Denver calls him the planet's friendly genius. So anyway, but in 1981, I had a chance to study with him up in Kirkwood, California, near Lake Tahoe for 5 days. And I made the mistake of sitting down he sat down next to me, really. And it was called the Future of Business Seminar. And he sits down next to me. He says, Robert, what is your life's purpose? What is your mission in life? I said, to get rich. Wrong answer. he chewed me out. He said, it's a waste of a good mind. It says, why don't you do something to change the world? Let's change the world. I just want to get rich, And finally, I got it. As he says, I'm not here to work for me. I'm here to work for everybody else. And it was a pretty cathartic event once I realized how greedy I was. Then I studied with him for 3 years. And every time he kept asking the same question that he asked himself, what can I do? I'm just a little guy.
서울에서 도쿄로 가는 할인 항공편을 찾아주세요. 모르는 것이 없는 여행 플래너 트립진이.
What can I do? I'm just a little guy. He was tiny too. So I ask all of you, what can you do? We're just little people in many ways. So I studied with him for 3 times, 81, 82, and 83. And then he passed away on July 1st, 1983. He left this book behind. It's called The Grunch of Giants. It stands for Gross Universal Cash Rights, GRUNCH. It's how the ultra-rich rip us off. Now, Fuller is a friendly genius. He never wrote finance books or economic books. He's math, science, art, design. He's an architect. I read Grunch of Giants and understood it because it's exactly what my rich dad was telling me. The rich are ripping us off. So at that point, I said, what can I do? I'm just a little guy. And I decided at that time I would take on grunge. And for those who wonder who grunge is, you may just notice that those crashes we just had, we got bailed out. The rich got bailed out. Let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen, Bernanke and the President Paulson stand up there and they say, this was a mistake. We had to save the economy. That's a lie. I hesitate to tell you that. That's a lie. They bailed out the rich. It is part of the business plan. It goes on all the time. So, ladies and gentlemen, I said in 1983, I got to do something about this. And what can a little guy do is take on the biggest banks, the Federal Reserve Bank, which is not a bank, not federal, no reserves, not American. Get the hint. And I could take on Wall Street, I could take on government, but I could also take on the school system. See, ladies and gentlemen, those crashes, these bailouts are not accidents. And neither is it an accident there's no financial education in school. What my research found since 1983 is premeditated. Just as prior to the Civil War, it was illegal to educate a slave, we're not allowed to learn about money in school. And when I found that out, I said, okay, it's time for me to get on with my life and start teaching. So I came much like my rich dad and my poor dad. I started teaching. And it was not too far from here. My wife and I were homeless in San Diego, doing our best to teach because we can't go inside the school system and nobody wants to listen. So anyway, that's how it started. And so I'm going to tell you what financial education really is. I'll start by telling you what it's not. Financial education isn't saving money and investing for the long term in the stock market and getting out of debt. Exactly the opposite of that. So my financial education began with a game of Monopoly. We all know the formula: 4 greenhouses, 1 red hotel. So when I was 9 years old till I was about 20, which dad and I decided to play Monopoly. And that's how I learned to become a rich man. So the reason it works is this is the cone of learning. It was created by a man named Professor Edgar Dale. And in 1969, he came up with the cone of learning, and he said, this is how human beings are designed to learn. Notice the worst way to learn is by reading. And the second worst way is lecture, listening to boring teachers. That's why I was never at school. Anyway, that's not really what I was there, but anyway. And then what you guys are doing here is you're looking at pictures, watching movies. That's why TED Talks works. But also, the second best way is called simulation. Simulation is where you get to make your mistakes. You get to make your mistakes after mistakes. You just make mistakes. See, human beings learn by making mistakes. Except in school, you make mistakes, you're considered stupid. In business, you make a mistake, you're fired. And you make a mistake in business, you're a failure. So a person's got to find a place to make mistakes. In scientists like Edison, it was a laboratory. So the reason I learned a lot was I made mistakes playing Monopoly. That's how I learned so much. And today I play Monopoly in real life. My wife and I have over 10,000 units, several hotels, golf courses, and oil wells. But that's the game. Once you learn it in your brain by playing games, simulation's the way you learn. So you practice. You make mistake after mistake after mistake, like a golfer makes mistake after mistake after mistake. Then they turn pro. But the reason a lot of people are not rich, they think mistakes make you stupid. It's criminal. A baby cannot learn to walk unless they fall down. You can't learn to ride a bicycle until you fall off the bicycle. So that's where our school system's letting us down. So I love the military because they taught us to make mistake after mistake after mistake. Every day we flew, we practiced emergency procedures, and every day I killed my engine to fly my aircraft without an engine. And this here is me doing the real thing. I went down 3 times in Vietnam. If not for practicing crashing, wouldn't be here today. All 5 of my crew came home.
And the first thing my rich dad said to me, if you're going to be a rich man, you better learn 2 things right now. Be an entrepreneur. But he says you've got to learn how to sell. And secondly, you've got to know real estate. Because real estate is debt and taxes. What would be debt and taxes? So in 1974, I took my first real estate course and opened my eyes up, because you don't need money to buy real estate and you pay no taxes on top of it. So just before I get out of the Marine Corps, I got to get a job with Xerox to learn how to sell. So I got sales, and then I understood real estate. So why am I rich now today? Because I took 2 courses to learn how to sell and learn about real estate. And my poor dad, the PhD, says, go back to school, get your MBA, get your PhD. Then I wind up like you.
So what I did was, after Bucky kind of chewed me out, this is what can I do? I'm just a little guy. My wife and I created this board game called Cash Flow, but this is the key to the cash flow game here. This is called a financial statement. You add a financial statement to Monopoly, you have cash flow. This is financial literacy, how you understand numbers. So the beauty of the cash flow game is today we have thousands and thousands of cash flow clubs all over the world. People teaching people without having to go to school and getting the student loan debt. Now, you have to go to school to be a doctoral. Or an engineer, but you don't have to go to school to be rich. So all over the world today, I did what Dr. Fuller asked, I started empowering people to learn. So all over the world today, every day in different languages, people are teaching people the same lessons my rich dad taught me. And here's a financial statement, income, expense, asset, liability. The beauty of this here is this. This is your report card when you leave school. My banker's never asked me my grade point average and what school I went to. My bank wants to see my financial statement.
What's Philippines GDP? Something wrong. It's on the B side. $3.32 trillion.
And the reason most people can't go loans is they don't have a financial statement. They don't even know what it is when they leave school, even college graduates. The reason I can borrow hundreds of millions of dollars, I have a strong financial statement. It's financial literacy. And this here is very simply it's income, expense, asset, liabilities. Poor dad always said go to school and get a high-paying job. The problem with education, they teach you to be employees. Rich dad taught me to be an entrepreneur, acquiring assets. 4 greenhouses, 1 red hotel. Assets are very simple. You plant an apple seed, and the apple seed grows into a tree. You harvest the apples. You sell the apples. You reinvest your profits, and you keep building an orchard. That's how you get rich. Or a friend of mine, when he was in high school, his grandma gave him some chickens. Those chickens laid eggs. He sold the eggs and reinvested it. And when he was 45, I think he sold his business. He was selling 10 million eggs a day at Costco and Walmart. You don't have to be a rocket scientist to build assets. Just buy a couple of chickens, okay? It's kind of funny, really. So the power of words Financial literacy begins with words, because words affect your brain. It's my poor dad always said, I can't afford it. You know, in Sunday school I learned the word becomes flesh. Every time you say you can't afford it, you say, I'm poor, I'm a loser, I can't do something, I'm helpless. The government should take care of me. Disgusting. Rich dad taught me, how can I afford it? So when I had no money, my wife and I just kept saying, well, how can I afford it? And pretty soon your mind opens up, and that's when intelligence comes in. Most important words in money are basic. There's only 4: assets, liabilities, cash flow. That's it. That's for financial literacy.
But in today's world, it's impossible. In South Korea, it's heterozoan, bro. They blocked all the wealth creation gaps. Rich can't ever think of becoming poor. Can never think of becoming rich, bro. It's impossible. It's as hard as poor rich person getting poor, losing all their money. It's as hard as that.
Language, but it's not taught in school. It's taught job security versus being an entrepreneur. You know, look for job security instead of go for financial freedom. And somebody should take care of you instead of I'm going to take care of other people. As an entrepreneur, I have thousands of employees. You know, that's my job. To create other jobs, give them a safe life. So number 1 is assets. Number 2 is liabilities. Yeah, if you read Rich Dad.
Hey dads, how do I get rich? Go to college, get a degree, and you might get a job that pays the bills. Education is important, but business experience is even more important if you want to be experienced in business. Okay, what next? Okay, get a massive house and a couple of nice cars. Live it up. A salary keeps you working. You gotta save money and buy some investments that pay you no matter what. Well, I got the house and the cars. What now? Now, son, you work for decades to pay it off. Well, start working on a business. Your boss might give you a raise, but working for yourself could pay way more. Darn, I still got 10 years worth of debt left. I wish I listened to Rich.
The famous book Rich Dad Poor Dad has been bought over 32 million times over the span of 25 years. But there's only 1.8 million millionaires under the age of 30. Here's why reading books won't replace your 9-to-5 income in the next 12 months. And no, I'm not saying books are bad. It's just there's a better way to do this. So this is what happens when you read a lot of books. You're learning how a business works, how you should hire employees, how you do your taxes, etc. And while this sounds exciting and makes it more shareable on social media, you don't actually have a business. Here's what you should do instead. Learn by starting a business. You'll see how things work in real life and also make some money from it. I'm hosting an exclusive and buy-only event at no cost to you. It's for
Just wanted to advertise his own agenda.
Well, in one of your YouTube videos, you actually said.
A few weeks ago, 39 college professors attacked me because I was teaching young people like you capitalism. How dare those professors attack me? This is in Arizona. Why? Because of this. Poor dad are Marxists.
Dave Ramsey is an idiot. Fake money, fake teachers, fake assets.
It's a story about Marxist versus a capitalist. Shooting people.
I'm going nuts.
지가 그렇게 개고생을 찾아와가지고 거기에서 좀 했으면 이해를 해줘야지. 씨발놈아. 용이나 해.
Well, let me just ask you straight. Why isn't this taught in schools? Because surely people should know this stuff.
Because school teachers are Marxists. My poor dad, rich dad, poor dad, it's a story of a Marxist versus a capitalist. My poor dad was an academic type. He was a PhD, which stands for poor, helpless, and desperate. He's a smart guy. He was in school all the time. He knew all the answers to everything. But he didn't know anything about this here. And my rich dad was a man who had no school, and he ran the family store. So as a boy of 13, he began learning about money. And he started saying, and my rich dad was a man who had no school, and he ran the family store. So as a boy of 13, he began learning about money. And he started saying, he says, the mistake is our schools teach us to work for this, not this.
와, 금이랑 은이 진짜 돈이네.
Why does Dave Ramsey say all the things?
Well, because Dave Ramsey is an idiot, that's why.
No, I mean, why does Dave Ramsey say all debt is dumb?
Well, because Dave Ramsey is an idiot, that's why. No, I mean, part of my French. I mean, he and I, it's who's your target? When we first got together, I said, who's your demographics, right? You guys are real estate guys. Dave Ramsey is not your teacher. You're their teacher. Does that make sense? So, like, I'm a pilot. I didn't ask a basketball player to teach me how to fly. So when I went to Vietnam, I wanted the best teachers. So if you're going to be in real estate, Dave Ramsey is not your teacher. You are. If you understand that, you choose your teachers. So Ramsey's advice is good for the average person who is trying to save this stuff here. Think about this, okay? I was flying in Vietnam. I bought my first gold coin. I paid $50 for it. So it was 50 of these for one of these. Today is 2,200 for one of these.
And what has the dollars gone down by?
And mom and daddy are working hard, staying out of debt like freaking idiots.
Yeah.
But it's best advice from mom and dad than a punter. I use the term punter. They have no idea what's going on. They get a pint, they're happy. So, but if you're going to be a rich man or a poor man, a rich man, your end game is gold. This has been money for centuries. This is silver. It's the better investment today. In the U.S., it takes 35 of these to buy one of these. So I tell my brothers and my sisters and all them, hey, trade this piece of toilet paper in for this. Oh, no, Dave Ramsey said save money. And my family's broke. But they follow my poor dad. They go, I have a master's degree. What do you have?
And a master's degree can get someone 100,000 in debt, can't it?
너네 별소리를 다 들었어. I'm studying about money. Rich dad, poor dad. I'm studying. I'm constantly studying.
4-star something. 국민연금 그거 다시 받아야 된다고. 많은 복지문을 받아야 된다고. 있는데.
I'm $1 billion in debt.
You're $1 billion in debt.
Because debt is money. And in 1971, President Nixon took this and separated it. So what became money was a U.S. bond. Now, Dave Ramsey, I'm $1 billion in debt.
You're $1 billion in debt.
Because debt is money. And in 1971, President Nixon took this and separated it. So what became money?
Yeah, Richard Nixon is a fag. Big faggot. Richard Nixon is a fag. Fucker.
Was a U.S. bond. Now, Dave Ramsey and most of the financial planners down in the City of London, and they recommend buying bonds. Bonds are the worst advice possible. Why? They're going crashing. 3 banks went down the road because their bonds crashed. So please hear what I'm saying is our financial planners.
참고로 그 할배랑 얘기했을 때 그거 다 죽었대고 운전기사 로멜인가?
That's what we call them in the States. They're always saying you want 40% stocks, 40% bonds, and 10% gold or something like that. They think bonds are safe. But now that interest rates are going like this, when interest rates goes up, the bonds come down. So today, the U.S. Federal Reserve President, Chairman Powell, he's raising interest rates. Bonds are coming down. Our banks are crashing. When our banks crash, they can't lend this out. And when you can't lend this out, the economy crashes. So the people who will win are people who have gold and silver. And mommy and daddy who are saving this, we went down. Because to save the world economy, as you know, the U.S. is going to print trillions of these. You have, what was it, named Tusk or something? She was your prime minister for a short period of time.
Yeah, Liz Truss.
Yeah. When she tried to screw around this, your pensions went down. So mark my words, the old guys like me, in UK, America, and most of Europe, we have no pensions.
So did you decide
to... we have no pensions.
No pensions.
Gone. But they don't know it yet.
Right. Yeah.
I think like a capitalist, not a Marxist.
No.
I don't want it to be equal. You kick my ass, I'll kick your ass.
Right.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
That's why I love this game.
So you think free markets,
This dude. I love this dude.
competition, that's all healthy and good.
For certain people. If you're not competitive and you're a wimp and a crybaby, you'll follow Dave Ramsey.
Wow. Hey, quick, before you go, if you want to watch the full, raw, uncut version of this episode in detail, no holds barred.
Fuck you, Dave Ramsey. Fucking
So this is Robert Kiyosaki, and I'm going to be talking to you about my latest book. The title of the book is called Fake. Fake money, fake teachers, and fake assets. And the reason I'm doing this video today is I'm here to ask for your participation, your cooperation. I'm asking for your support, for your feedback, for your input, for your critique. So the reason we're doing this thing on fake is, in my opinion, it's the reason the Rich Dad Company was formed. So I really want to know what you have to say, what your questions are, so we can make Fake a better book. So what we're going to do is we're going to release Fake in part by part online, chapter by chapter, so you can read it and then you can submit your questions. You can submit your questions to therealkiyosaki.com. Once again, therealkiyosaki.com. So the chapter will appear online. Not looking for that. I will send you a guide that will sort the down. And what you see here is the giant crash. This is 1895 to 2015, 120 years of the Dow. And what you see here is the giant crash of 1929. That was the giant crash of 1929. It was nothing. And you look over here, this is the giant crash. I mean, everybody talks about the giant crash of 1987. There it is there. It was nothing. Absolutely nothing. It nearly wiped out the U.S. This put us into a depression for 25 years. That little blip there. Now you look at what's happening. This is 2000. This is 2008. And here we are today. So I ask you this. Happening. This is 2000. This is 2008. And here we are today. So I ask you this. You don't have to be a rocket scientist. If this baby crashes again, how big will it be? That's the question. And so the reason I wrote the book Fake is so you could understand what is happening along this line here. So hopefully you can protect yourself when the next crash comes. And it's coming. So people go, how do you know it's coming? Well, markets always crash. Everything goes up, everything comes down. I mean, that's real life. I mean, grow up. That's real life. The question is, how big will the next crash be? Another thing, too, is those crashes approximately every 10 years. The last crash was 2008. I'm talking to you today in June of 2018. So the question is, what's going to happen here? And it's because of this. Way back in 1996, I created the cash flow board game and wrote Rich Dad, Poor Dad, someplace in here, okay? Because I could see this coming. So I'm going to give you a little history now so you can track along this line here. Back in 1983, my teacher was Dr. R. Buckminster Fuller. And he was famous for the geodesic dome, which was the U.S. pavilion at the World's Fair in Montreal in 1967. So after Fuller passed away, I studied with him for 3 summers. He passed away on July 1st, 1983. And after he died, this book came out posthumously. Now, Fuller is more known as a scientist and mathematician and architect. When he wrote this book, Grunts of Giants, it was a different book. It was a departure from what he normally wrote about. And Grunt stands for Gross Universal Cashless. Let me say it again. Gross Universal Cashless. It's about who really runs the world economy. So when I read this book, I understood it. I went, oh my God. But that was 1983, and that was a year I started going, oh my God, what am I going to do? Because I could see what's going to come. Because Bucky Fuller was a futurist primarily. So I read this book. Bunch of giants, and then I began to study. For the first time in my life, back in 1983, I became a student. I was a screw-off before that. But in 1983, I became a student. I said, what is grunge? Who are these guys? Who are these guys that are controlling the world? That was my question. So as Fuller said, get the student out of school and get him back to his studies. So when I read this book, for the first time in my life, I became a student. Now, Fuller was saying the same thing my rich dad was saying. The game is rigged. The game of money is rigged against you and me. But rich dad couldn't really prove it. So what faith does is prove it. This book, Faith, is going to prove it to you. So that's why I need your input. What don't I answer? What questions do you have? If you don't like the book, that's your problem. I don't really care if you don't like the book. I want to know what I'm not covering. So this is 1983. In 1983, met my beautiful sweetheart, Kim. The next book, The Creature from Jekyll Island, in fake, I think, are real people. Most of them really don't understand money. So they really can't teach you about money. So I call them fake teachers. Because they tell you to go to school and get a job, save money. Why would you save money? And work hard and get out of debt and all that stuff. But they don't know what they're talking about. True. That's my poor dad, PhD. They're good people. 80% are good people, 20% aren't. 80-20 rule. But 80% are really good teachers, but as you know, our school system teaches us nothing about money. So that's why section number 2 in fake is fake teachers. You gotta know who the real teachers are. And so these are my real teachers here. So this is The Creature from Jekyll Island. You can see I've read many, many books. This is The Great Deformation. David A. Stockman. He was President Reagan's budget director. This guy is a real teacher. I mean, he could tell, I think he knows what he's talking about on the budget. So Fuller and Grudge wrote about this guy here. So I was getting the picture completed. And he was saying the same thing that Fuller was saying earlier about President Reagan. And then this book here is Road to Ruin, et cetera, et cetera. So let me go over what fake's about. In 1971, President Richard A. Nixon, well, I'm not a crook, Tricky Dick, took the US dollar off the gold standard. Why is that significant?
I have directed the Secretary of the Treasury to take the action necessary to defend the dollar against the speculators. I directed Secretary Conway to suspend temporarily the convertibility of the dollar into gold or other reserve asset.
James Ricketts, he wrote this book, The Road to Ruin. Once again, this guy is a real teacher because he's actually in this every single day. He was an insider watching this crash right in here. It was called LTCM. It was a Russian ruble crash. Long-term, LTCM was long-term capital management. James Rickards was the attorney inside that company. So he saw the corruption inside the markets. That was the same year that Clinton was taking it off, repealing. Hello, Robert Kiyosaki again, and this is installment 3, and it's my sharing information about what my seminar will be about, how to raise capital, the number 1 skill of an entrepreneur, to be held May 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 2009, Scottsdale, Arizona. Price is $5,000. So, thank you for listening, and I'll share some of the insights I've learned over the years on raising capital. Again, it's the most important skill I have. And just to reiterate, was in approximately 1975, I came up with this product, and we were extremely successful, but we kept running out of money. The more successful we got, the more we ran out of money. So that's when I went to my rich dad and I tried to borrow $100,000, and he chewed me out. He says, why would I invest in a dumb product when you have a bad business? And so that's when he began teaching me the next level of my entrepreneurial education. It's not about business, it's missing. For example, many times people have a great product, but their legal is really bad, or their communication systems are bad, or their audit, their internal order processing is bad, or the manufacturing is bad, or the marketing is bad, and they have bad cash flow management. So part of the 3-day will be discussing, going into depth, how you put a solid business structure together. Explained in Rich Dad, and every month of business, Rich, is that as a sophisticated investor, let's say this is a rich, every month, it was very easy to raise capital. Capital poured in because sophisticated investors, people on the B and I side of the quadrant, saw that I knew how to build a rich, stable company. So today, the Rich Dad Company has zero debt and just tons of cash flow coming in, regardless if I work or not. So Robert Kiyosaki, and welcome to another exciting episode on the Capitalist Manifesto. And the reason I wrote the Capitalist Manifesto is because most people have no idea what communism, socialism, Marxism, fascism, totalitarianism is. And the event...
I want... Man. Oh, fucking this. It's a terrible fucking house, bro. We're gonna get up, bro. We know this country's fucked up. Oh, corrupt as hell. Oh, just leave it. Leave this country, right? Oh, feel it. Oh. 독일이나 영국하지 마. 그래가지고
Which I had is I left Hawaii in 1965 and I went to military school. And at military school, we're taught different economics. There's taught in liberal arts snowflake schools. So at military school, when we learned about Marx and the Manifesto and socialism and fascism and Hitler, there's taught in liberal arts snowflake schools.
snowflake schools. Right. Engineering or doctor. 아닐 거면 바꿔가. If you want to become an engineer, go.
So at military school, when we learned about Marx and the Manifesto and socialism and fascism and Hitler and Mao, our economics teacher taught us in body count. How many people did Stalin murder? How many people did, and socialism is one step before communism. So that's why I wrote the book, The Capitalist Manifesto, and what they can tell you their story. So today,
broke. My father was taking her to the hospital. Tehran had curfew, and they were held up by the security, and they had to find out what are you doing driving through the curfew because about it. What most people don't know is if you go look at stats on travel and tourism in the 70s, the top.
Do you think a big recession is coming?
It's the end of this. We're at the end of the American Empire. The question is,
Do you think a big recession is coming?
it's the end of this. We're at the end of the American Empire. The question is it China next? I don't trust the Chinese communists who own nothing.
Robert, does money make you happy?
We're at the end of the American Empire. The question is it China next? I don't trust the Chinese communists who own nothing.
Robert, does money make you happy?
The game makes me happy. This is toilet paper. We get rich using debt. But what do our schools teach us? Stay out of debt. That's how stupid school teachers are.
Why isn't this taught in schools? Because surely people should know this stuff.
Because school teachers are Marxists. In America, they're called woke. So they believe that white guys are oppressing the poor and all that stuff. That's not true. It's our schools oppress people. Because we use debt, we don't pay taxes legally.
Do you pay any tax? Is your beef real with Grant Cardone?
I beat a lot of guys.
Why does Dave Ramsey say all debt is done?
Because Dave Ramsey's an idiot. That's why.
Robert Kiyosaki is literally the living god of real estate. And if you want me to get more guests like this, make sure you like the video, subscribe to the channel, and turn the notification bell on. Robert, is the money system rigged?
You want to get me in trouble, don't you? No, we're at the end of an empire right now. It is the end.
And if you want me to get more guests like this, make sure you like the video, subscribe to the channel, and turn the notification bell on. Robert, is the money system rigged?
You want to get me in trouble, don't you? No, we're at the end of an empire right now. It is. You want to get me in trouble, don't you? No, we're at the end of an empire right now. It is the end. It's the end of this. And all empires always come to an end. The Roman Empire, the Greek Empire.
Robert, is the money system rigged?
You want to get me in trouble, don't you? No, we're at the end of an empire right now. It is the end. It's the end of this. And all empires always come to an end. The Roman Empire, the Greek Empire,
Why do they always wear those long Steve Jobs style?
Chinese were
The neck, the black neck.
the earliest. Chinese were the first guys to use paper.
Right.
So what we're looking at today is the end of the American Empire. So it's a very dangerous time. It's explosive, with Palestine and Gaza. All the stuff that's going on is an end of times. Not biblical, but just an end of an era. And the trouble when this comes to an end, war follows. That's what I'm afraid of. I went to Vietnam twice. I was a pilot in Vietnam, so I saw war. It's not good, obviously. I feel for both Palestinians and the Israelis. And but we're in dangerous times.
So if we're seeing the end of fiat currency as we know it, where do you think money moves to?
Good question. This here is a 1964 half dollar. 1964 was the year that this was real silver. But in 1964, the U.S. was now from England. The torch was passed to America. That was 1944, Bretton Woods and all this. And so America was the power. But every empire ends when they debase the currency. So this was 64. I was 17 years old. I remember like, oh, it's nice,
17 years old.
And then one day, I also looked up, and some of the coins look like this.
And that is?
This is pure gold.
Yeah, one of them.
Okay, but I look it up and oh my God, why does this coin have copper on it? That was the end of the empire. Every empire dies when they violate this, when they change the money. So congratulations on your success about being a real estate guy. Because this was 64, then 71. President Nixon took the dollar off of the gold. And the reason you're doing so well today is because the dollar became debt, right? So real estate guys, like my friend Trump and all that, we get rich using debt. Whereas the average person is told to work hard, this is toilet paper, save this, stay out of debt. And they're going broke today. I'm afraid for the average punter out there. So we're in serious trouble because with the end of the American Empire, is China going to take over? I don't know.
Ray Dalio thinks so.
Well, Dalio also recommends other, But anyway, I just want to commend you. I want to say the reason I'm here is because of this here. You were.
Yeah, I was at the World Cup semi-final.
I just want, because I'm in England, London, rugby is my game. And it's the greatest game in the world to me. It's a pure entrepreneur's game. You have big fat guys like me, props, I was a prop. You have little guys are hookers and the scrum halves and all this. But it's a pure entrepreneur sport because every person on our rugby team has to do everything. You have to run, pass, kick, right? Mm. Whereas in American baseball, you hit, everybody's like, and golf is an individual sport. But rugby is a pure team sport. So I came out to London here. I played for Blackheath for about 4 games. I love the game. It's passionate. Mm. And I was at Twickenham for the World Cup out here. Mm-hmm. But it's the greatest game on earth as far as I'm concerned. Mm. Thanks to England, passing it on to the world.
You actually talk a lot about your Rich Dad advisors.
Right.
So is there such a thing as self-made, or must it be a team?
That's a perfect question. Okay, look, let me show you something here. So this was 1964. That used to be real silver. Now it's fake silver. So then 1971, this was backed by gold and silver. And then Nixon took it off. This became debt. That's one of the most important things because now it became debt. For me to get rich, I had to use debt. But what do our schools teach us? Stay out of debt. That's how stupid school teachers are. 1971, this was backed by gold and silver. And then Nixon took it off. This became debt. That's one of the most important things because now it became debt. For me to get rich, I had to use debt. But what do our schools teach us? Stay out of debt. That's how stupid school teachers are. Debt makes guys like you and me rich. And ironically, because we use debt, we don't pay any taxes. 1971, this was backed by gold and silver. And then Nixon took it off. This became debt. That's one of the most important things because now it became debt. For me to get rich, I had to use debt. But what do our schools teach us? Stay out of debt. That's how stupid school teachers are. Debt makes guys like you and me rich. And ironically, because we use debt, we don't pay any taxes. Taxes are very high here in London, very high in America. But real estate guys like Trump and I, we don't pay taxes legally. Now that makes a lot of the liberal or the conservatives or the, whatever you call them, the greenies and the academic types, angry. Because when Trump was debating Hillary Clinton, the Clintons and Obama's never a bunch of crooks they are. Really? But all politicians are crooks. Look at political here. But Hillary Clinton, she was running against Trump. She says, and you don't even pay taxes. And what does Trump say to her? He's like, smart. And so the reason I like what you're doing with real estate is you learn to use debt and you pay less taxes. Go for this. But what I'm glad about your program is once I realized this and this was all changing, the end game wasn't real estate. The end game was gold. So today, this is a U.S. silver buffalo. You can buy this for $30 US. So I don't know what it pounds. This is 2,200. Okay. So which would you rather have today? Would you rather have this piece of toilet paper? Would you rather have this piece of silver? Or would you rather have gold? The average person wants the paper. This is toilet paper. And that's why people are in trouble today because America is about to crash, as you know. We're in serious trouble. Our debt is at an all-time high. America is now the biggest debtor nation in the world. Wow. Worse than Japan. So Japan has high debt, but the Japanese people are rich because they save. Americans are in debt. The country's in debt. And we have this guy Biden putting us more in debt. The first thing that Biden did when he came to office, I'm an oil guy, went to school for oil. I drove tankers for Standard Oil. The first thing that Biden did was he took
He cut the Keystone Pipeline. The pipeline ran from Canada all the way to the Gulf of Mexico. When he cut that pipeline, that was Biden did. Trump loved it. But when Biden cut it, I still sell oil. I'm an oil guy. So I have real estate, oil, all this other stuff. I was selling oil for $30 a barrel when Trump was in office. When Biden came to office, oil went to $130 a barrel. That sent inflation through the roof. It wiped out mom and dad. Today, the spooky thing about the world economy is the gap between rich and poor getting wider because people are working for this and not this and this here. So the question asks people, which is a better investment? Gold, silver, or paper?
Well, I think since 71, fiat currency, certainly the pound is down more than 85% of its value, whereas gold's up thousands of percent in the same time.
Yeah.
So currency, certainly the pound is down more than 85% of its value, whereas gold's up thousands of percent in the same time.
Yeah.
So I know, well, let me just ask you straight, why isn't this taught in schools? Because surely people should know this stuff.
Because school teachers are Marxists. My poor dad, rich dad, poor dad. It's a story about Marxist versus a capitalist. You know, my poor dad was an academic type. He was a PhD, which stands for poor, helpless, and desperate. Smart guy. He was in school all the time. He knew all the answers to everything. But he didn't know anything about this here. And my rich dad was a man who had no school, and he ran the family store. So as a boy of 13, he began learning about money. And he started saying, he says, the mistake is our schools teach us to work for this, not this.
Why does Dave Ramsey say all debt is dumb?
Well, because Dave Ramsey is an idiot. That's why he shouldn't be.
No, I mean, part of my... All right, we'll come to that there. But first, you can't leverage gold the same way you can leverage real estate, can you?
Come hear what I have to say.
Okay, let's go.
Oh,
yeah.
You're brilliant, man.
Thank you.
I use real estate as leverage to buy this.
Right.
So what I do is I'll borrow, let's say, $20 million. The cash flow buys this.
Right. So you're using government printed money for your own assets.
To buy this.
And then the income from the assets you convert into gold.
Yes.
Right. So you're using government printed money for your own assets.
To buy this.
And then the income from the assets you convert into gold.
Yes. This is God's money. God put it here. God put this, we're not religious, but okay. And this here was put by God. This here is to be flushed down the toilet. And that's what they're doing with it. But I made this much this month. Loser. Your job is to take this, convert to this, or convert to this. Not to brag, but I own tons of this.
How much? How
I own the mines.
You own the mines?
I'm a capitalist.
Right.
I bought the biggest gold mine in America last July. It's in Utah.
So you're literally mining your own gold?
Amen.
Amen.
I found religion, and I'm gonna put it all through there, and
You found religion. What gold is your religion?
I'll put every religion in there. You can be Buddhist, Shinto, Catholic, Protestant, Muslim. I don't care. Just worship at the altar of gold. No, but you got to get back to this. For thousands of years, I bought my first gold mine in Peru, and I didn't know what I was doing. I was a kid, and I looked up and I saw all of these holes in the ground
in the Andes, whatever they are. And that was Inca.
Alex, what are we doing?
We're weighing our gold, baby.
Oh yeah, how long is this? 2 days? 3 days?
This is 36 hours on the box.
Yep.
That's it. So if we get more than 36, yeah, we're over ounce an hour. Over an hour, pushing 6 seconds. We need a bigger bowl. Okay, guys, half an ounce.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, buddy. 20 north of 30. Come on. Yeah, 30. Buddy.
Yes.
On the line. On that. That's an hour.
Before Pizarro.
Today I'm going to speak a
Digging for gold.
Country folks can survive because you can't starve us out and you can't make us run. 'Cause when the more boys play, country folks going down that hole.
And I said, how in
Going down that hole.
the world did these Incas, I think that's what they were called, and they're native Peruvian Indians, why were they looking for this?
I was looking for gold in the river, also known as gold sniping. And I came across a little crack that had a lot of gold nuggets. Since gold is very heavy, most of the time you have to dig in the bottom of cracks to find gold. Finding a nugget this size is very rare, let alone multiple nuggets. I worked this crack for about 10 minutes and I kept finding gold nuggets.
That is really cool.
Once I went home, I weighed it all together and it was over 13 grams of gold. I made over $1,500 US after calculating the nugget value.
This. And then I was in China.
How much gold does it take to hit $100,000? We're going to count this out and see what it looks like. These are stacks of 10 1-ounce gold buffaloes. Here are 10 American gold eagles. These are 5 Perth Mint Myths and Legends coins and 5 Perth Mint Lunars. Next up, we have 5 1-ounce high relief U.S. Mint Liberties. That puts us at just over $83,000 using the spot price of gold today, just $1,850. We need some more, so here are 2 more eagles, 1 more gold buffalo. We're going to add some fractionals to the pile, so here are 4 more lunars. These are quarter-ounce coins, and then I have 12 more quarter-ounce eagles. We're just over $96,000 now, so 2 more 1-ounce Myths and Legends coins. It's going to put us at $99,900, which is not $100,000, so here's 1 more, just in case. Nice.
I was in actually Mongolia. All across Mongolia, little holes in the ground. They were looking for this. So this is pre-radio, pre-cell phones. How did the Inca search for this? Did it spend? just came and took it all away from us as bastards. You know what I mean? And in Mongolia, there was a place called the checkerboard. Little holes in the ground. And these Mongolians, when Genghis Khan was around, they were digging for this stuff. So there's something, in my opinion, I'm not religious, but God attracts us to this. And so I was in Fiji for rugby again, and I met this American guru. He was a Hindu. He had gold all over him. So I said, what's this white guy dressed as a Hindu with gold dripping all over him? So I had to ask him a question. I said, why do you have so much of this? He says, because gold is God's attractor. Gold is God's money. He says, the more of this you have, the more wealth it attracts to you. So when they tell you, doctors save this stuff, you cut your wealth off. This is your connection. I'm going to get my ass for this one, but I'm saying this is your connection.
Is gold stable? Stable currency.
Between God and wealth. So if I want 1,000.
Is this gold bar real or fake? How much do you think this gold bar is worth? Let's take a closer look. Any gold bar that you're buying, you want to look at three things. Number one, it has the weight. This says 1 ounce. Number two, it has the purity. This says 0.9999. That's 99.99% pure. And number three, it has to have the metal type. So this is fine gold. Gold is not magnetic, so I'm going to test it with my magnet. All right, put my magnet up. It does not stick. But that's not the only test that we use. Next, let's put it on the scale. It should weigh 1.00 troy ounces, and this weighs a little bit over that. So that is a red flag. I'm going to test it for 1 ounce of pure gold. What I'm going to be looking for are 2 arrows inside of these green lines. Okay, so let's place that in the tester here and look for the arrows. Looks like the arrows are totally out of compliance. They're not in the green at all. So that means this bar is 100.
What the fuck?
Dollars of income. I buy a couple of these, one of these, more gold attracts wealth. That's the hint. That was the I was hinting. But this American.
I won this gold bar from the claw machine in one of my videos. It's now time to open this thing up and see if we can get some real gold. They gave us these plastic tools, but I'm not going to be needing those. And inside the gold bar was another gold bar. Instead of those stupid plastic tools, I'm going to be using this hammer. Now let's get to the gold here. Oh, I already got something. Is that a piece of paper? And it says gold on it? This is my first time doing this, and I already got gold. This thing was pretty difficult to open, as you can see. Now let's actually see if there's gold in this little piece of paper. And there is something that is definitely some real gold.
Get hit with a fake falling. Oh, you look good.
What country has the most gold in the world? Well, that would be the U.S., with 8,133 metric tons in the American gold reserve. That's about $480 billion. The gold reserve is so large, it almost has as much as the next three biggest gold reserves combined: Germany, Italy, and France. But why does the U.S. need such a large gold reserve? One reason is to protect its currency in case of economic disaster. But another reason is that if the U.S. sold its huge amount of gold, that would basically destroy the market. The price of gold would drop so drastically, many large banks could fail or need to
Get gold all over. He says, this attracts wealth. Right. So I believed him. But I already had that.
This stack of... All right, 64,300. 128,000. This stack of silver and gold won't collapse like some banks. You know why? Because these silver bars are made with ridges, and you can stack them in your safe, nice and comfortable. If you want to get them, you could go where I buy them, right here. All right, this is my friend. You can go to the website, but no small orders. Okay, it's a tight-knit diamond district operation that stacks high, and what you do from here is entirely up to you. Is this?
So I just started collecting this. So the question, I'm here in London to teach. Everybody can do this. This is $35.
How much is this?
Question is, how do you go from
That looks good.
this?
All right, 64,300, 128,600, 192,900, 257,200, 321,500, 385,800, 450,100, 513,400, 578,700, $643,000 in gold. Central banks are buying these up. I like to have my gold in jewelry, like to have my gold in bullion, but that's just me. You can do whatever you want.
Fuck you.
To a gold mine. That's what an entrepreneur does.
Right.
So once I understood this was the objective, I started going for gold mines.
So you buy more gold mines now than you are real estate? You are?
Oh yeah, the biggest in the world.
Right.
Went public July 8th last year in Toronto, New York Stock Exchange. My first gold mine was in Dalian, China. And got gold in China. This is in 2004. Guess what the Chinese did?
Tell me.
Nationalized it. They stole it. I don't trust the Chinese communists. You know, that's why they're communists. That's why what Klaus Schwab says, you'll own nothing. Someday you'll own nothing, you'll be happy. That's Marxism. That's communism. You'll own nothing. So the Chinese took my gold mine from me.
Why I stopped buying gold bars? Well, it's difficult for me not to buy gold bars. They're my favourite type of precious metal. For me personally, I think they look the best, they seem the most substantial, and if you were to show someone your precious metal stack, probably the gold bars would be the first ones they would be to pick up and look at. Now, having said that, I'm moving more onto Britannia coins as their capital gains tax exempt. And that's a real big appetizer for me, the fact that I can stack so many of those and I don't have to worry about capital gains tax in the future, whereas you might have to with these gold bars. Nonetheless, it's still a great investment, gold bars, but my personal portfolio, I'm focusing more on.
I'm staying out of China. You know,
in today's fact check, a video posted by YouTube channel Ancient Magastripe on April 23 claims the Philippines landed number 1 in the World Bank's ranking of countries with the highest gold reserves. This claim is false. The video says,
like my books, which I poured in, they pirated the whole thing. They don't pay anything.
Really?
They steal.
Wow.
It's part of their, let's say, culture. I won't mention anything else. I get in trouble. You mention race, religion, God, money, sex. Talk about sex next.
So, if you're a billionaire in debt, is that all in real estate, or did you use debt to buy gold mines as well?
No, I use debt and real estate. What I might do is, let's say I buy. A property. Here's a property, I buy it, I finance it, and I still own it.
16,000.
Nixon took this off of this to buy this that buys this apartment house, buys that.
Someone said you had 16,000.
16,000.
16,000.
They pirated the whole thing. They don't pay me anything.
Really?
They steal.
Wow.
It's part of their, let's say, culture. I won't mention anything else. I get in trouble. You mention race, religion, God, money, sex. Talk about sex next.
So, if you're a billionaire in debt, is that all in real estate, or did you use debt to buy gold mines as well?
No, I used debt and real estate. What I might do is, let's say I buy a property deal.
Wow.
It's part of the.
피곤해. 그래요, 쓰레기로.
I won't mention anything else. I got in trouble with religion, race, religion, God, money, sex. Sex next.
So, if you're a billion in debt, is that all in real estate, or did you use debt to buy gold mines as well?
No, I use debt and real estate. What I might do is, let's say I buy a property. Here's a property, I buy it, I finance it. Then we refinance it, we borrow it. I won't mention anything else. I got in trouble with religion, race, religion, God.
Mines as well.
No, I use debt and real estate. What I might do is, let's say I buy a property. Here's a property, I buy it, I finance it. Then we refinance it, we borrow out the equity. With the refinanced equity, I bought the gold mine.
Right.
And guess what pays for the debt? This. And I still own the gold mine. And that's why I went to tons of gold. It's all finance.
Yeah. And if you have $1 billion of debt, how many properties does that mean you own? Because I thought I have got 340 units, and I thought that was a lot. Someone said you had 16,000.
16,000.
16,000. 16,000.
Just because at 17 years old, held what is that? Why is this coin copper? That's 1964. It's Gresham's Law. Gresham's Law states when bad money enters the system, good money goes into hiding. Then it happened in 1971. Nixon took this off of this. This became debt. So the smartest guys on earth are real estate guys like Trump, you and me. We borrow this to buy this that buys this apartment house, buys that.
So,
it's called finance.
Yeah. So do you pay any tax?
No.
None? None.
You guys forget, you guys are English, you forget. We're still pissed off at you guys.
It wasn't me.
Remember in 1773,
Don't hold a grudge that long. Yeah.
there was a thing called the Boston Tea Party. And the English were taxing the American colonies. And finally the Americans said, and we threw the English tea into the ocean. And so people say, the best accountant, the best lawyer.
Between gold or silver?
How about this?
Oh, no, we're not going to put fiat into it.
No, but what I'm asking right now is most people watching today are choosing this.
They're choosing pounds and pence, dollars and cents. Ooh.
So the average person, even the guy sleeping on the street, can raise how much is $35 in pounds?
Yeah, you can get a Tudor Beast coin here for £70, including VAT, which you can claim back if you bought it in the right company. So £50 will get you a good 2-ounce silver coin. I've started to pay my kids for their chores in silver. Yeah.
See, this is God's money. It was not printed. I always say to American audiences, if you can print it, I don't want it. If you can a stock certificate, I don't want it. Can you print this? I don't want it. It's that simple. I own cattle. You can't print a cow, so you get artificial intelligence and all this other garbage. But the thing I sell for my cattle, they're bulls. They're Wagyu bulls, Japanese bulls.
Yep.
You see, because when I was a little boy, I went to the dairy and I watched the breeding bulls. And they bring the cows in. And the old one would go, oh, baby. And they sit there and he start humping away on the cow, going, whoa. When I grow up, I want to be a breeding bull. I had no idea what I was watching. That looks like fun. So today I own Wagyu bulls.
Yeah.
And every time they ejaculate, it's semen flow, like a gate. Nobody's offered me that service yet.
Wow. Yeah.
I think like a capitalist, not a Marxist.
No.
I don't want it to be equal. You kick my ass, I'll kick your ass.
Right.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
That's why I love this game.
So you think free markets, competition, that's all healthy and good?
For certain people. If you're not competitive and you're a wimp and a crybaby, follow Dave Ramsey.
Dave Ramsey.
Wow.
You gotta be smart. You gotta know how money works, bro. It's all a scam, bro. According to Tate, money is not real. Money's trash. You're a slave.
Are you allowed to say who your rich dad is? There's lots of
No, I don't say it. I had to ask his permission. They don't want to be known.
Oh, okay. So they're are they still alive?
No, actually. No. This is the saddest thing of all. Rich Dad was my best friend's father. And he had nothing to start, and he built his empire. So if you go to Waikiki Beach today in Hawaii, you look at the Hyatt Regency Hotel, that's their land. They don't own the hotel, they own the land. So he started with nothing. He kept doing what America's called a 1031, their tax-free exchanges and all this stuff. So his plan was to buy a whole section of Waikiki Beach, and he bought it. So today it belongs to the family. But another rule I've heard is that the first generation makes it. The second generation was my best friend and I. The third generation was his son. Guess what?
Son's squandering it?
It's gone.
Wow.
The third generation lost it all.
Because they didn't learn the skills required to build it.
They had a good time. Plus.
Oh, really? Yeah.
Oh.
That happens.
Yeah. But I often think a lot of money without understanding how it works is a curse. Would you agree?
Yeah. Plus addictions.
Yeah.
Homelessness is not homelessness. Homelessness is addiction.
Right.
So they just can't function in society.
That's what you think? That's what a capitalist would think.
Big recession is.
이거는 부대물림의 시대야. 개개인의 능력을 바꿀 수가 없어요. 아무리 잘 펑션해도. 그럼 배달 기사들은 똑똑한 줄 아니에요?
Bigger than big.
I think we're at the start of this whole thing. It's the end of this. We're at the end of the American Empire. The question is it China next? That's the question. There was a man named Buckminster Fuller. Then the geodesic police boomed. Then France boomed. England boomed. US boomed. Japan boomed. So the end result of buying property is to get back to this.
Yeah.
And pay no taxes.
And how old were you when you became a millionaire?
I don't really remember. I was just, it wasn't even in our minds. My best friend and my best friend in 2020 sold his company for $2 billion.
펑셔닝 소사이어티가 말이 되게 중요한 것처럼 말하는데 별로 안 중요해.
Since I'm a property guy, I didn't sell my properties.
What do you mean function, bro?
But we're just best.
이 나라는 아무것도 못해. 최순실 아니면 후가. 최순실 형.
Friends. And we kicked each other's butts along. We played rugby together. We fought martial arts together. But one of the best assets you can have is your friend. So my friend and I always swore we'd be rich. And we took courses, we studied, practiced, made mistakes. And We both met at Xerox. We call it rank Xerox here. We both met at Xerox 1974. And we just pushed each other along. And today we're multi-billionaires.
So you're a billionaire?
In debt, yes. No, I own several tons of this. What's this worth?
Well, if an ounce is 2,200, someone can do the maths on that.
So I just stopped. This is the question, okay? Everybody can afford this.
So that's
35.
Yeah.
The average guy cannot buy the silver mine. Entrepreneurs buy the mine. So my mine is called Yamana. Own this.
But not in China.
No. Yamana's in South Argentina. They played England the other night.
Yes. We just scraped through.
And then this here is gold. I buy the mine now. That's what entrepreneurs do. So the average person can afford this, but most people choose this. They'll save this or work for this. They hang on to this. They will not trade this for this. That's the problem.
You mentioned your friend Donald Trump a lot. Do you think he's going to be president again one day?
Yes and no, He's a very good man. I would vote for him, honestly. He's a very good man. He is what he is. He'll tell you exactly where he is. No two Donald Trumps. He'll tell you exactly where he's at. So I appreciate his two sons, Don Jr. and Eric, are good friends of mine. But we're all politically incorrect because Don Jr. and Eric and I are hunters. So we go to Africa all the time. So the other blacks took over the Navy flight school.
제가 주식 손실을 어떻게 복구했냐면요. 쉽게만 생각하고
I mean, I've really enjoyed this.
Thank you. It's been fun.
Yeah, thank you. Can we do a quick fire? We always end on a quick fire.
Sure.
Yeah. Is your beef real with Grant Cardone? He's my friend, by the way. And there was a bit of... Is that beef real?
I beef with a lot of guys.
Yeah. Is your beef real with Grant Cardone? He's my friend, by the way. And there was a bit of... Is that beef real?
I beef with a lot of guys. I'm a U.S. Marine. No, I just didn't like what he was saying. I chewed him out of my show.
You kicked him out of your show?
The issue was get into debt, then worry about how you pay for it, something like that. So that, I don't do that.
No. What's the difference between what Grant does and what you do?
I make sure I can pay for it. I don't speculate. I'm an investor. Like I know I own this.
Yeah.
There's no counterparty risk to this. I know it. Same as my property. I know I own it. It may have debt on the property, but I know I own it.
Would you rather have 10 million cash or 10 million extra social media followers, and why?
Oh, social media followers.
Why?
That's where money comes from.
So you see social media as an asset as well?
Oh, yeah, right.
Yeah.
What you're doing is very smart. I think that's one of the biggest gifts given the young people in social media. I know women who make a lot of money selling. I don't know what they're selling, but I've been thinking about buying some. Talk about it. I didn't know this, but some of those young girls make fortunes.
Yeah.
These ugly guys troll on them.
True.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, they do make, I think some of them make in excess of 100 million. Recurring income as well, like property.
As long as they convert it to this, that's fine.
always turn your nudity into gold.
Well, when it starts to sag, the income goes down.
Robert, does money make you happy?
The game makes me happy.
Right.
That's like, when we went to the rugby game, I was in heaven. But, the stands was just beautiful, right? The fans are happy, everybody's happy. I mean, in front of me was a South African guy talking to a Kiwi, you know. Everybody just, they love the game. And even when you lost, you shake his hand.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And is money like a game then to you, really? Yeah.
That's compared, I mean, take my, like soccer. We couldn't believe the soccer fans would tear the place apart.
Well, my wife took me to the semi-final as a surprise. And she was like, how can we be in the same stand as the South African rugby players? Because she couldn't understand that it's not like football.
No. I was in South Africa for the Soccer World Cup. It was horrifying, fighting. That's not rugby.
No. What's your biggest ever payday?
Shit, I don't even remember. I hate to be so like half, you know, but my payday comes like I'm walking off a plane, and there's young women or young men come and say thank you. That's the payoff.
Do you have a private jet?
Of course. Two.
Why, of course?
That's
right. So you can run.
You see why people like Andrew Tate got such traction.
Yes, so what I said about Andrew Tate is that I would say that 75% of Andrew Tate's diagnoses of the problem are pretty correct.
Yeah, I agree.
And then I would say that a lot of his prescriptions are completely wrong.
Yeah.
Right? So he will say men have lost their role in the world. And then what he will model is cam girls. I say, well, that's not actually the solution. But what you're saying about the problem of men losing their role and men needing to be masculine and men needing to want to win and men needing to cultivate an ability to go out and succeed and thrive in the world, all of that is 100% true. I just think that he himself on a personal level wasn't providing a model of that. To me, a model of that is a guy who is married, who has kids, who lives in the community, who betters the community he lives in, who hires people, who creates a business. Like these. The depreciation, the expenses, everything through.
More than you know.
Wow. Yeah.
It's the same as a house, except I'm buying a G4 now. That'll near 60.
Right.
So I'm going for the G4 because it's international. But my bonus depreciation, so it's only like $5 million, but I don't pay tax. It's a free jet, and then I get paid the income. Now, if I use it, it's expensive, you know what I mean? The expensive part about a jet is not the price. The expensive is the part that just can start the engine. So if I'm I'm a passenger, that's like me renting my own house. So I don't want to take my jet too much.
Right.
It's expensive.
Warned. I thought you might walk out halfway through this interview. I feel really privileged you haven't.
Well, because you're real estate guy. Grant isn't. I don't want to get trash. My rich dad was adamant about it.
And what's the worst money advice you ever received?
From Grant Cardone. What did he say? I don't know. I don't even know what he said. But he was on my show. He says to him, I'm a hot temper. Marine pilot.
I was warned. I thought you might walk out halfway through this interview. I feel really privileged you haven't.
Well, because you're a real estate guy. Grant isn't. I'm not giving Grant a hard time. No, that's like Tony Robbins. It's one of the biggest flaws. I was partners with Tony.
You were partners?
But for
I will not have sons who are too busy buying NFTs and say, oh, I made a little bit of money, and have skinny little arms and go to crypto conventions and be dorks. I will not have nerds as children. I refuse to have a nerd carry the latent tape. If my son is a nerd, one of us has to die, him or me, and I'll challenge him to Mortal Kombat.
Jesus Christ. What do you mean that?
That's a bit of exaggeration, but it's not. I refuse to have a nerd carry the latent tape. If my son is a nerd, one of us has to die, him or me, and I'll challenge him to Mortal Kombat.
Jesus Christ. What do you mean that?
That's a bit of exaggeration, but it sounds good, right?
It does. I understand that. You're very rude about the crypto people.
You know, okay. Am I rude? I don't want to be rude. I don't want to be rude about crypto people.
Yeah. I like them. I'm a crypto people.
Yeah, you're a crypto person, yeah. And I'm not. I know a lot of crypto guys who are cool. I have a lot of good friends.
Yeah.
I've made a load of money in crypto.
Yeah.
I love a pump.
Chainlink, right?
Yeah, I bought like loads.
Yeah.
I called sold at like $6. Yeah. So I love crypto. And I love a crypto pump. Everybody does. When I say detrimental things about the crypto community, the point I'm trying to make is that many people out here, especially men, are not prepared for wealth. And when I say they're not prepared for wealth, they haven't been through the struggle that's going to allow them to become a man of caliber before they find money. They haven't done the running to the fish stall, running to the gym, getting punched in the face for money. They've never done that. So what happens when a 19-year-old kid catches a crypto pump on some junk like Shiba? Now he's a millionaire, fine. But a few things have happened. First, his ability to work hard has now been destroyed. He'll never work hard again, right? Because look how much money he made with blind luck. You think he's ever going to go out there and get a job and take a pay of $50 grand a year and really dedicate? Never. Even if he lost all that money, the only thing he could ever think to do is to just try and get another pump. Mm-hmm. He's a gambler now. He's effectively a gambler for the rest of his life. So his whole work ethic's been decimated. That's the first thing. The second thing that happens when someone like him catches a crypto pump is because he has no life experience, no real world experience, no struggle, etc. He's now, Tristan calls them geese.
Geeks?
Geese.
Geese?
Yeah, the geese.
Okay.
You femise the geese. And femise is another word he made up, but he just femise them. The femise people. Femise them.
He made it up. I don't know what that means.
You do know. You're a chick. You know what it means.
No matter how many times you say it, I don't know.
Femise is you turn up with your pretty smile.
Okay.
Oh, I love you. He gets femise. He gets taken out of the game. He gets femise. Yeah, like he has no caliber. He's no character, right? He's got money, but money is nothing more than an amplifier. Money doesn't change who you are. The problem with most of these crypto dorks is that they were dorks and now they're rich dorks, but you're still a dork. Yeah, money is just an amplifier. I'll give you an example. Lambo pulls up.
Yeah.
Nerd gets out. Now he's a super nerd. Oh, some tech dork. He has Lambo. Who gives a shit's nerd?
Sure.
Lambo pulls up. Big man gets out. Now he's a mafia boss. So the point is that the Lambo is not what makes you a mafia boss. The Lambo, if you have all the other qualities, amplifier qualities into that sphere, it's an amplifier. Money's an amplifier. And the point I'm making about wealth and crypto when I insult these guys is that a lot of these guys don't have any of the qualities they need to be amplified. They don't have anything worth amplifying. If you're a man and you made a bunch of money on crypto, the smartest thing you can possibly do is understand that the traditional paths to wealth, pre-crypto, taught you a lot about being a man. If I had to make millions the old-fashioned way, I'd have to learn to negotiate, I'd learn how to handle stress, learn how to work really hard, learn how to network. I'd have to learn so many things. These autists don't need to learn none of that. Just be rich. That's another mindset I have. I really want.
In terms of your money, what would you do with it? You don't just give it. I mean, you don't have to give it to some institution, some bullshit charity.
No, nothing like that. It's temporary. It's temporary, but it's unique. It also depends. There's some people who are out here. I see a lot of crypto guys and a lot of other people who talk about generational wealth. When we save my Bitcoin, that they really want their children to be rich. I don't want my kids to be rich. That's another mindset I have. I really want to die taking most of my money. I do not want rich children.
Really?
Absolutely.
I agree with that, but what do you? I understand why it's obvious, but in terms of your money, what would you do with it? You don't just give it. I mean, you don't just give it to some institution, some bullshit charity.
No, nothing like that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to financially incentivize my children. So they're going to have the ability to be. So when I used to have to run to the gym and suffer and fight, and that the other guy still didn't have food, my boy's going to go through all that, and he's going to fight, and I'm going to give him some money. But still he has to suffer, still he has to fight, still he has to win, still he has to run to the gym and back, etc., etc. The worst thing you can do for a child is raise them rich. And so that's the worst thing you can possibly ever do. So I have no interest in that whole generational wealth crap. The whole thing's a scam. It's like the entire financial system, which we can discuss at length. The entire financial system is designed to steal wealth from the poor and just turn it into numbers on the screen of the rich.
Destruction by design.
Yeah, the whole thing is corrupt. And when you understand the system, you understand that the system is rigged to a point where most people do not stand a chance to ever win.
So let's talk about this. In what way is it rigged?
It's rigged because And we can go down the economics of it all.
Yeah.
But my very basic premise of it is that there's a whole bunch of people out here who are effectively slaves. And when you're a slave if you have a job in any form, effectively. Some slaves are better paid than others, but most people are slaves. In the days of slavery, what would happen is the slave masters would use control and aggression and influence to convince you to do work for free. So what they could do is they could get work out of you with something that they can generate from the sky, right? They can be aggressive from the sky, influence from the sky, a couple bullets are cheap, whatever it took, and they could get your labor. Now we have the exact same thing, but they just use fiat. They use fiat money. If the people in charge of the world can print unlimited amounts of said thing, and you'll give up your life for certain amounts of said thing, then they own you. They control you. Oh, you need $100 to do this. Print. Off you go, slave. It doesn't matter. It's not real. So who cares? So the entire world's a slavery system to some degree. Maybe you can make enough of those dollars to buy your freedom, as I have, right? But in general, it's a slave system. And anyone who's out here still believes, because it seems to be there are some people who still believe in like saving up, save my money, and if I'm really diligent, I get a mortgage in 28 years, I might own the pro. Man, it's a trap. It's an amounts of sin. Then they own you. They control you. Oh, you need $100 to do this. Print. Off you go, slave. It doesn't matter. It's not real. So who cares? So the entire world's a slavery system to some degree. Maybe you can make enough of those dollars to buy your freedom, as I have, right? But in general, it's a slave system. And anyone who's out here still believes, because it seems to be there are some people who still believe in like saving up, save my money, and if I'm really diligent, I get a mortgage in 28 years, I might own the pro. And it seems to be there are some people who still believe in like saving up, save my money, and if I'm really diligent, I get mortgaged in 28 years, I might.
What's a mortgage?
Own the pro. Man, it's a trap. All of it is a trap. Have you ever met a rich person, asked them how they got rich, and they said saving?
No.
No. This is the biggest.
Sleeping floors, I worked so hard, I sleep so many floors.
And I saved it.
I didn't have that morning coffee.
Yeah. Have you ever met a rich person, asked them how they got rich, and they said saving?
No.
No. This is the biggest.
Sleeping floors, I worked so hard, I sleep so many floors.
And I saved it.
I didn't have that morning coffee.
No, complete lie.
I do think that most of the ways money is made on the planet, nearly all of them are Ponzi schemes. I think stocks are a Ponzi scheme. And when I say Ponzi, I mean that if you're in early, you make a bunch of money, and if you're in late, you get wrecked. Money doesn't come from thin air. Money doesn't come from the sky. So let's look at crypto, right? A lot of people ask me about crypto. Hey, what do you think about this coin? What do you think about this coin? Most people don't understand that the crypto market is player versus player. And it's funny because these new crypto coins launch, and they start these Telegram groups, these communities, and all the people who have bought the coin are in this community, and they're all like acting like they're friends. You're not friends.
Yeah.
If you bought it at $1 and you want to sell it at a profit of $10, someone has to buy it off you. So it's not. It doesn't just come from the sky. You're selling it for more than you bought it for, right? So a bunch of people get in, money comes in, price goes up and up and up and up and up and up. There's always going to be a guy who bought the top, and it never goes up anymore, and he gets screwed. There's X amount of people at the top who get wrecked, so the people at the bottom can make money.
Yeah.
It's a Ponzi. Every crypto is a Ponzi, all of them. I could go get $100 million right now, go to England, walk around, make a bunch of money in real estate. Because I got liquid cash. And I'll take that, I'll take that, I'll take that. I've got all the time in the world. It might take me 9 years. That'll go up.
Yeah.
That'll go up. That'll go up. I can do it. But there's also Bob and Sally working their ass off, 22-year mortgage, 10% interest rate. When we own our home, Sally, then we'll be okay. I was offered $30, $40 million to promote crypto, $10 million to promote some fucking pills, supposed to be some supplement that makes you strong, scam. I was offered endless money to sell my soul. And I didn't do it because I didn't like the idea of a kid who really believed in me and who's a fan of mine buying a crypto because I said it's going to go up. And like I said, player versus player, someone's going to lose, and that kid losing all his money because, you know, I'm in first and I own most coin or whatever. I didn't want to be a scammer for money because I believe that having a pure heart and living true under God is more important. So I never sold my soul. I'm not like Logan Paul and these fuckers who sell energy drink full of sugar and crypto pump and dump scams, NFT scams, and all these other influencers sell scams or they sell gambling to kids on their Twitch screens. I don't do none of that. I don't do anything. You can actually control and own your money. You can actually have your money, right? How else are you gonna have it in cash? And then you got to deal with inflation. How difficult is it to move serious cash? I had to send. It's about 4 years ago. Decision which could ruin my life tomorrow. So I feel like decision which could ruin what I'm talking about. Everyone already knows this. The world's going nuts, bro. So what does define sexual consent? If you can fully consent, both parties can fully consent.
I knew this time was coming. And we as a world have never been here before. And so is it a spooky time? Damn yeah. It is probably the most dangerous time ever. There's nothing to compare it to because there's never been a world economy before. For example, 100 years ago, if there was a stock market crash in England, it didn't affect anybody. Now the U.S. goes down, the world goes down. So plus with social media and all this we're doing now. So we've never been here before. And, I'm excited about it because I make more money in crashes than I do when they go up. So, but for the average person, they'll get wiped out. I'm afraid that the worst, I hope I'm wrong, but I think we're heading for global depression.
Global depression?
Yeah.
What does that look like?
Depression. I mean, people are depressed. The economy stays down. It's hard to come back up. And now the good news is that for those who are prepared for it, like you and like this, you'll do better. See, not everybody dies in a plane crash, some plane crashes. But the last crash in 2008, I was on Wolf Blitzer's program 6 months before Lehman Brothers went down. And I said Lehman was going down. And nobody listened, but it went down. And so I've been expecting this market to, I think as an adult, you can go hungry, but you don't want to see your kids go hungry. And that's what's going to happen. You think $500 billion in September of this year because the repo market is going down. And the average guy goes, well, what's the repo market? They don't know. So that's why it's fake money, fake teachers, fake assets. Our education system has been my rant forever. Why don't we teach people about money? Why is it? We all use money, but we don't teach people about it. So that's why I'm concerned. And I wrote this book, Who Stole My Pension? It's already sold out. But I wrote Who Stole My Pension because it was the reason I wrote Rich Dad Poor Dad. The two authors here, me and myself, Everett Siddell, we both had dads who lost everything. And when I was in my 20s, my poor dad lost everything. It scarred me. And I said, I'm never going to let anybody ever do that to me. So I had just come back from Vietnam in 73. My dad was unemployed, poor dad was unemployed. And he tells me to go fly for the effing airlines. I said, are you kidding me? And he says, go back to school, get your master's, get your PhD. I said, are you kidding me? Here the guy is unemployed. He's got no pension. He's got no paycheck. And he's telling me to go back to school. I said, what, learn nothing? And those guys who, my friends who flew for United Airlines, they're broke today. Their pensions were stolen. And Americans, look how my 401k is doing. I'm going, gee, I'd be a little bit worried, but they don't know.
Have questions about your financial situation? Money Picker.
My brother could not believe that what happened in Argentina is going to happen here. So the fear today, I think people are a little bit wiser just because they do remember 2008. And they do remember 2000. So 2008, 2008, and here we are today. So I think most people are at least kind of tuned in. I hope it doesn't come down, but I'm afraid it will. But I want to say what you did was really, really smart because the best time to start a business is right after a crash. It happens today. Whereas my father ran for political office against the governor of Hawaii, and he got crushed. And the governor says, "You're no job, no paycheck, no pension." So my old man's broke.
I'm homeless, glad I don't have kids in such an evil world with so many moral people and my financial situation. Yeah.
No, of course not.
I mean, the market's going to go in shambles here pretty soon because of currency, and we printed $500 billion of money in September.
And I went to Hong Kong and I bought a gold Krugerrand. The date was 1972, but that gold coin today is worth almost $2,000.
The one gold coin.
Yeah, I still have it.
What'd you pay for it?
$50.
$50 or $2,000? 1972.
Yeah, it just sat there. So I have and so I never, because I understand money, that quantitative counterfeiting and zero interest rates, I don't trust the dollar. So for most of my life, I've saved gold and silver. So I have millions of gold coins and silver coins. I just kept saving it because I don't trust the dollar. So everybody can buy a silver coin today for $20. A silver eagle is $20. But how many people will go to a coin shop and buy it? Probably none. Less than 1% of Americans own precious metals. And silver today is 50% below its all-time high. So silver is the biggest bargain sitting in the market as we speak today. It's about $20. It should go to 50. So at $20, and I tell my friends, I go, think about it. That's the problem. So everybody can afford $20. Kids can afford $20. The thing is, people won't do it, and you know that too when you deal with people. Most people are pretty sedentary. They want to do the same old thing. Sure. Happy, nothing's going to happen. Oh, you're just trying to scare me. But I was talking to my doctor last night, and he says, "You've been saying this stuff for 25 years. I never listened to you." He says, "Now what do I do?" Because his 401k, as we cover in this book here, the average firefighter has about 1.2 million pension, but there's nothing there.
What do you mean?
Their payouts come about 1.2 million. The average
firefighter retiree has a $1.2 million.
That's how much they'll get paid out. Right. But there's nothing there. It's a problem.
Meaning what? Meaning they don't have the money to pay the benefits.
It's stolen. It was stolen by Wall Street.
So how is that going to be fulfilled? How is that going to be fulfilled? Because I know one of the stats you said by 2050, 2 billion of retirees will be above the age of 60. What was the stat you said about?
Okay, in 10 years, 2030, 2 billion baby boomers across the world will retire. Japan's broke. Argentina's broke. China's broke. Italy's broke. Germany's broke. All these old guys are retiring. And the stock market, I live in a fairly exclusive place in South Carolina. I was talking to my friends there, and they said, "Oh, we love Trump, we love Trump. Stock market's an all-time high." And I said, "Yeah, but so is our debt all-time high." See, they watch the stock market, they don't watch the debt. And the repo market, the repurchase market, is one of the biggest markets in the world. The Fed is bailing that one out now. So the average American is watching the stock market, but not what's really going on. So that's why I wrote "Who Stole My Pension?" So that means retirees, their kids, taxpayers will pay for the heist.
So let me ask you this. So one is, you said buy coins. Whether it's
but you don't buy gold coins. You don't buy gold coins to make money. You buy gold coins because the dollar is going to go down. So I don't trust the dollar.
Anytime Buffett says, I remember when Buffett says, "I'm buying $35 million of silver." I don't know if you remember that, anybody. But okay, be prepared because something's about to happen.
Yeah.
Right? If he buys gold, just be ready in the next 6, 12, 24 months. He's anticipating some kind of a crash to be taking place. He's right now in cash because
that's smart.
Yeah, he's anticipating something to happen to buy up businesses and rebuild.
I'm about to stop.
Real sure.
드시다.
네. 미친 새끼. 양식한 줄 알았는데.
너 방금 무슨 짓 했는 줄 아냐? 그냥 못 올라가지 병신아.
그럼 어떻게 하냐에 따라 다르겠지.
알았다. 너 지금 실수하는 거야. 따라와.
결국에 춤으로는 최강인 비보이들한테 배틀 신청을 해버렸다.
뭔가 둘이 싸운 느낌인데 아니죠?
후배랑 어떻게 싸워요 선생님? 그냥 실력 대결하고 싶어서 그래요.
이 정도 시간 차면 프리스타일로 붙을 텐데 괜찮아?
생각해보면 제대로 공연을 본 적도 없어. 어느 정도일까?
더리보이즈는 1층하고 붙어서 얻을 게 별로 없는데 서로 얘기는 했어요?
A반 심사포인이야. 뭐요? 그 정도는 걸어줘야지 후배야. 아, 왜 니네랑 싸워봤자 클래스 올라가지도 못하는데. 어차피 심사위원 같은 건 재미도 없잖아?
이게 없으면 A반으로서 힘이 하나도 없어진다.
혹시 같은 클럽인 것 같아. 후배들 끌어주나 했는데.
저희 더리사우스 아니에요. 그냥 연습생이에요.
이 선배들은 비보잉만 몇 년 했는데 이길 수 있을 것 같아?
네.
그 정도 가보면 내일 수업하지 말고 수행평가 보는 걸로?
잘나?
생각보다 똑똑하다. 이득 없이 싸우지는 않네.
몰라, 표정 안 들어줘. 형!
자? 채연이는? 학생 어디 갔냐고.
관리자 면담 받으러 갔어. 자기는 A반을 계속 남고 싶다고.
꼴통 새끼 그거 씨.
형, 다 들었어. 잘했어. 내가 열심히 쳐볼게.
성원아, 너 혹시 뭐 걸었어?
뭘?
후배가 선배한테 도전할 때는 뭔가를 걸어야 하잖아.
다른 클래스 심사코에.
역시 그럴 줄 알았어. 김민수.
왜 그게 엄청 중요한 거야?
생각해봐. 그나마 연습생들 목숨 주고 있는 게 그건데 그게 없으면 A반은 더 이상 A반도 아니지.
지금 D반대랑 아예 똑같으시겠네. 걱정 마. 계산은 끝났으니까. 야, 너
틀렸어. 너 연습하는 거 원래 보고 왔거든? 야, 임성민. 어? 너 상대도 안 되구나.
오늘 밤새자. 나한테 전략이 있어.
자, 다들 모였죠? 이렇게 비공식으로 하니까 조용하고 좋네.
야, 언니, 너네 너무
자, 다들 모였죠? 이렇게 비공식으로 하니까 조용하고 좋네.
야, 언니, 너네 너무 꽁충꽁충하는 거 아니야?
근데요. 지금까지 언니만 계속 배틀만 거는데 더 이상 걸 게 없어진 퇴학이죠?
어머, 학교 룰대로죠?
일부러 들으라고 하는 거다. 역시 똑똑하네. 하지만 우린 아이돌이고 넌 결국 비보이다.
학원도 못 주고 퇴소밖에 없겠네요.
뭐 그렇죠.
뭐였죠? 후배 선배 대결?
어떤 거?
내 말 먼저 신청한 쪽이 준비한 거였죠.
내가 고른 건 아이돌 작업이 말이다. 니네 비보이잖아. 어떻게 할 거냐?
되겠습니다.
근데 더리사우스를 너무 쉽게 본 거 같네.
워시, 야 이거 정 잘합니다. Well, this is cringe as fuck. 오글거리지만 은근 재밌어. 오글거리지만. Fuck this country, it's so fucking scam, bro.
근데 더리사우스를 너무 쉽게 본 거 같네.
그냥 주자. 어떤 말이든 소화시.
How are they gonna beat that?
인정하죠? 1층 심사 권한은 더리보이즈에게 주겠습니다.
그래. 일단 좋아해라. 지금은 김민.
1층 심사 권한은 더리보이즈에게 주겠습니다.
그래. 일단 좋아해라. 지금은 김민수만 눈치고 지금.
이 체력이 이 새끼 이거 A반을 올려야 하는데. 야 리더, 뭐 방법 있냐? 저희는 뭐가 없습니다, 선생님. 야, 근데 그냥 지네끼리 나가지 않겠냐? 아, 너도 버텨. 되기도 못하는 짓이 무슨 나무로 사냐?
어제도 졸업해서 레슨이라도 하지 않겠습니까?
쉬운데? 저기 못하게 하던데? 아, 뭔가 소원답지가 않은데. 걔네 아직 뭘 할 수 있겠냐?
춤 너무 임성비 배우는 게 그렇잖아.
그게 문제가 아니야. 어떤 전략을 해줘. 여기 디바 새끼 어디냐? 그 휴대폰 가야 돼. 술 먹고 있겠지. 야, 뭐하냐? 야, 뭐하냐? 뭐해? 형, 진짜 오늘 집안에 있을 때보다 더 조용 안 들어. 완전 물만하게 좋겠네. 제대로 의논할 수 있고 우리 제대로 못하니까 일단 연습실로 가자.
쟤네들한테 심사 코인이 있으면 좋겠다. 내가 반드시 찾아온다.
5, 6, 7, 8 이때 시선 아래봐. 형, 이거 아무래도 헌일 같은데. 믿어주기로 했잖아.
선영 말고 없다. 그 믿을 사람도 없잖아.
아, 나 아직도 무슨 말이야. 아니 쉬운 길인데 왜? 야, 진짜네? 존나게 빡시게 하고 있다며? 아니, 어차피 혼일인데 왜 이렇게 열심히 해? 저에게 그냥 연습하는 거야. 연습 얘기 좀 할래? 그래서 뭐야? 저 이제 거기 안 들어가요. 네가 이제 들어올 수는 있다고 생각하냐? 그럼 뭐야? 요새 얼마나 힘드냐? 내 말이 맞았지. 클럽 없는 여수인데도 권력 없으니까 어때? 학교 분위기가 뭐 그렇게 잡혔던데요? 가져가고 싶지? 나 지금 그럼 너? 이걸 안 지키고 싶어? 니네가 같은 거 공개했다며. 내 자퇴시킬까 하는데 아니 뭐 하자는 거냐. 아니 거래하자고. 얘 목숨이랑 네 A반이랑 뭐 니들한테 져주면 돼? 아 그렇지. 아 B반 연습생은 나쁘지 않아. 근데 나 2층 갈 것 같은데. 야 이 새끼야, 그거 안 되나? 무시당했어요. 거의 다 됐어. 너 말하면. 아, 여기 휴가돈은 너.
김민수, 네가 올라간 방법이 있지. 하지만 내 팀원들은 네가 말한 것처럼 나만 너무 못된다.
형 갑자기 뭐해? 시끄럽고 너 방스스라도 안고 다 해요. 아, 할 거야. 어떻게 하겠냐? 게다가 저녁을 그렇게 짰는데. 나 데뷔 못하면 진짜 리더고 막내고 셋 다 죽일 거야. 이거 실패하면 결국 나뉘어밖에 안 되는 거라고. 이거 알아? 나 데뷔 못하면 진짜 리더고 막내고 셋 다 죽일 거야. 이거 실패하면 결국 나뉘어밖에 안 되는 거라고. 이거 알아?
앞으로 괴롭힘이 더 심해질 것 같다. 조금 더 빨리 움직여야겠어.
지금 너무 시끄러워가지고 지금 한숨만 못 잤어 진짜. 넌 들리는 애들이 비반인가? 그거 말고 노래소리. 너 들었어? 나 너무 피곤해 지금 없더라고. 야 소리 들어가서 다시 말로. 뭐 저기 이 새끼 문과에 존나 매선데. 야 너네 리더 새끼 어디 갔냐? 튀어 가자. 나 잘 먹을게. 야 너네 차 언제 나가냐? 잘 먹겠습니다. 예반이 아니네. 나 중학교 때 1층도 아니고 이게 뭐야? 언니가 어디 갔는지 알아?
됐어. 전략은 완벽해.
그 경우? 진짜 어디 갔어 씨발. 형. 뭐? 형 여기 뭐야 왜 또 절로 가? 형 어디 가? 형 뭐하냐? 성민이? 뭐야? 둘이 같은 노래네. 뭐 아니면 도야 진짜. 긴장되냐? 내가 책임진다 했잖아. 근데 형 말대로 해도 연습생들은 다 제리 편이잖아. 아니 오히려 더 공정하게 할걸?
제가 궁금한 게 좀 많은데 여쭤봐도 될까요? 그럼 태양까지 걸고 다시 붙을 때는요?
뭐 그럼 심사 코인을 또 받아올 수 있죠? 모두 설명을 드릴게요. 만일 더리보이즈가 이기면 언니게임은 퇴학을 당하고 B반이 자동으로 A반이 됩니다. 만일 언니게임이 이기면 더리보이즈는 심사 코인 그걸 다시 돌려주면 됩니다.
혹시 제가 심사 코인을 없앨 수도 있나요?
그게 무슨 소리?
제가 A 받을 때 없애고 싶어서요.
이건 공정한 심사로 위해서 꼭 설명해달라고 요청해서. A반 권리는 A반이 처리하는 걸로 하고 싶네. 앞으로 A반은 심사에 참여하는 권리를 스스로 포기하겠다고 합니다. 수행 평가도 같이 걸려 있으니까 언니비 이기면 2층도 가겠죠?
야, 안 되겠다. 늘 추던 거 말고 어려운 걸로 가자.
자, 평가 시작하겠습니다.
헤이 가자! 저번에 힘뺀 거였잖아. 아니 우리랑 상상이 너무.
대중성이 없어져. 정유가?
밀고 있어. 이러니까.
이제 어쩌냐? 당신도.
아이돌 음악인데도 비보임축으로 역시 선배님들이죠. 자 그럼 1층 연습생 정보 리모컨 들어주시고 언니인 팀도 시작해보겠습니다.
긴장하지 마. 안무 다 기억나지? 우리 넷이 처음 짜는 거야.
형 근데 춤으로는 안 될 것 같은데.
괜찮아. 이건 아이돌 평가잖아. 그래. 이건 아이돌 평가다.
못하는 걸 후배는 하네요.
노래가 포함되어 있네. Dude, how are they winning all over everything? They went up again.
소원아, 축하한다. 근데 진짜 2층가? 형, 가끔 내려올게. 응, 잘 지내고. 연습 좀 하고 새끼야. 포기하지 말고. 위에서 보자.
So, 이게 무슨 이게 무슨 스토리 뜬금없이 북한에는 왜 나오고 너무 느끼야. 마지막에 무슨 비보잉으로 승부보냐. 아이돌 하나니까 맨땅에 대가리 맞고 이지랄 하고 있나. 보고 싶은 거. 음식 뭘 표현하고 싶은 건지 아직 모르겠다. 잘생긴 사람 보고 싶은 거. 네, 우리. Only bitch I give a conversation through a staring my pound from there. Go for a walk and then be back. And take a shower and start. Don't take a shower. Useless. You know who?
Of a country. Each one of these machines represents the economic system of a country. Every machine has three inputs: labor, people's work; capital, all the stuff that a business might use, including intangibles like ideas; and natural resources. The machine converts these inputs into goods and services, and because we're willing to pay for the things the machine produces, what the machine is really creating here is value. Economies turn inputs into value. What determines whether the machine is capitalist, communist, socialist, or something else? Three dials. The first dial controls who owns the capital. Over here, the government owns every bit of capital, down to the last office paperclip. North Korea is probably the closest economy to 0%. On the other end of the spectrum, at 100%, private citizens own all the capital. The US is about here, at roughly 2/3 private ownership. The second dial dictates how much control it is, and because we're willing to pay for the things the machine produces, what the machine is really creating here is value. Economies turn inputs into value. What determines whether the machine is capitalist, communist, socialist, or something else? Three dials. The first dial controls who owns the capital. Over here, the government owns every bit of capital, down to the last office paperclip. North Korea is probably the closest economy to 0%. On the other end of the spectrum, at 100%, private citizens own all the capital. The US is about here, at roughly 2/3 private ownership. The second dial dictates how much control the government has over what gets produced. In economies with high coordination, like the old USSR, the government dictated what the economy could and would produce. In economies with low coordination, the government might mandate a few things, but leaves most decision-making up to the private sector. The third dial controls how extensively markets are used to set prices. Over here at 0%, we have economies with no markets, where the government sets all prices and consumers have no say. Over here at 100%, markets are used to set the price of everything, even things like basic life-saving healthcare. You can also think of this dial as controlling the number and extent of government regulation, from tariffs on foreign goods. To antitrust laws, to regulations on net neutrality. So capitalism isn't just one type of economy.
CD가 심하네. I gotta start now. I gotta start on this thing now. 국민연금 이거 뭐고 그건 나중에 가야 돼. 그 뭐가 이것저것 다 필요하다고 하는데 국민연금 받으려면. 이것저것 필요하대. 복지센터 올 거야. 3개월씩 준다고.
It's a wide range of possible economies, which makes answering the question of whether capitalism is broken complicated. But we're going to try.
샤워 돌아와가지고 한 다음에 나가가지고 Hey Siri, how cold is it outside?
It's currently cloudy and 32 degrees.
Hey Siri, what's the temperature outside?
It's 32 degrees outside.
Celsius or Fahrenheit?
Okay, I found this on the web for Celsius.
Hey Siri, what's the temperature in Celsius outside?
It's 0 degrees outside.
See, I told you. It's cold.
At the height of the Industrial Revolution, the dial.
행정 수준대 기다려야 되고 중국 인사하기 피터 브레긴 상담 노트 어디에 시작을 할지를 모르겠는데 컴퓨터가 필요하긴 한데 진짜 시작해야 돼.
Were set pretty close to what we'd now call free market or laissez-faire capitalism. There were very few regulations, and economists at the time believed that capitalism's invisible hand, basically individuals acting freely and in their own self-interest, would produce optimal outcomes, both for the economy and for society. And that's how we ended up with embalming fluid in milk. In the late 1800s in the United States, food manufacturers put all kinds of cheap and sometimes dangerous adulterants in food to maximize profits. What they were doing was legal, but of course, wrong. There was a public outcry, and in 1906, Congress passed a Pure Food and Drugs Act, setting the stage for the Food and Drug Administration, which watches over the U.S.'s food supply, to antitrust laws to regulations on net neutrality. So capitalism isn't just one type of economy. It's a wide range of possible economies, which makes answering the question of whether capitalism is broken complicated, but we're going to try. At the height of the Industrial Revolution, the dials were set pretty close to what we now call free market or laissez-faire capitalism. There were very few regulations, and economists at the time believed that capitalism's invisible hand, basically individuals acting freely and in their own self-interest, would produce optimal outcomes, both for the economy and for society. And that's how we ended up with embalming fluid in milk. In the late 1800s in the United States, food manufacturers put all kinds of cheap and sometimes dangerous adulterants in food to maximize profits. What they were doing was legal, but of course, wrong. There was a public outcry, and in 1906, Congress passed a Pure Food and Drugs Act, setting the stage for the Food and Drug Administration, which watches over the U.S.'s food supply to this day. Now, these days, no economy really practices pure, invisible hand capitalism. But some people are increasingly worried that today's threats, like climate change and rising inequality, can't be solved by any capitalist system. Let's look at climate change first. Capitalist economies incentivize growth. That's created massive demand for the cheapest energy possible, which for a long time was fossil fuels. Burning all those fossil fuels unquestionably drove and continues to drive climate change. Not only that, but the desire to maximize profit usually gives corporations a powerful incentive to ignore inconvenient truths. Just like tobacco companies denied the link between cigarettes and cancer, oil and gas companies denied or downplayed climate science for decades. Next, inequality. Inequality is complicated enough that we made a whole video about it. But the simple story is, in many countries, inequality is rising. In the US, the UK, Canada, Ireland, and Australia, the top 1% of income earners have been eating up a larger and larger share of total income over the past 50 years. In the UK, the top 1% share doubled from 7% in 1980 to 14% in 2014. But that's not the whole picture. In England, the country for which we have the best data before capitalism, the share of income going to the top 5% of income earners peaked at around 40% in 1801. And then, as capitalism took hold, it fell steadily to a low of about 17% in 1977. These days, it's back up, hovering around 26%. And here's another data point. In many European countries and Japan, the top 1% share of income came down from 20 to 25% in the early 1900s to 7 to 12% today.
So is capitalism increasing inequality or not? It depends. Remember, there's a wide range of settings that all fall under capitalism, meaning that one country's version can look very different from another's. It's totally possible that inequality could be increasing in China's version of capitalism while it decreases in France's. Capitalism, it seems, is a double-edged sword. On one hand, it generates a huge amount of value, which translates to almost everyone having more money than they otherwise would. On the other hand, it also funnels the biggest chunk of that money into the wallets of relatively few people. Capitalism's staunchest defenders say that with enough grit and determination, anyone can join the ranks of the wealthy.
True.
Is that really true?
No.
In a free capitalist market, the wealth generated by successful companies mostly flows to the owners. And along with that come other benefits. Education, health, social
야, 독점하잖아, 좋은 걸 다.
standing, and power. If owners tinker with the machine so that it benefits them more than others, they create a feedback loop where power and everything that flows with it calcifies within their families. And then you've got basically an aristocracy. So let's break down the question we started with. Is pure, invisible hand capitalism with all the dials set to the extremes broken? Yeah, but it's also kind of irrelevant since no country uses pure capitalism. Is contemporary capitalism, as it's practiced in much of the world today, broken? Well, it's the major driver of climate change and in many places is contributing to rising inequality, and it may even be creating a de facto aristocracy in certain countries, so not looking good. The critical question is, can we fix contemporary capitalism by fiddling with the dials or restricting who can turn them, or do we need to tear the machine down and build a new one from scratch? And will any of it make a difference? Is inequality inevitable? Explore the role we can play in determining the answer to this question with this video. In South Africa, one of the most unequal countries in the world, the richest 0.1% owns almost 30% of all the country's wealth, more than double what the bottom 90% own. In South Africa, one of the most unequal countries in the world, the richest 0.1% owns almost 30% of all the country's wealth, more than double what the bottom 90% owns. Income and wealth inequality are not new. In fact, economists and historians who've charted what the bottom 90% owns. Income and wealth inequality are not new. In fact, economists and historians who've charted economic inequality throughout history haven't found a single society without it. Which raises a bleak question. Is inequality inevitable? One way to estimate inequality is with a number called the Gini index, which is calculated by comparing the income or wealth distribution of a perfectly equal society to the actual income or wealth distribution. The area of this shape multiplied by 2 is the Gini index. A Gini of 1 indicates perfect inequality. One person has everything and everyone else has nothing. You'd never see this in real life because everyone except that one person would starve. A Gini index of 0 indicates perfect equality. Everyone has exactly the same income or wealth. But you also never see this in real life, not even in communist countries, because for one thing, that would mean paying everyone, no matter how young, old, what job they're in, or where they work, the exact same wage. Typical after-tax Ginis in developed countries today are around 0.3, though there's a wide range from pretty equal to pretty unequal.
Before we go any further, you should know what the Gini index or any other measure of economic inequality doesn't tell us. It gives no information about how income and wealth are distributed across genders, races, educational backgrounds, or other demographics. It doesn't tell us how easy or difficult it is to escape poverty. And it also gives no insight as to how a particular society arrived at its present level of inequality. Economic inequality is deeply entangled with other types of inequality. For example, generations of discrimination, imperialism, and colonialism created deeply rooted power and class inequalities that persist to this day. But we still need at least a rough measure of who gets how much in a country. That's what the Gini index gives us. Some countries are economically much more unequal than others, and that's because a significant portion of economic inequality is the result of choices that governments make. Let's talk about some of these choices. First, what kind of economy to use? In the 20th century, some countries switched to socialism or communism for a variety of reasons, including reducing economic inequality. And these changes did dramatically reduce economic inequality in the two largest non-capitalist economies, China and the Soviet Union, especially in the Soviet Union. But neither country prospered as much as the world's leading economies. So yes, people earned about as much as their neighbors did, but that wasn't very much. This and many other issues contributed to the Soviet Union's collapse in 1991. And China, to grow more quickly, shifted its economy towards capitalism starting in the late 1970s. What about capitalist countries? Can they choose to reduce economic inequality? It's tempting to think, no, because the whole point of capitalism is to hoard enough gold coins to be able to dive into them like Scrooge McDuck. China seems to provide the textbook example of this. After it became more capitalist, its Gini index shot up from under 0.4 to over 0.55. Meanwhile, its per capita yearly income jumped from the rough equivalent of $1,500 to over $13,000. But there are many counterexamples, capitalist countries in which inequality is actually holding steady or decreasing. France has kept its Gini index below 0.32 since 1979. Ireland's Gini has been trending mostly downward since 1995. The Netherlands and Denmark have kept theirs below 0.28 since the 1980s. How do they do it? One way is with taxes. Personal income taxes in most countries are progressive. The more money you make, the higher your tax rate. And the more progressive your tax system, the more it reduces inequality. So, for example, while pre-tax income inequality in France is roughly the same as it is in the US, post-tax inequality in France is roughly 20% lower. Meanwhile, inheritance taxes can reduce the amount of wealth that a single family can amass over generations. Germany and many other European countries have inheritance or estate taxes that kick in at a few thousand to a few $100,000, depending on who's inheriting. The US, on the other hand, lets you inherit $12 million without paying any federal tax. Another way is with transfers, when the government takes tax revenues from one group of people and gives it to another. For example, Social Security programs tax people who work and use the revenue to support retirees. In Italy, about a quarter of Italians' disposable household income comes from government transfers. That's a lot, especially relative to the US, where the figure is just over 5%. A third way is to ensure that everyone has access to things like education and healthcare. A highly educated, healthy workforce can command a higher salary on the market, thus reducing inequality. The fourth way is addressing the digital divide, the gap between those who have access to the internet and those who do not. The fifth way is dealing with extreme wealth. Multi-billionaires can buy social media platforms, news outlets, policy think tanks, perhaps even politicians, and bend them to their will, threatening the very fabric of democracy. But we are just barely scratching the surface of inequality here. We haven't touched on the drastic divides in who has wealth and who doesn't, the power structures that prevent social and economic mobility, and the drastic inequality between countries. The fact that, for example, just 3 Americans have $90 billion more than Egypt, a country of 100 million people.
And here's one final thing to think about. $90 billion more than Egypt, and the drastic inequality between countries. The fact that, for example, just 3 Americans have $90 billion more than Egypt, a country of 100 million people. Left to their, we are just barely scratching the surface of inequality. Can they choose to reduce economic inequality? Barely scratching the surface of inequality here. We haven't touched on the drastic divides in who has wealth and who doesn't, the power structures that prevent social and economic mobility. And here's one final thing. $90 billion more.
That's Bill Gates, Elon Musk, and Jeff Bezos.
Than Egypt, a country of 100 million people. And here's one final thing to think about. Power and wealth are self-reinforcing, which means that equality is not. Left to their own devices, societies tend toward inequality, unless we weaken the feedback loops of wealth and power concentration. But will capitalism allow for these kinds of adjustments, or is it fundamentally broken? Explore the answer to this question with this video. Or continue to expand your understanding of economics on the world.
The strength of a nation's currency is based on the strength of that nation's economy. And the American economy is by far the strongest in the world. Accordingly, I have directed the Secretary of the Treasury to take the action necessary to defend the dollar and conditions.
Richard Nixon is a faggot.
Farmers tend to their crops, bailouts and stimulus packages in an effort. A growing sense of unease fills the population. In the world of finance, indeed, in all facets of modern life, cracks have started to appear.
There's angst out there, and I think if you talk to people on the street today, they would tell you, I don't know what's causing all this, but this just doesn't feel normal to me. You know, the government's running $1 trillion worth of deficit. Why isn't the economy improving? The government's going to spend almost $3.7 trillion. Why don't I have a job? Why is the unemployment rate at 9%? And I even think that number's understated.
A lot of people are feeling unsure about the world today, concerned that something terrible is waiting in the wings. We're told that the global financial crisis of a few years ago has been fixed. But what if the crisis isn't the cause of the angst so many of us feel, but rather the symptom of a much deeper problem?
At Bretton Woods, New Hampshire, delegates from 44 allied and associate countries arrived for the opening of the United Nations Monetary and Financial Conference.
Our story begins in 1944.
And rather than using gold as the means of exchange between countries, as was the case under the old gold standard, the dollar was going to be used. The dollar was chosen because back then it was as good as gold.
Under this new system, countries agreed to fix their currencies to the US dollar, and the US dollar would be tied to gold at a price of $35 per ounce. This meant that countries around the world could trade their currencies for US dollars, which they could then exchange for gold. This created a system where all currencies were essentially backed by gold. To avoid the logistics of shipping physical gold across the water and the US dollar would be tied to gold at a price of $35 per ounce. This meant that countries around the world could trade their currencies for US dollars, which they could then exchange for gold. This created a system where all currencies were essentially backed by gold. To avoid the logistics of shipping physical gold across the world, when countries did exchange their currencies for gold, it was usually stored safely in the US.
Under the Bretton Woods system, you could exchange your currency or your dollars for gold. Now, it only applied to foreign countries and central banks. And we began to run budget deficits. We were running the Great Society program under Lyndon Johnson. We were fighting a war in Vietnam. And all of a sudden, we were running these deficits, and countries were changing their dollars. And they said they wanted gold. And it began with the French, and then it started to spread.
With all the new spending programs in the United States, other countries became concerned that the US was spending more money than it had gold reserves. They started exchanging their dollars for gold and demanded physical delivery, as they felt that there were more dollars being printed than the gold that backed it. To prevent this outflow of gold from American vaults, President Nixon called for an emergency suspension of the gold convertibility system. Then it had gold reserves. They started exchanging their dollars for gold and demanded programs in the United States. Other countries became concerned that the US was spending more money than it had gold reserves. They started exchanging their dollars for gold and
by running these deficits, and countries were changing their dollars, and they said they wanted gold. And it began with the French, and then it started to spread.
With all the new spending programs in the United States, other countries became concerned that the US was spending more money than it had gold reserves. They started exchanging their dollars for gold and demanded physical delivery, as they felt that there were more dollars being printed than the gold that backed it. To prevent this outflow of gold from American vaults, President Nixon called for an emergency suspension of the gold convertibility system.
I have directed the Secretary of the Treasury to take the action necessary to defend the dollar against the speculators. I have directed Secretary Connally to suspend temporarily the convertibility of the dollar into gold or other reserve assets.
All of the problems that we see today in the monetary system are a direct result of the decision made in August 15th, 1971, to abandon fixed link back to gold. What gold did is it provided discipline on governments, provided discipline on government spending. Under the old system, if you ran a budget deficit, then what would happen is gold would flow out of your country until there was a balance again. Well, without any gold backing, then countries ran perpetual deficits. So if you look at, for example, this country, from 1971 on, the U.S. has never run a surplus. Ever since we went off the gold standard, it's just been perpetual stimulus. Good times, bad times, always run a deficit.
What led Nixon to abandon the gold standard?
How much gold is there in the earth? Left in the world. Gold is very heavy. Wow. Gold is very rare, bro.
in 1971. And although he claimed it was temporary, we've been waiting 40 years. We're still off of it. We ran up huge deficits during the 1960s. We had the guns and butter economy where the government was both simultaneously fighting a war in Vietnam abroad. In addition, we were funding manned missions to the moon and the whole space program. We were creating more money than we had gold reserves to back it up. And a lot of our foreign creditors saw this and began to demand gold rather than their Federal Reserve notes because they sensed that Washington simply didn't have enough gold to make its commitment to back the dollar.
By removing the link between gold and the US dollar, President Nixon created a system where all currencies were backed by nothing. This is what is known as a fiat currency.
Fiat currency is currency that's backed by nothing except government promises. The word fiat is a Latin word, and it basically means currency that's circulating by force. If people have confidence in that currency, and if there's enough government force, that will enable the currency to circulate for a period of time until people lose confidence in the currency.
There is no nation on this planet that currently uses money. We all use currency. There will come a day when everybody knows the difference.
Money is a medium of exchange, and
if people have confidence in that currency, and if there's enough government force, that will enable the currency to circulate for a period of time until people lose confidence in the currency.
There is no nation on this planet that currently uses money. We all use currency. There will come a day when everybody knows the difference.
Money is a medium.
If people have confidence in that currency, and if there's enough government force, that will enable the currency to circulate for a period of time until people lose confidence in the currency.
There is no nation on this planet that currently uses money. We all use currency. There will come a day when everybody knows the difference.
Money is a medium of exchange, and the way it has evolved is that it's always something of intrinsic value until the modern age, where the politicians say, well, we don't need anything of intrinsic value anymore. All we need is political decree. We can say, this is money, this piece of paper is money. Now money has a new characteristic. But underneath it all, there's this same concept in place that nobody ever seems to challenge. And that is that governments have a right to declare something of no value to be money, and you must accept it. That's really the problem, and it's still the problem today. It's destroying the economies of the world.
With currencies no longer backed by anything real or tangible, their value was measured only in relation to each other. And because countries with relatively weak currencies can make products cheaply, countries devalue their own currencies to make them desirable trading partners.
If we pay the currency, it measures itself against the dollar. So if the dollar goes down, the other central.
필리핀에서 뭐 커피 같은 거 주죠. 커피 같은 거 막 주더라고. 그 미용실 갔는데 앵탱네 그 할배랑 갔는데 커피 같은 거 주니까 졸라 좋아하더라고 할배. 복종을 좋아하는 거지. 그 노예들 들고 사니까 복종을. 근데 나는 전부터는 다른 판이잖아. 개인주의 이기주의 아니야. 자기 권리를 지키는 거지. 돈은 가짜고 찍어내는 거고. 그러니까 내가 원하는 거는 돈을 찍어낼 수 있는 그런 시스템을 만들어야 돼. 그것도 중요하지만 나란 자신 가치를 지켜야 돼. 그 동시에.
Banks respond to that, and they try and intervene in the foreign exchange markets to ensure that the impact doesn't hit their domestic economies.
What is a Ponzi scheme? A Ponzi scheme is a fraudulent investment scheme that promises high returns for investors with little or no risk. Sounds too good to be true, right? That's because it is. In a legitimate investment scheme, the money invested is used to build wealth, typically through low-risk ventures like stock or real estate portfolios. Over time, this generates enough income to pay the investor back their initial investment plus some profit. A Ponzi scheme, on the other hand, promises massive returns quickly. How does it accomplish this? Instead of using the money invested to build wealth, a Ponzi scheme simply brings in more investors to pay off the previous investors. And because these new investors have also been promised large returns, The scheme must then find an even bigger group of investors.
다단계네, 다단계.
To pay them off. All the while, the creators of the scheme are skimming cash from each group of investors. Because a Ponzi scheme doesn't generate any wealth itself, it must constantly bring in larger and larger groups of investors to keep functioning. Eventually, no more new investors can be found, or large numbers of previous investors all cash out at the same time, and the scheme collapses in on itself. By this time, the perpetrators of the scheme have siphoned off tremendous amounts of money for themselves, while the investors are left out of pocket and out of luck. Without a fixed link to gold, the U.S. Treasury has been able to borrow and spend as much money as it wanted.
다단계. 다단계. It's a Ponzi scheme. It's a fucking Ponzi scheme. 다단계가 폰지 같은데. 다단계. 아우, 다단계. 이야, 힘들어. 피곤해.
Perpetrators of the scheme have siphoned off tremendous amounts of money for themselves, while the investors are left out of pocket and out of luck. Without a fixed link to gold, the U.S. Treasury has been able to borrow and spend as much money as it wanted. When the U.S. government needs money, it takes out a loan with the Federal Reserve. The Federal Reserve prints the currency required for the loan, and in return receives an IOU from the U.S. Treasury. These IOUs are called government bonds. With the money provided from these loans or bonds, the U.S. government pays its bills and obligations. Meanwhile, the U.S. Treasury and the Federal Reserve work closely together to sell these bonds at auction, where foreign central banks, pension funds, and even individuals buy these U.S. government loans. And why wouldn't they? Loaning money to the U.S. government is virtually a risk-free investment. But if the loans are spent on bills and paying off previous loans, where does the government get the money to pay back the current loan and the interest that is charged on it? Is investing in a U.S. government bond simply one small part in a giant Ponzi scheme?
The Federal Reserve System is definitely a Ponzi scheme. There's no question about it. They go through the appearance of lending money to the governments, and the governments agree to pay back the money plus interest. And so this money comes into being, and they created just for that purpose. They give it to the governments. Didn't exist before that, you understand. Central banks just make it out of nothing and click a few keys on a keyboard of a computer, and the Treasury of the United States government now has another $1 trillion that it can spend. That's where that money came from. And so that creates a liability on the part of the federal government to pay it back, plus interest. Now think about that, plus interest. Well, when it comes time to pay it,
참, 자본이 진짜 돈이에요. 자본이 진짜 돈이고, 진짜 돈이고. 씨발, 답답해. 자본이 진짜 돈이다. 나는 참 신기하다. 외주단 뭐냐? I know wedge down is not. I know why wedge down is not falling. Wedge down.
Who are you? Hey. Kai. Kaido, who are you? Kai. Was Young's Which Don said, who are you? I said, Kai. Let's see. Korea. I'm from Korea. I'm from Korea. 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 I'm from Korea. Korea. I'm from Korea. Kai. I'm not gonna like this photo. I don't see any point, bro. Let's do Korea. Wait, what photo? Oh my god, that's not me. No. No. No.
Oh my god, that's not me.
What's she say? Damn, I can't remember you. I'll send you a photo. I'll send an old photo. Amen. 내 프로파일에 있지. 천재술 증명.
sir. Now, that's me. That's me. Yeah, that's me. That's me. That's Trish. That's me. That's yep. Yep, it's me.
It back plus the interest. They can't pay it back, and they certainly can't pay it back plus interest too. So what they do is they borrow more to cover the original loan plus the interest, and then by that time Congress wants more money anyway. So the debt just keeps going up and up and up and up.
Under the current monetary system, we borrow all of our currency into existence and we promise to pay it back plus interest. If you borrow the very first dollar into existence and that's the only dollar that exists on the planet, but you promise to pay it back plus another dollar's worth of interest, where do you get the second dollar? The answer is you have to borrow that. It's a Ponzi scheme because you can never pay it off. It always requires that we go deeper into debt.
Since 1971, the United States has been running trade deficits with the rest of the world, meaning we've been buying a lot more products from the rest of the world than they have been buying from us. The Japanese and Koreans sell us cars and electronics. The Middle East sells us oil. And the Chinese sell us seemingly everything on our Walmart shelves. The U.S. pays for these products with U.S. dollars, and everyone is happy. But if countries were to convert these U.S. dollar profits back into their own currencies, their currencies would rise in value, making their economies less desirable to trade with. Instead, countries invest their dollar profits by buying U.S. government bonds. So countries around the world sell their goods to the U.S. in exchange for U.S. dollars, which have been borrowed through the Federal Reserve, creating IOUs. And countries then loan their U.S. dollar profits back to the U.S. by buying more IOUs. The money from these loans is spent on paying government expenses, as well as paying back previous IOUs. But in order to do this, larger and larger loans must be made in order to pay back the principal and the interest. By paying back old loans with new and larger loans, it would appear as if the entire world has been investing their hard-earned money into a Ponzi scheme of epic proportions.
In this business of creating money for federal governments and national governments around the world, if they didn't keep creating new money in larger and larger amounts, the whole thing would crash, because that's where the money comes from to pay off the previous loans. It's the new loan. So that's why it's a Ponzi scheme. It's a classic Ponzi scheme.
In order for the U.S. economy to function, we have to borrow more and more money from the rest of the world. And the more money they loan us today, the more money they have to loan us in the future. And if they ever stop loaning, the whole thing collapses and we can't pay it back.
Every Friday night, Julius compare the grocery prices of our neighborhood stores.
Let's see if you.
Morning shopping. There are 5 big neighborhood markets within a couple of blocks of our house. And Julia spreads her shopping around, going where the prices are lowest and the quality's best.
Remember when a chocolate bar cost a quarter? When you could fill your car up for $5 and feed a family of 6.
God. Okay, now. Do now.
$35 a week. Whatever happened to those days? Without anything tangible backing currencies, governments could borrow and print as much currency as it wanted. This has gradually led to the value of our currency being eroded.
With the creation of all this money that it dilutes the value of all of the dollars that were out there before, so that the purchasing power of the dollar gets crowded down. We used to be able to buy a gallon of gas for 31 cents. Now it's hitting around $5.
The average guy in the street is affected by inflation because of the loss of purchasing power. And as a consequence, his standard of living is declining if he can't keep up with the inflation rate.
In many measures of a standard of living, Americans today are actually worse off. You can take my grandparents.
The dollars that were out there before, so that the purchasing power of the dollar.
$5 and feed a family of 6.
헐.
$35 a week. Whatever happened to those days? Without anything tangible backing currencies, governments could borrow and print as much currency as it wanted. This has gradually led to the value of our currency being eroded.
With the creation of all this money, that dilutes the value of all of the dollars that were out there before, so that the purchasing power of the dollar gets crowded down. We used to be able to buy a gallon of gas for 31 cents. Now it's hitting around $5.
The average guy in the street is affected by inflation because of the loss of purchasing power. And as a consequence, his standard of living is declining if he can't keep up with the inflation rate.
In many measures of a standard of living, Americans today are actually worse off. You can take my grandparents. My grandmother never worked, despite the fact that my grandfather was a carpenter, and they had 8 children. Could a carpenter, somebody without even a high school diploma, just working in a blue-collar job, support a wife and 8 kids today? Not a chance.
True.
With inflation rising faster than incomes, people were forced into more and more drastic measures to maintain their standard of living.
With each new day, the work of a family begins again.
We went off gold backing of the dollar.
노예로 살려고 하는 저 늙은이들은 보는 관점이 노예로밖에 안 보이는 거야. 밥그릇 이지랄 하는데 여시나 드시라고요. 그냥 이거는 어떻게 봐야 되냐면 천재적인 게 필요해. 비상한 아이디어가 필요해. 듣지 마, 그 늙은이들. 몰라, 하나도 몰라. Listen to Tate and Robert Kiyosaki. Never be a slave. Never ever be a slave.
What used to happen prior to that is the husband went to work, the wife stayed at home, raised the family. Because of inflation in the 70s, the wife went to work. So now you had 2 incomes that were necessary to produce and buy the same goods and services. In the 90s, we stopped saving. The savings rate basically got down to 0 because people were spending. They couldn't save in order to buy the same goods and services. Then we got to the last decade. The wife was already working. The savings were down.
I'm with Tate. I'm not gonna fucking sit in some fucking office. I'm not gonna be sitting in some fucking cubicle or a fucking office in a fucking desk. That's not gonna be me. YouTuber. Oh, fuck the YouTuber. That's cool. I'm the big bucks, bro. Fuck bitch. Big bucks, bro. shit on YouTube, bro. I'm gonna do the fun stuff, bro. I'm not gonna be singing some fucking death. Hell no, bro. Hell no. Hell no. Hell no. Not going to be. Not going to be.
The zero, they borrowed money. And so we've gone from two earners getting rid of our savings rate to borrowing money to keep pace with inflation.
The average person is now forced to borrow well beyond their means, getting themselves deeply into debt. At first, this was to maintain a nice standard of living, but slowly, it has become necessary just to survive. By printing so much currency and devaluing it so heavily, it would seem that governments are essentially levying a hidden tax on their people.
Central banks try to say that 2% or 3% inflation is a good thing, and they make that a target. Well, it's still a tax. Why is 2% inflation or 3% inflation
Inflation 때문에, hyperinflation 때문에 다 이거.
better for the country than no inflation? You'll be told, of course, that's better than deflation, and you'll be told that people like to feel that their money or their jobs or their wages are going up by 2%, which is something. When in fact, that 2% is robbery, and what they get is going down by that amount.
We are experiencing inflation these days. I mean, yeah, they say the CPI is up, whatever it is, 2 or 3%. I mean, anybody who's alive knows that inflation is well beyond that, probably running double digits.
The purchasing power of the average person has been deteriorating drastically. But in order to disguise this, governments have been skewing the figures in their reports to make it seem as if inflation is much lower than it really is.
There's this curious distinction made, which most people don't understand, between core inflation and headline inflation. Core inflation is a basic 2% target, which doesn't matter, and the headline inflation is once you include all sorts of things like energy prices and sudden tax rises and the rest.
Well, the inflation rate is skewed. They use all kinds of contrivances to make the inflation rate look lower than what it really is. If the U.S. government were using the same CPI model that they did when President Carter was in the White House in the late 1970s, the inflation rate today in the United States would be 9 or 10%. That's how badly the currency is being debased. Now, the reason why they do that is there are a lot of inflation-adjusted responsibilities that the U.S. government has to pay out money to, for example, people on the Social Security system on an inflation-adjusted basis. If they keep the inflation rate low, according to their own statistic, that means they're paying out less. That means the government budget deficit is less.
A thriving metropolis, Toledo is one of the world's greatest glass.
I'm thinking of all these women, bro. A total. Stop thinking in terms of people. People is fake too, concept too. Oh, helmet. Wrong. 포장하는 거지. Money is fake. Think big, okay? Think big. 대가리 커야 돼. Think big, bro.
In Akron, the state's fifth largest city, that story deals primarily with rubber. Akron is the rubber manufacturing capital of the nation and the world. Her very name is synonymous with rubber.
In a global economy where currencies are measured only against each other, countries are able to artificially lower the value of their own currency, making their industries more.
비상하게 가, 비상하게. Korea stock generation. House bankrupt by 32. 서울 회상법원. US 70K debt. South Koreans in their 20s and 30s are going bankrupt from debt. Buy now, pay late. Record high youth unemployment rate. Man.
군대를 가봤어야 알죠. 누가 그랬잖아요. 이 피해는 대통령하면 안 된다고.
제가 이제 33개월 군복무 시절에 육군 알보병 출신인데요. 말 나온 김에 대통령한테 한 가지는 좀 건의하고 싶어요. 물론 이 방송 안 보시겠지만 명절에 군부대 방문하지 마십시오. 병사들 죽어납니다 진짜. 좀 쉬어야지 명절에는 군인들도. 거기 대통령이 그 명절에 부대 방문한다 그러면 정말 하루에 막 군단 사령부부터 다 이상이거든요. 그러지 마십시오. 자 이제 양념은
깊이잖아.
중년의 대의원들이 제가 젊긴 해도 명색이 당대표 후보인데
꺼주세요.
반말로 칙칙하면서
반말이에요?
네, 그런 거를 저는 잘 못 견뎌요. 그러니까 지 잘날만 세 뭐 하는 놈이잖아요 제가. 그러니까 안 되는 거지. 저 같은 놈은 안 되는 거예요. 네, 그런 점들을 돌이켜볼 때 지금 이재명 대표가 어떤 모멸감을 느끼고 있을까 좀 생각을 해봤고, 근데 참 잘 견디는 것 같아서 이 사람 나보다 훨씬 낫구나 정치인으로서. 중년의 대의원들이 제가 젊긴 해도 명색이 당대표 후보인데 반말로 칙칙하면서
반말이요?
네,
돈보다 중요해질 가치는 돈은 가짜니까.
그 명분은 있어요. 그러니까 내가 입법을 통해서 옳은 일을 하고 뭔가 국가가 보살펴야 되는 사람들에게 힘이 되고 그런 일을 하려면 그 명분은 있어요. 그러니까 내가 입법을 통해서 옳은 일을 하고 뭔가 국가가 보살펴야 되는 사람들에게 힘이 되고 그런 일을 하려면 그 직위를 가져야 되잖아요. 그렇습니다. 가지려면 사람들에게 호감을 얻어야 되고 그러다 보니까 국회 회의는 안 가고 동네 행사에 가게 돼요. 저는 사실 공직은 해보니까 장관도 한 1년 4개월, 5개월 정도 했는데 너무 힘들었고요. 육체적으로, 정신적으로. 국회의원도 너무 힘들었어요. 이거는 되게 훌륭한 사람들이 오래 할 수 있는 거야. 나처럼 애국심이 부족하고 자기 인생을 너무 중요하게 생각하는 사람은 오래 할 일이 아니에요.
너무 들어왔어요.
그러면 국회에 있는 의원들은 다 훌륭한 분들이라고 저희는 생각하면 되겠군요.
저는 뭐 일단 정치를 업으로 하는 분들은 사회를 위해서 하는 분이거나
너무 궁금해. 말도 안 되네.
대통령이 누가 돼도 나는 안 나간다.
인구가 줄어드는 것을 나쁘다고 할 수 없어요. 인구의 증가가 국력의 확장이라든가 우리의 행복의 증진이라든가 이걸 나타내는 지표가 전혀 아니에요. 국가 단위로 산정해놓은 GDP 규모가 액수가 더 크게 좋은 건가요? 그게 아니죠. 인구수에 상관없이 이 세상에 태어난 사람들이 더 풍요롭고 자유롭게 살면 그게 좋은 거예요.
알겠습니다.
그것 때문에 인구수를 어떤 사회 발전의 지표로 삼는 거예요. 저는 이것은 각자 개인이 자기 삶을 설계하는 과정에서 저출산 현상이 일어난 거기 때문에 우리가 이 문제에 대해서 대처해야 되는 것은 이미 태어나서 있는 사람들이 살기 좋은 사회를 만드는 거다. 그러면 뭐 낳고 싶은 사람 낳고 알겠어요. 싫은 사람 안 낳.
15년간 380조 예산 썼다는 게 기재부 관료들의 게스라이팅 거짓말입니다. 그러니까 이런 카테고리가 없어요. 국제적으로 이 380조 중에서 가족 지원 예산을 우리나라가 한 2% 조금 넘게 쓰는데 다른 나라들은 한 2% 넘게 쓴단 말이에요. 그거만 보면 이제 사실은 안 쓰는 거죠. 출산 예산을 많이 썼는데 효과가 없다는 그런 거짓말을 해주면 그만할 때가 됐다. 가족 지원하는 세제가 굉장히 부족하다고 저는 생각을 해요. 우리나라가 같은 돈을 벌어도 아이를 낳은 사람에 대비 안 낳은 사람의 차별이 그렇게 없는 나라예요. 그러니까 세금 제도에서 큰 구멍이 있는 겁니다. 이렇게 애들을 좀 안 낳아줘야 저희 세대들이 정신을 차릴 겁니다. 이렇게 문제가 안 풀릴 때는 남의 탓이 아니라 자기 탓을 해야 돼요. 저건 그렇으니까 애들이 별로 안 낳아줘야
맞아.
그냥 숫자가 많은 게 중요한 게 아니고요. 적절한 수의 사람들이 더 잘 사는 거 중요하죠. 저는 뭐
야, 멋지다. 난 이런 사람이 멋져. 한 생각 한 단계 위에서 생각하는 사람들. 숫자가 중요해? 그렇게? 그게 중요한가? 노예들이 많은 게 중요한가? 아니면 더 인간답게 살 수 있는, 더 인구가 적더라고 인간답게 태어난 사람들이 살 수 있게 운영할 것처럼 행복지수 놓고 그렇게 사는 게 더 인간다운 건가? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 마음대로. 하기도 싫어. 실컷 말했어. 같은 질문을 반복하게 하고. 똑같은 질문을 반복할 거 아니야, 다음 주에. 까먹어. 이건 까먹고. 못 때려. 까먹고.
인간도 너무 많으면요, 인간 대접을 받기 어려워요. 그 생물학의 법칙을 못 벗어나요. 저는 그렇게 보고요. 지금 봐서는 뭐 이게 직선 본능이죠. 지금대로 함수 추세가 계속되면 2100 몇십 년에 가면 대한민국의 인구가 제로가 될 것이다. 그렇게 절대 그렇게 안 됩니다. 이게 저출산이 이제 정착되어서 인구 구조가 조정되고 나면 또 기술도 변화하고 우리의 삶의 양식도 변화하고 해서 적정 수준의 출산이 또 되게 돼요.
그치. 왜냐면 재벌들 입장에선 오해가 많아지는 거니까. 인구가 북명이라 생각하는데 이게 시대착오적인 생각이네요. 그리고 저런 나라들이 우리보다 GDP도 높잖아. 씨발.
문재인 전 대통령이 자신을 소재
출산율 못된 거 나만 체감자. 지방이고 나름 광역시에 산다. 내가 다니던 유치원과
여성들은 일자리를 찾아서 수도권으로 계속해서 올라오고 있는 추세고 그러다 보니까 지역에서는 남녀 간의 성비가 맞지 않고 서울과 수도권에서는 경쟁이 더 치열해지는 거고 집값도 올라가고 물가도 올라가고 이래서 결국 결혼과 출산을 포기하게 만드는 즉 지방과 서울이 어찌 보면 공멸을 하고 있는 20, 30대 여성들은 어떤 상도에 종사하고 있는지 한번 데이터를 볼까요? 보건, 사회복지,
전문 과학 및 기술 서비스업, 정보통신업, 음식점업, 제조업, 교육 서비스업, 도어소매업, 과학 및 기술 서비스, 사회복지 서비스업, 보건 사회복지 서비스.
서비스, 보소매, 교육 등등에 진출을 하고 있고요. 그래서 여성들이 서울과 수도권으로 올라올 수밖에 없는 거고요. 서울을 제외한 지방들은
인구의 증가가 국력의 확장이라든가 우리의 행복의 증진이라든가 이걸 나타내는 지표가 전혀 아니에요. 인구 500만인 덴마크가 우리보다 훨씬 잘 살아요. 국가 단위로 선정해놓은 GDP 규모가 액수가 더 크게 좋은 건가요? 그게 아니죠. 인구수에 상관없이 이 세상에 태어난 사람들이 더 풍요롭고 자유롭게 살면 그게 좋은 거예요.
알겠습니다.
그것 때문에 인구수를 어떤 사회 발전의 지표로 삼는 거예요. 저는 이것은 각자 개인이 자기 삶을 설계하는 과정에서 저출산 현상이 일어난 거기 때문에 우리가 이 문제에 대해서 대처해야 되는 것은 이미 태어나서 있는 사람들이 살기 좋은 사회를 만드는 거예요. 그러면
정답이다. 새로 태어날 사람을 위해 이미 태어난 사람이 희생할 필요는 없다. 그러니까 쓰레기나 이런 정신병 좀.
A country with a weak currency can make products cheaper, causing entire industrial centers to move overseas. This effect has been seen countless times in cities around the
저희 60대들이
world, some of which still haven't recovered from the loss of their industrial base.
I think the guy on the street is.
되게 우리들의 만족감이나 행복감이라는 것은 기대나 예상보다 나을 때 행복합니다. 굉장히 기대를 높이게 만드는 말들이 너무 많아요. 우리나라가 뭐 세계 10대 경제대국이다, 뭐 심리적인 G8이다 이런 말들이 이거는 헛소리예요. 우리나라는 인구가 꽤 많은 나라이기 때문에 GDP 규모상 10위 이쪽 저쪽에 있는 거예요. 그걸로 따지면 중국이 세계 2위의 대국이죠 지금. 중국 사람들이 잘 살아요? 아니잖아요. 그러니까 1인당 GDP로 보면 35위 내외에 되는 나라입니다. 근데 무슨 세계에서 10번째로 잘 사는 나라인데 나만 이래? 그거 아니거든요. 우리나라 35등 정도 돼.
35등.
우리들의 기대나 소망이나 예상이나 이런 것들이 지나치게 부풀려져가지고 실제 우리가 손에 넣을 수 없는 것을 넣을 수 있다고 생각하는 거예요.
그러니까 그건 사실이 아니죠. 인구수가 많아서 그쪽 저쪽 있는 거지. 그게 정확한 건가? 그 사람들은 그거는 만들어낸 거지, 얘네들이. 오해를 더 만들기 위해서. (35위) 국가니까 이 정도 승식이나 공정을 보여주는 거네. 언론이 제일 문제. 경찰도. 그러니까. 그리고 우리나라 선진국이라는 것도 착각하지 마시게. 선진국이 지나가도 웃습니다. 캐나다, 덴마크, 소말리아. 공산 싸고 물가 싸고 공공재 싼 나라가 좋은 나라다. 자본주의가 민주주의를 삼켜버린 세상입니다. 인간이 행복하게 자식 키우고 즐겁게 살려고 열심히 일도 하고 세금도 내고 있는데 나라 살림이 좀 나아진 듯하면 꼭 나쁜 놈들이 나타나 나라 국간을 꿰어차고 최선을 다해 빼먹고 있으니 참으로 기가 막힙니다. 건이 2천만 원짜리 경기를 구입하라고 낸 세금이 아닙니다. 왜 이렇게 웃기지? 그 대기업 모노폴리가 너무 심해. 이 나라는 대기업 중심 모노폴리 너무 심해.
He's kind of frustrated. They go, gosh, I went to college. I don't have a job. I can't get a job. I spent all this money. I've got student loans. It's costing me more to live. The Fed is telling me there's no inflation, yet I go to the store and I see the price of milk going up, eggs, meat. I pull into a gas station. It's costing me more for gas. They don't really understand how all this affects them on a personal level. And that's why I think they're frustrated, because there isn't an educational system that
Fake. Everything is a fake. I just wonder how you have been lately. What are you? Any psychiatrist? Psychiatrist? What are you, my fucking psychiatrist? Psychiatrist. Yeah. Hey, yeah. Hey Siri, what time is it in Sweden?
It's 9:08 p.m. in Stockholm, Sweden.
What are you, my fucking psychiatrist? Doesn't matter. Does it even matter? Feelings don't matter. Feelings don't matter in this world.
Fuck feelings, man. Fuck your feelings, right? Yeah, fuck feelings, bro. It doesn't matter in this world, bro. They made a world like this, bro. Slavery world. World of slavery.
That explains that, look, when you print money, when you have nothing backing it, and when you debase it, you have all the side effects that you see. Higher inflation costs, corruption, cronyism, all the things that have been in headlines that we've seen over the last 4 or 5 years.
The protest movements are an interesting phenomenon. A lot of people are terribly upset with
나르시스트 아니야?
Wall Street. They're upset what's happening to their purchasing power. They're upset with the news that they hear of the fact that the executives of these giant banks are getting $1 million bonus.
그거 아니야?
People are demonstrating against the crisis, the economic crisis, and yet at the same time they're demanding more welfare, demanding more medical benefits, they're demanding more state control and regulation of their lives. They're demanding more money being created and pumped into the society. They don't realize that those are the very things that are
Narcissist. 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 패시스트 같은 게. 약물 장사꾼이가 아깝잖아. 약물 장사꾼.
Brought them onto the street in the first place in their anger.
While the person on the street is struggling to get by, we're told that what we're experiencing is a typical recession. Why then does this current crisis feel different to previous economic recessions?
This is far from typical. I think this is the end game. I think what we're experiencing now are the pains of the 40-year experiment in fiat currency coming to an end. And it is an absolute failure, not only for America, but for the entire world.
Up until 2008, we've been borrowing more and more money to maintain our standard of living. Are we now at the point where we're maxed out and cannot take on any more new debt?
What we're seeing today is deleveraging at all levels of society. I mean, consumers are maxed out. Each succession that we had in the economy, when we went through this boom and bust period, we'd go through a bust, they would reinflate again, the economy would start up again, but we kept piling on levels.
Doesn't even matter.
Doesn't even matter. Doesn't even matter. Lol. I look more happier now on your stories.
Who gives a fuck? Who gives? Dude. It's all fake. It's all fake. It's all Can't I ask? I look more happy now on your stories. Does it even matter? Who gives a fuck how you look like? It's all. It's all. It's all. It's all fake. Money. People for people who are rich. Just a way to show off. Who gives a fuck how you look like on social? Who gives a fuck? Can't I ask? I look more happy than now on your stories. I just wonder how you've been like. Does it even matter? Can't I ask? I look more happier now on your stories. Who gives a shit how you look like on social media? Oh, fake anyway. Oh, fake. First. It's just a way. For rich people. Show off. Who gives a shit how you look like on social media? Oh, fake. Gives a shit how you look like on social media. It's all fake anyway. Just a way for rich to show off. Who gives a shit how you look like on social media? Can't I ask? I look more happy now on your stories. Happier now on your stories. Who gives a shit how you look like on social media? It's all fake anyway. It's all fake anyways. It's all fake anyway. It's just an app for rich people. Sure. Rich people to get attention. Who gives a shit how you look like on social media? It's all fake anyway. It's just a app. Just an app for rich people to get. Sure. Make more money from people who look up to them. It's hilarious. Fuck K-pop. Who gives a shit how you look like, or you look like on social media? It's all fake anyway. Fuck Korean culture. Stupid.
Fuck your stupid K-pop shows. Fuck your stupid K-pop. Fuck all these. Who gives a shit how you look like on social media? It's all a fake anyway. It's just an app for rich people to show off and make more money. Take money from and take. It's just an app for rich people to show off and take money from. Just an app for rich people to show off and take money from broke people who look up to them. Fuck your K-pop videos. K-pop videos. Session. Take right. Right. I don't think deep. Common sense. You're so young. Just a kid. You're just a kid. You don't understand. You're just a kid. You don't understand. I don't think it's common sense. I don't think common sense. You're just kidding. I don't understand. You're just a kid. For what? Yeah, so. I just felt like you didn't want to talk about how you've been. I sure if you want to know. If you want a top call, I don't understand the point of the useless effects I get anyway. Oh well. Fuck your Steve. By the way, fuck all your little K-pop, K-drama clown shit. By the way, fuck all your little K-pop, K-drama clown shit. Fucking pussies. By the way, fuck all your little K-pop, idiot Twitter scroll. There's just a Twitter scroll that time. By the way, fuck all your. By the way, fuck all your little. They cried. By the way, fuck all your little. By the way, fuck all your little K-pop, K-drama clown shit. Clown. That shit. Clown shit. Doesn't even portray like. Boys. He's the bumps. Swedish kid. By the way, fuck all your little kid. Doesn't portray. That doesn't even portray. That doesn't even correctly portray life in Korea at all. Life of Koreans at all. It's just a fucking. Doesn't even. It's just fucking marketing. This isn't even. Just fucking. Just a way for rich people to mask. What's the life of Koreans? Mask the true life of Koreans. Idiot. By the way, fuck all your little K-pop, K-drama clown shit. It's just a way for rich people. Koreans, real Koreans. It's just a way for rich people to mask the life of real Koreans. And make money. Brainwashing. Swedish kid like you. Just wait for rich people to master the life of real Koreans and make money. Money by bring money. Make money from Swedish. By the way, fuck all your little K-pop and K-drama clown shit. Doesn't even correctly portray life in Korea at all. Fuck all your K-pop, K-drama clown shit that doesn't even correctly portray life in Korea at all. By the way, so just a way for rich people to mask the life of real Koreans and make money brainwashing. Make money from brainwashing some little Swedish kid like. Believe that shit. Believe that shit. Fuck your little K-pop, K-drama content that doesn't even correctly portray life in Korea. Just wait for rich people to mask the life of real Koreans and make money from brainwashing some little Swedish kids like you. Believe that shit. Fuck all your little K-pop, K-drama clown shit. Doesn't even correctly portray life in Koreans at all. I go out. Just wait for rich people to master the life of real Koreans and make money from brainwashing some little Swedish kids like you, who believe that shit. Fuck all your little K-pop, K-drama clown shit. Doesn't even correctly portray life in Korea at all. It's just a way for rich people to master the life of real Koreans and make money from brainwashing some little Swedish kid like you who believe that shit. Fuck your K-drama. Fuck your K-drama K-pop clown shit. It's not real Koreans at all. Fuck your little K-pop K-drama. Hey, stop being mean. I try to be nice and don't say anything that makes you upset because I know you have it hard. But that doesn't mean you can be mean too. Bro. Hard my ass. Bro, you're clueless. You're clueless, okay? You're clueless. You're just a kid. You're just a little kid. You're just a little kid. You're clueless. You're just being brainwashed. You're just a little kid. You're clueless. You're just a little kid, and you're clueless. You're just a clueless little kid. You're just a little kid who's clueless. You're just being brainwashed by mass media, by this clown media. Okay. That's not even Korean culture. Korean culture. It's not even real Korean culture. And that's not even real Korean culture. It's not even real Korean. It's not even real Korean culture. Fuck that shit. That's not even real Korean culture. It's not even real Korean. Fake ass. Fake. It's all fake. It's not even real Korean culture. It's not even real Korean culture. You're just a little kid who's clueless. You're just being brainwashed by this clown media. That's not even real Korean culture. It's not even real Korean culture. That's not even real Korean culture. True. Yeah, I don't know everything, but I know something to stop being pushover. I try to be a good person because I know how your life is, and I know I'm not that good because I'm just working your girlfriend. But don't you try, bro? Fake clown media. Clown, fake ass clown. Fake media. Fake clown media. Don't believe that shit. Fake Korea, fake clown media. It's not real Korea. Fake clown media. Oh, fake clown. Oh, fake clown media. Clown media. It's all fake. Clown media. It's all fake. It's all clown media. I'm asking. It's all fake. It's all fake. It's clown fake. It's all fake. Clown media. Fake ass media. All fake. All clown media. All fake. All fake. All clown media. Clown media. All fake. It's clown media. Clown mass media. It's all fake. Tony. Oh, call me. Call me. So calm. It's not even real Korean culture. Oh, you're just a little kid who's clueless. You're just being brainwashed by this comedy. That's not even real Korean culture. It's all fake. It's called comedy. She's mad. You're just a little kid who's clueless. You're just being brainwashed by this comedy. That's not even real Korean culture. That's not even real Korean culture. That's not even real Korean culture. You're just a little kid. It's not even real Korean culture. It's not even real Korean idiot. It's not even real Korean culture. Like, fuck your little K-pop K-drama clown shit that doesn't even correctly portray life in Korea at all. It's just a way for rich people to master life for real Koreans and make money from brainwashing some little Swedish kids like you believe that shit. Just a little kid who clues you're just being brainwashed by this clown media that's not even real Korean culture. It's all fake. It's all fake. It's all clown media. It's all fake. Clown media. Dark side of Korean entertainment industry. Tough. Idiot. Fucking idiot. Just make money and believe that shit. Make money and believe that shit. Fuck. It's just nice. It's not even Korean. Not even Korean culture. That's not even. It's not even Korean culture at all. Shit about clown. Fuck K-pop K-drum. Fuck your K-pop K-drum. Garbage. You trying to clown shit. That's not even real Korean at all. Fuck your clown shit. Clown shit. Fuck K-drum. That's not even real Korean. That's Korean. That's not even real Korean. It's not even real Korean at all. Fuck your K-pop K-drama clown shit. Clown shit. Why do I fuck your K-pop K-drama clown shit? Clown shit. K-pop K-drama clown shit. That's not even real Korean. 진짜 벗으면 진짜 한국인이지. Fucking K-pop K-drama clown shit. It's not even real Korean. Maybe fuck your. By the way, fuck all your little K-pop K-drama clown shit. Doesn't even correctly portray life in Korea at all. It's just for way for rich people to mask the life of real Koreans and make money from brainwashing some little Swedish kids like you who believe that shit. Just a little kid who's clueless. You're just being brainwashed by this clown media. It's not even real Korean culture. It's all fake. It's all clown media. It's not even real Korean culture. It's not even real Korean culture. Fake. It's not even real Korean culture. It's not. Fuck off. It's just a way to mask the life of real. Shit. Like, fuck your little K-drama clown shit. It's not even real Korean culture. It's all fake. It's all fake. It's not even real Korean culture at all. Fuck your little K-pop K-drama clown shit. It's not even real culture. Rich people justify for real Koreans. That's the life of real Koreans.
Fake media. Fake media. Idiot. Fucking idiot. 이게 뭐야? People still acting real Korean. Hunger. K-pop, K-drama, clown shit. Fuck your little K-pop, K-drama. Clown shit. What's love? Oh, clown shit. She didn't reply after this. She's mad. Hey Siri. What time is it in Sweden?
In Stockholm, Sweden, it's 10:06 p.m.
Oh, she's mad. She's mad. I exposed K. I swear that K-pop, K-drama. Fuck your little K-pop, clown shit. Fuck your K-pop. No. Fuck your K-pop, K-drama, clown shit. Fuck your little K-pop, K-drama, clown shit. Shit. Just wait for it. So. It's not even Korean culture at all. It's not even real Korean culture. Fuck your little K-pop, K-drama, clown shit. Fuck your little K-pop, K-drama, clown shit. Anyway, fuck your little K-pop, K-drama, clown shit. It's not even real Korean. Dark side of K-pop entertainment industry. It's not even real Korean culture. Fuck all your K-pop, K-drama, clown shit. Fuck all your K-pop, K-drama, clown shit. Fuck them. Fuck them. Okay, oh, shit. Get that shit out of my mouth. That's not my country, bro. Dark side of people. Wait, fuck. Anyway, fuck all your little K-pop, K-drama, clown. It's not even right for Korea. Fuck them. Fuck all your. Don't clown me. It's all fake. You're just a little kid with schools. You're just being brainwashed by this clown me. It's not even real Korean culture. Real Korean. Fuck you. You fucking clown shit. Clown shit. Fuck your fuck you, bro. Fuck you, bro. Korean culture. Fuck out of here. I love Korean culture. Fuck your fucking. Just wait for rich people to. I don't fuck Korean. He's not real Korean culture. It's not even real Korean. 환상은 어쨌는데 마스팅하는 아니면 평소에 사는 이제 저는 그런 거 많고 음식점들 많지 동 군기 문화에 서면서 설마 셀 수 없이 많아 진짜 대기업 독점하는 거랑 모노폴리 사회 너무 많아 응급실 땡땡이면 그렇게 늘리라고 해도 지금 날 같아 Fuck your little K-pop K-drama clown shit. By the way, fuck all your little K-pop K-drama clown shit. Doesn't even correctly portray life in Korea at all. Make money from brainwashing some little Swedish kids like you believe that shit. You're just a little kid who's cool. You're just being brainwashed by this clown media. That's not even real Korean culture. So fake, so fake, it's all clown media. So fake, it's all clown media. Oh, fake. Fuck your little Korean K-pop. Fuck your little K-pop. Fuck your K-pop. Fuck your little K-pop. By the way, fuck your little K-pop. Use your own K-pop. Oh shit. Oh shit. By the way, fuck all your K-pop K-pop clowns. By the way, fuck all your K-pop clowns. It's not even real Korean. That's not even Korean culture at all. Okay. Clownshit. Clownshit. By the way, fuck all your K-pop, K-drama, clown shit.
Evil for K-pop. 이거 좀 보자. K-pop, K-drama, clown shit. Fuck all this K-pop, K-pop. Fuck your little K-pop, K-drama, clown shit. Fuck all your K-pop, K-drama, clown shit. What is the real Korean culture? Korean K-pop clown shit. I don't hate fuck. Clown shit. 이순신이 지킨 나라가 아니야 이건. 세운 나라가 아니야. 이순신이 지켜 세운 그런 대한민국이 아닌데 이건. 한국이 아닌데 이건 진짜. 통통 울 것 같아 지금 오시는 그분들. I'm gonna get some tissue from downstairs. Real quick. By the way, fuck. K-drama clown shit. K-drama clown shit. Pretty laughing creep. Like, fake. Oh, you're some K-drama clown shit. Clown shit, bro. It's not real Korea, bro. It's not real fucking Korea. 진짜 대한민국이 뭐냐면 진짜 대한민국 세종이고 이순신 그게 진짜 대한민국. 병신 같은 그 컨텐츠가 진짜 대한민국. 진짜 대한민국 세종대왕이 만든 세종대왕을 세우고 이순신이 지킨 나라 그게 진짜 대한민국 문화지. 전통적인 게 진짜 대한민국. 우리 전통 그게 진짜 전통적인 거. 덮여가는 거. Fuck your little K-pop K-drama clown shit. Get garbage out of here. K-drama clowns. Shit. Real creep.
반대가네. 자유자유. Okay. Wow. Okay, bro. Clown. Get that shit out of here. Girl's mad, bro. Made her mad right away for you. Okay, bro. Clown. Oh, fuck you, okay, bro. Clown. Doesn't even correctly portray life in Korea at all. By the way, fuck all your little K-pop, K-drama clown shit. Doesn't even correctly portray life in Korea at all. Hey, stop it. Don't be that rich. Just wait for rich people to mask life for real Koreans and make money from brainwashing some real Swedish kid like you believe that. Oh. Okay, bro, calm. Okay, calm.
wanted to be a mother. The only wish she ever had. Pretty ugly. Dark side caramel. 그래 다 아는 얘기야. 볼 필요 없어. 뭐죠? By the way, fuck all you. All your people. Fangirl. 말도 안 되네.
아, 제발 넣어야.
Of debt. And finally, we reached the point where you just can't pile any more debt.
Banks are no longer willing to give out credit so freely, and many people are more concerned with paying off existing debt as opposed to taking on new debt. While this is prudent, sensible behavior, it's also a serious threat to the global economy. Having set itself up as a giant Ponzi scheme, the global economy is reliant on more and larger debt being issued to keep itself functioning.
If you try to just live with it, and get by with just the amount of dollars that we have today, paying the interest on them collapses the currency supply. And so we continually have to borrow more units of currency into existence every month than we extinguish by paying off debt.
The system as it's been presently structured is that have to continue expanding the money supply. Otherwise, the system is going to die.
Politicians and pundits talk about living within our means and paying down the debt. You can't do that without
A situation where if they don't come to the rescue, we could just have an overnight shutdown. We can't ever imagine happening while they're in power.
Okay, okay, okay. 그럼 뭐 K-pop, K-drama.
There's always this wish to move it on and kick, as the expression, kick the can down the road, which is really what we're doing.
But the problem is we've run out of road.
깨물면 안 되겠다. 이제는 할자 그냥.
There is no place to kick the can anymore. We've got to deal with the can, and it's not simply a can because every time we kicked it down the road, unfortunately, it got bigger. So now it's an enormous can, and it's going to crush us.
While the financial crisis of 2008 may have been the first death throes of the Ponzi scheme, governments around the world weren't about to sit back and let it fail. So they delayed the inevitable collapse, pushing it down the road by bailing out struggling financial institutions, buying toxic mortgages, and taking on debt on behalf of its citizens.
In 2009, 2010, what happened was the crisis was papered over through bailouts, guarantees, money printing, expansion, money supply, etc. Governments can do that. But don't underestimate the ability of governments to dictate results in the short run. But in the long run, none of the problems are solved. The bad debts are still there. The banks are still insolvent. The banks are not lending. The economy's not growing. So we haven't really solved anything.
By buying their way out of these crises, by creating money out of nothing and flooding it into the economy and diluting the purchasing power, they're not really solving the problem. What they're doing is pushing it off a little bit into the future and making it worse.
Now, do we keep going down this road? Do we print more money? I mean, the Fed balance sheet went from 800 billion to 3 trillion. Should it now go to 6 trillion? We had a $800 billion stimulus. Should we now have a $2 trillion stimulus? I mean, in theory, you could, but this is where people could lose faith entirely in the currency, and the currency could collapse.
The Federal Reserve's money printing exercises may help prop up the economy in the short term, but what are the consequences of money printing on such a large scale?
I think you're going to see a very rapid decline in the value of the dollar in a matter of days, whether it's 20%, 30%, 40%. A lot of people have been buying the dollar as a safe haven. When they find out that there's no safety there, in fact, they need a safe haven from the dollar. I mean, right now the dollar is benefiting from the fear trade. Well, what if the fear trade is afraid of the dollar?
Aside from
College. College. Fuck your little K-pop. 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 Why do I fuck your little K-pop? Gene. Fuck your little K-pop. Fuck your little K-pop.
Causing an enormous amount of inflation. The Federal Reserve's reckless money printing exercises also run the very real risk of creating a worldwide loss of confidence in the US dollar.
I think a currency crisis is highly likely, but it'll be very difficult to know exactly what will cause it and when. I think it'll be something unforeseen. It could be a natural disaster, it could be a political shock, it could be just a general loss of confidence.
It could be something as simple as a treasury auction that goes bad. There's no buyers, and all of a sudden the interest rate starts to go up. Then the financial players, the big hedge funds, start to react to it, dumping dollars. Then all of a sudden you have foreign central banks that begin dumping dollars, get me out. And when that happens, just like that.
At some point, just like all Ponzi schemes, the participants wake up to the con. They don't want to participate anymore, and the whole thing implodes. Now, when private factors, when people who are voluntarily participating, foreigners, foreign central banks, when they stop buying, the one difference is the Federal Reserve can come and supply the demand for the people who are waking up to the Ponzi nature of what we're doing. But of course, when the Fed becomes the only buyer, that's the end game, or be the beginning of the hyperinflation.
Hyperinflation is a rapid increase in the inflation rate, so much so that people lose faith in the currency, and you see what is in effect a flight from the currency.
Defeated Germany has a runaway inflation. In Germany, the mark becomes so worthless, it is used to paper walls or to light stone.
What happens is the government spends so much money, forcing it to borrow, it gets to the stage where it's borrowing more money than the market is willing to lend to it. The central bank then steps in and turns that government debt into currency.
The great question is, and I don't know the answer, is that
What happens is the government spends so much money, forcing it to borrow, it gets to the stage where it's borrowing more money than the market is willing to lend to it.
what level of inflation, 5%, 10%, 15%, 20%, do you start to panic? All I know is when that level comes, everybody panics together.
Consequence of a hyperinflation is the price of goods and services rises very, very rapidly, and that feeds upon itself, causing people to get rid of the currency even more quickly. So you then have a situation where people go out and they buy things just to get the hell out of paper money. And paradoxically, that then starts driving and accelerating demand for paper money because they want more paper money to go and buy things. So you have this situation where the value of paper money starts collapsing in advance of this issue.
In everyday life, you'll be scrambling from day to day to get tangible things. If you're thinking of buying one can of tuna, you're going to buy two because you know that tomorrow or even later on that day or the next hour, that can of tuna is going to be costing you more. That you're going to be scrambling to get anything that's tangible.
This period is going to involve a lot of economic pain. A lot of people who are currently retired in America are going to have to get jobs. Their retirement is gone. It's been bankrupted because they put their faith in a Bernie Madoff type national Ponzi scheme. And of course, a lot of the property is going to decay. If people are spending money on the necessities, they don't have money to make the repairs necessary to maintain their properties. If the landlords can't collect rents from their tenants, how are they going to maintain the properties? How are they going to pay the taxes? So I think that the whole economy is going to crumble beneath the weight of this runaway inflation. And of course, the initial reaction by the Fed will be to create even more inflation, to try to stimulate the economy by printing even more money, which of course is the source of the problem.
On the surface, it would appear that this is a problem facing the United States alone. But with so many countries holding their savings in U.S. government bonds, a loss of confidence in the U.S. dollar could trigger a global crisis, which would affect every nation on earth.
If the US dollar hyperinflates, the implications are really profound because you can go to a country like Zimbabwe and see the impact of a hyperinflation. But what happens when the world's reserve currency hyperinflates? We've never been in this situation before. It's impossible to predict, what the outcome is going to be. But logic suggests that if the US dollar hyperinflates, most, if not all, of the currencies of the world will also have. Severe economic problems because at the end of the day, the reserves of all of these currencies are basically dollars. There have been dozens and dozens of currency collapses since the end of the Second World War, and they all result from the same thing, bad policies, bad management. And the U.S. right now is pursuing bad policies. Central bank is doing a bad job managing the currency. As a consequence, it's inevitable that the dollar is going to collapse. It's on this road that I call the fiat currency graveyard.
The markets, the private sector, however you like to decide it, people, they suddenly sort of move in a herd instinct. They suddenly sort of understand things. And this can happen overnight. I mean, it really can. So the timing of this is, I think, very difficult, if anything impossible for us to say. But I would point out that there is the danger that, I use a metaphor, one morning we will wake up and find that we are in a very different world. It may not be one morning, it may be a week, a month, I don't know. But when it happens, I think it will happen quite quickly, and we won't really be able to predict when. Hyperinflation may be one of several scenarios facing the world today. But history has shown us that whenever a nation tried to run its economy using an artificial fiat system, the end result is always the same: disaster.
There is a proven 100% failure rate. There is no exception to this. Fiat currencies always fail. And then 40 years ago, we tried this grand experiment where all the world's currencies became fiat at the same time when we ended the Bretton Woods system.
The world is going to have to extricate itself from this monetary system based on the dollar. Because if you want to back your currency, you have to back it with something. You can't back it with nothing. I always think of that old Superman movie where the first one where Lois Lane, she falls off the top of the building and Superman catches her. And he says, I got you. Don't worry, I got you. And she says, well, you got me. Who's got you? Well, that's the dollar. Who's got the dollar? It's not Superman. The dollar can't fly on its own. The dollar used to be backed by gold. It was gold that had the dollar. It's like everybody has tethered their ships to the Titanic of currencies. And so we're all going to go down.
If there is a loss of confidence in the US dollar, I think there will be in this decade. It's happened before, it'll just be history repeating. Then we'll probably have to go back to something that will instill confidence. And what instills confidence is gold.
The only real solution is to go back to a real sound currency, real money with something behind it. It doesn't have to be gold or silver, but historically that has always been what societies have chosen through trial and error. They've tried this, they've tried that, always wind up with gold or silver. I think that probably there we go. Chosen through trial and error. They've tried this, they've tried that, always wind up with gold or silver.
Fuck your K-pop K-pop. Fuck your little K-pop K-pop. Fuck your little K-pop. Fuck your little K-pop K-pop. Shit. Ooh. 더워.
배불러. Awkward ass motherfucker.
I think that probably be logical. So how come there isn't so much as a discussion about such a return? The answer is as simple as it is alarming. The people at the top, the ones who have been benefiting from the current Nazi system, don't want the ride to end. Many now believe the price of gold and silver have been artificially suppressed to make it seem less desirable as a unit of global exchange.
What governments try to do is to maintain a low gold price, because by doing that, it makes the dollar look worthy of being the world's reserve currency, when in fact we know the dollar is not worthy of that esteemed position because it's being so badly mismanaged by the United States.
Groups like the Gold Anti-Trust Action Committee, or GATA, have been tracking what they believe is the deliberate suppression of gold and silver prices through a variety of dubious means.
In 12 years, we've amassed nothing but evidence that supports the manipulation of the gold price. It's been like talking about a murder trial when the jury would say guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. But you got to present each point of evidence and how it all fits together.
There are numerous methods that they use to suppress the price of gold. Some are harder to prove than others, but some of them are fully reported as central bank sales.
Between 1999 and 2002, the Bank of England foolishly sold a massive amount of Britain's gold reserves at an average price of $275 an ounce. The proceeds were spent buying euros and US dollars. The governments of Canada, France, and Switzerland, among others, were also sellers of
그렇게 하는 게 아니고.
Gold around this time.
We know that the central banks used to sell 400 tons every year. Well, why would it sell 400 tons? Obviously, it was the dumbest decision
Anyone could have named the decade. By far the dumbest. But they did it every year, so long and so long. I mean, now, again, gold goes from 300 to 1600, almost 70. Why are we selling gold? Because they were trying to keep the price down. So it was a coordinated thing to keep everyone focused on believing in currencies.
Alan Greenspan, in testimony to Congress, admitted that they were manipulating the price of gold when he said, "The world's central banks stand ready to lease gold in increasing quantities," meaning they were already doing it. Should the price of gold rise, meaning the target was to suppress the price of gold. So they were already doing it. The target was to suppress the price of gold. He admitted it in testimony to Congress.
Although central banks are able to sell off their country's gold holdings legally, they may have also been suppressing the price of gold using some other rather questionable means. Some investigators believe that Western central banks have been loaning their country's gold to bullion banks. A bullion bank is an institution that sells gold with the intention of buying it back sometime in the future at a cheaper price. With the proceeds of this sale, these banks have been known to buy U.S. government bonds. While this isn't a problem in itself, central banks report the gold they have and the gold they've loaned to these bullion banks as one item. So while a central bank may claim it has a certain amount of gold in reserves, much of that gold may be on loan to a bullion bank, which may have sold the gold in exchange for government bonds.
One means of intervention in the gold market is the lending of gold to so-called bullion bonds. They sell it in the market. This suppresses the price as if the central banks would sell it directly, but this lending does not appear in the book of the central banks.
The U.S. Treasury a few years ago changed the way they account for gold, and they're accounting for some of their receivables and their inventory as one line item. So they're accounting for what they actually have and what people owe them as the same thing. And that is basically illegal accounting. It's fraudulent.
But why work so hard to keep the price of gold and silver low? Why do healthy gold and silver prices threaten to collapse the Ponzi scheme?
There's this competitive relationship between gold and national currencies because gold is the only competitor to a national currency. Gold is money, and these national currencies are money substitutes that circulate in place of gold.
Fiat money gives the power to government. Real money keeps the power with the people. Because when you have real money, government is limited. It can only spend what it taxes. And the public will resist taxation. But if the government can simply print and borrow, there's a lot less resistance. So it's a lot easier for the government to grow when it can promise something for nothing. And so that's what they do. And so gold is what protects the people from the reckless policies of government. Gold is the government chaperone. The government wants to be able to do whatever it wants. Gold stands in its way. So yes, gold is an enemy of big government, but it's a friend of freedom. It's a protector of individuals from government.
Gold's a competitor to the dollar. When it's going way up, it's a threat for inflation. It's a barometer of the well-being of the United States. Look at gold screaming out and the world is falling apart. So it calls attention to how bad things are. So the U.S. government has an interest, Wall Street, the politicians, to keep the price suppressed. Wall Street doesn't want you going down to a coin dealer buying gold. and silver coins. They want to sell you paper. The government wants to sell you paper. So I would say it's the government and Wall Street. Gold in the hands of people is a way to control government. Governments cannot create money out of thin air. If it's gold, they can only create paper out of thin air. And if they can create paper out of thin air, they can use that paper to wage wars, or they can use that paper as a political contrivance to enrich their friends. And as a consequence, governments
gold and silver down. The recent instability in the markets has seen the demand for gold and silver skyrocket. This in turn has exposed a deeper problem within the central banks.
The problem the central banks in the West now face is that they have sold an awful lot of gold to try and suppress the price of gold. They're now embarrassed by the fact. The central banks, not in that original cartel, are now really very keen buyers of gold. And we're talking about the Chinese, we're talking about the Russians, we're talking about the Indians, we're talking about even Mexico. All these non-mainstream central banks, not part of, if you like, the top club members of the Bank of International Settlements, the little guys in that context, they're picking up hundreds of tons of this stuff.
To suppress the price of gold, Western central banks have had to sell or loan out their country's gold holdings. But because the gold they sell rarely leaves their vaults, no one can be certain they aren't selling or loaning out more gold than they physically own. If this is true, then this could be one of the biggest scams ever perpetrated in history. A massive con perpetrated not by individuals, but by entire governments.
This central bank gold, most of it sits in the New York Federal Reserve and the Bank of England. So it's in the basement of these two places, and it doesn't actually move. When a country is doing international settlement, they basically take a bar off of this pile and put it on that pile. Or they'll just change the labels, or it's just a book entry, it's accounting. Except there's been some pretty creative accounting in all this gold. And I doubt very much of it. I don't think all of it is there.
The question remains, if everybody, especially the big players, wanted all the gold delivered at the same time, it is physically impossible to do it.
Most gold that exists on the planet, there's more than one claim on each ounce of gold. There's several people that think that they have title to that same ounce of gold. I have said many, many, many times over and over again, if you can't hold it, you don't own it.
The game can't go on forever because sooner or later people are going to demand their physical gold. So that already is happening.
The lack of accountability in gold sales by Western central banks hasn't been a concern so far. But as more and more buyers of gold have started to demand physical delivery, central banks that have oversold or loaned out their country's gold will find themselves caught in a major scandal. The result of such fraudulent activity means buyers of gold, be they individuals, pension or hedge funds, or even entire nations, could be ripped off for billions of dollars.
It's a little similar than the Murdoch scandal here at Fox News in London. the Madoff scandal. I mean, it's a very incestuous relationship between press, big money, and the politicians. And unfortunately, these things don't get corrected until they blow up. Madoff blew up. Murdoch blew up. The gold market is going to blow up, and I think will be a bigger scandal than either of them because it's a worldwide financial situation.
The only trick that the politicians in power today have, and the central bankers, the only trick they know is to create more money out of nothing, to inflate the currency. They have no other trick. So as long as we keep looking to them to be our leaders and solve the problem, then how can we expect anything else? That's the only trick they know. But the only trick other trick there is to stop inflating and to go back to a sound currency. And that means they say, oh no, we can't do that. And the reason they can't do that is because it would put them all out of business. They wouldn't be able to continue the Ponzi scheme.
Even with cracks forming in the current financial system, the only solutions offered by governments are in fact just more steps down the road to disaster. But while a single person may not be able to save the world, there is still something you can do to protect your family and yourself.
You cannot turn to a Ponzi schemer and ask him to run a real business because he doesn't know how. So you can't turn to all of these Ponzi schemers in government who are inflating the currency and say, well, let's solve the crisis in some other way. They don't know how. So the solution is to quit depending on the same people with the same mentality to solve our problems.
If governments won't go back on the gold standard, individuals can go back on the gold standard all by themselves. Politicians can create fiat money at will. That's why it's fiat. So why would you want to put your faith in that? Put your trust in politicians and bureaucrats and central bankers when you could just have something real that has intrinsic value, that is scarce, and that is going to remain scarce.
Would you rather have gold or a fiat currency? And we see what's happening in the world, and obviously people are starting to figure out that gold is likely to sustain its value way more than the piece of paper is.
It's not that the price of gold is going up, it's that the value of the dollar is going down. The price remains constant in terms of human effort and purchasing power. An ounce of gold today will buy the same thing it bought 2,000 years ago. An ounce of gold today is approximately takes so much human effort to get out and refine the same human effort that it took to do certain things 2,000 years ago. It's the human effort equation that maintains stability. How much effort does it take?
Gold is financial insurance. And the thing about it is you own it because you want to be protected. And, you just have to have it if you want to have or sleep at night because there's nothing else. If some catastrophic event happens, and we've seen it, how are you going to be protected?
The current financial system may be dying, but where there is chaos, there is also opportunity. As the old model falls apart, the door may be opened for great prosperity.
야, 나 웃으면 안 되는데 왜 이렇게 웃기냐? 누가 어떻게 5억을 날렸냐? 아니, 어떻게 5억을 있으면 5억을 날리냐, 코에. 어떻게 5억을 코인을 날릴 생각을 하냐? 참 웃겨, 이런 사람 보면. 근데 아니야. 아니, 그 5억이 있으면 난 할 수 있는 게 얼마나 많은데, 그 5억을 코인에 안 내는 사람 참 신기해.
너무 막막합니다. 지금 저 어떻게 사야 될지 모르겠어요.
하얗 입히고 감정 잡고 영상 찍고 업로드 시키고 성사하니까 흔상이 사기꾼인데 이거. 이 새끼 녹화에 나오고 있어. 촬영하려고. 어.
이 친구가 연을 잃었다는 그 친구의
전설의 가짜를 만나 전문 상담 받았다. 회사 퇴사하고 돈 좀 벌어보겠다고 주식하고 코인에 손댔더니 리틀트레가 됐는데 앞으로 그를 따야 되는 게 진짜 만만하기도 하고 일반하고 잘돼. 무슨 일을 철강에서 운영하 있는데요. 아니 그게 진짜
이 친구가 주식이랑 코인해가지고 연을 잃었다는 거잖아. 좋은 집 좀 해주죠.
갑자기 다 가족이 좀 따게 해주고 족발하고 사기를 불타면 돼요. 토반에 가서 뭐 사기라고 할 수가 있지. 그렇지만 그거 말려주면 우리가 뭐 진짜 많이 되고 옛날 바다야. 최근에 한번 줬어요. 그거 타이시 찾는지 돈 따주세요. 그거 정말 잘 못하시는 분 전부 다 사기가 좋은 거. 토반에 사람 만난다는 것도 없잖아. 도망가시는 분이
많이 내놓으셨으면 너 최근에 되었어요.
내가 노력을 하지만 진짜 아 진짜 지금부터 시간이 저 6월 14일 2021년인데 저는 비트코인 이수절 처음 봐요. 이것도 방금 처음 사고 14까지 갔었거든요. 진짜 와 진짜 이거 이렇게 쓰네요. 재작년 제가 12월부터 했었는데 진짜 그때부터 오다 말고 자고 일어나면 돈이 열려 있었거든요. 아무거나 근데 진짜 진짜 돈 어떡하지? 진짜 벤치 불안을 올리고 싶은 게 느꼈습니다. 여러분 진짜 비트코인 하지 마세요. 아니 비트코인만 하세요 진짜 하던.
프로알고를 타령하는 거 보니까 아직도 정신 못 차리네. 키키키. 이억 넘게 했고 정신병 걸려 정신과 다니고. 술라 사이비.
너 뭐하냐? 야, 너 June
트위터를 산 일론 머스크가 만우절 기념으로 트위터 로고를 가슴 앞에 도지로 바꿨는데요. 이에 반응하듯 코인 가격이 20%가 뛰어버립니다. 하루 만에 미친 수익을 낼 수 있었죠. 근데 이런 도지코인 때문에 망한 사람이 있었는데 그 사람 대출 다 써서 도지코인은 20만 달러를 넣었고 후에 쭉쭉 올라서 300만 달러까지 찍었습니다. 옆에서 팔라고 해서
Fuck your little K-pop. Fuck your little K-pop. I don't care. Fuck your little K-pop cons. Fuck your little K-pop cons shit. Those fucking K-pop cons.
How much Bitcoin do you think the average person could save up today, be considered a millionaire within 10 years? Be real.
If you're kind of looking at it more historically, what you generally see is close to 100x from the previous one. I guess we'll just go for 2013, right? We hit like 1,200, we hit 18,000, 19,000 in 2017, right? So it's 100x of somewhere around 15,000, let's call it. So if you 100x from the bottom from there, so 2033, I would say the top could be somewhere in the 10 to really $100 million range for Bitcoin. And so, at that point, could you be a millionaire holding 0.01 BTC? I think it's totally possible.
신학자의 예측이 맞다면 40만 원 투자로 10년 안에 13억을 벌 수 있다는 것인데요. 그렇다면 비트코인 0.1개, 즉 400만 원을 투자하시면 10년
I don't trust coins. 도박이야 도박. 난 도박에 안 걸어 인생. 안전한 거에 걸지. 난 금 같은 되게 안전할 거에 걸지 도박 절대 안 걸지. 절대 안 걸. 주식, 비트코인 이런 거 안 걸어. 난 금에 걸어.
미래는 아무도 모릅니다. 비트코인이 천하의 대산.
두바이에서 인터뷰를 진행하는 유튜버. How many Bitcoin do you own? Yes. No. Wait. How many Bitcoin do you own? A couple of thousands. No. Wait. What do you do for a living? I'm a trader. Hey. And how many Bitcoin do you own? I don't know. Oh my. How many Bitcoin do you own? I sold some coins. Dogecoin? No way.
Da Vinci, you're the guy who got Bitcoin at $1. How many Bitcoin do you own? No way! Yo, James, it's you. You still own your 20 Bitcoin? Second.
배민시키면 금액 확인하는데 자신이 너무 적다. 나도 나도인데.
우리나라에 몇천 원 단위로 비트코인을 해외에 가지고 있는 사람이 존재해요. 비트코인은 총 발행이 2,100만 개밖에 안 돼요. 국내 소유율이 최소 500만 개 이상. How much Bitcoin?
금부터 사갈 것 같아. 안정적인 좋은 거라서 최대한 금부터 적당한 양 확보해야 될 것 같아. 금부터 확보해야 할 것 같아. 대한민국 지금 경제가 불안정. 금부터 확보해야 하고 일단은 금부터 확보하는 거. 강남에 땅 살 것 같아.
Okay, so we're going to be taking a look at this Cardano chart. Cardano has been crushed. It's actually as high as $2.50 now, it's like to 26%.
So let's talk crypto. You're very rude.
한국의 자손과 무자 탑5. 한국에서 선속을 받지 않고 부자가 된 사람은 어떤 사람이 있을까요? 5위에서 1위까지 바로 알아보도록 하죠. 5위 김광석 쿠팡리자. 옥토 울트라 프로세서가 탑재된 MSI의 AI 노트북 시리즈를 소개합니다.
잘한다, 잘해. 사기당했는가? 노. 누가 강요를 했는가? 노. 도박을 했는가? 예스. 본인 의지인가? 예스. 이래서 5만원 잃어버리고 영상 보니까 마음이 편해져. 전재산 잃었다면서 맥북도 쓰시고 잘 사시네요. 그러니까. 더 없는 건 지금 비공개로 돌렸는지 안 보이는 해외 여행 간 영상들로 투두룩 빽빽했었음. 코인 청산당해서 진짜 밑바닥 본 적도 없는 주식 전세산 날렸다니 뭐니 하면서 당당하게 조회수 챙기는 거 보니까 기가 차더라. 그러니까 라이크. 리얼 한신 무지성 투자. 이래서 도박이 무서운 거다. 나는 그 돈으로 금을 샀겠다. 금이나 은을 샀겠다. 금이나 은은 막아주는 거야. 돈은 흐름을 막아주는 거야. 그래서 좋은 거야. 돈은 불리는 게 아니라 금이랑 은은 불리는 수단이 아니야. 막아주는 수단이지. 이 나라 참 신기해요. 이 나라 여기 분만. 야 너무 안 오른다. 씨발. 쇼츠가 더 이상 안 오르네. Mr. Beast be the first YouTube billionaire?
Us hitting 10 million subscribers together. Because I did not do this. We did this. People say, I'm going to be happy. I have a girlfriend now. I can make about a third as many jokes.
Bro, like, one day we'll be on those. I will. Fiat currency.
You've heard the phrase. Why would you save money when they're printing money? Because you didn't know. Because that's what you've been told to do. Of course. So question that. I question all that. Why would I save money when they print money? Then they tell you to save money. Do you know why they tell you to save money? I don't know. Because the system of banking, so when you save, so let's say you save $1 US, €1, 1 yen, the banking system can lend out 10. So the entire system is called the fractional reserve system. The fractional reserve system is also printing money. And then they tell you to save money. So they want you to save money so they can lend out your money 10 times.
애플카도 있어? 신기하네. 한국 검정 지금 인공사진을 부자일 수 있는 현실적인 방법. 아이고.
저는 부자의 정의를 내릴 때 경제적인, 시간적인, 장소적인,
Take money. 졸라 사이비가 졸라 사이비. Fuck that shit, man. Fucking don't respect you at all. 몰라 그냥. 신발. 아이고. 어차피 부자 못돼. 되려고 하지마. 되려고 하다가 돈 잃어버린다니까. 할 수 있는 건 해. 유튜브나 뭐 이것저것 해보고 해라 좀.
이 네 가지를 다 갖춰야 된다고 생각을 합니다. 그래서 당연히 돈이 많아요. 그리고 시간도 많아야 돼요. 돈을 많이 버는데 시간이 하나도 없어. 그러면은 부자가 아니라고 생각을 해요. 그리고 장소적인 거, 디지털 노마드라고 예전에 한참 유행하던 표현이 있는데 내가 돈이 벌리고 시간도 많은데 장소도 자유롭게 쓸 수 있다고 하면 더할 나위 없겠죠. 그리고 정신적으로도 어떻게 독립이 되어 있다. 라고 하면 진정한 부자의 기준이라고 생각합니다. 우리 일단 요거 하나로만 보도록 하겠습니다. 그래서 부자라는 게 결국은 돈이죠, 돈. 첫 번째가 소득, 두 번째가 자산이죠. 소득이라는 하나의 바퀴가 있고 자산이라는 두 번째 바퀴가 있는 거예요. 이게 자전거라고 쳤을 때 이 두 개의 바퀴가 같이 돌아가야 진정한 돈의 의미고 그게 많아야 결국 부자라고 할 수가 있을 거예요.
자산이 진짜 부자야.
지금 2030 입장에서 처음에 딱 대학을 졸업하고 내가 물려받은 게 없으면 이거 둘 다 일단 제로입니다. 취업을 한다는 거는 소득이 발생되기 시작했고 미래의 자산으로 쌓아가기 위한 그 첫 스타트를 끊었다라고 표현을 할 수가 있어요. 소득을 발생시키려면 취업을 해야 되고 자산을 증식시키려면 저축과 투자를 해야 됩니다. 그 2030이 이제 갓 취업을 했어요. 그러면 얼마 벌어요? 뭐 한 200~300 벌잖아요. 그러면 이게 1년으로 따지면은 뭐 2,400, 3,600 사이로 왔다 갔다 하는 거고 그게 2년 차가 되면은 인플레 된다고 쳐도 딱 답이 나옵니다. 요것만 벌어서는 답이 안 나오는구나. 그러면 뭘 할 수가 있어요? 현실적으로 이걸 늘려야죠. 일단 아직 자산의 영역은 안 갔어요. 대학을 다닐 때는 이것만 되면 인생이 될 것 같았지. 근데 이게 자본주의 사회를 지금 우리가 살고 있는데 돈의 관점에서 겨우 시작된 거일 뿐인 거예요. 내가 대기업을 갔어, 어디 외국계 글로벌 기업을 갔어, 전무직 라이센스를 땄어. 그러면 인생이 또 풀릴 것 같아.
대기업을 왔어.
겨우 시작된 거일 뿐인 거예요. 내가 대기업을 갔어, 어디 외국계 글로벌 기업을 갔어, 전무직 라이센스를 땄어. 그러면 인생이 또 풀릴 것 같지만 문제적으로는 이 숫자가 그냥 조금 늘어났을 뿐인 겁니다.
맞아.
대신에 사회적 지위는 좀 있는 거죠. 그래서 사실 돈의 관점에서는 똑같은 거예요.
다 똑같아. 돈 많은 게 좋은 거야. 씨발아. 결국 다 돈이야.
그럼 이제 뭘 깨달아야 돼요? 그러니까 이런 걸 미리미리 깨달으면 참 좋습니다. 인생이라는 게 기본적으로 생애의 진리라는 게 있기 때문에 그거를 꼭 닥쳐서 열심히 사는 것보다 내가 몇 년 앞에서 미래를 내다볼 수가 있다면 굉장히 현명한 의사결정을 할 수가 있는데 1, 2년 갔다 보면 뭐가 와요? 현타가 오죠. 이거 답이 없구나. 그리고 또 우리는 의식주 중에 주 어딘가 살아야 된단 말이에요. 이게 곧 뭐예요? 집이잖아요. 집. 근데 집값이라는 게 말했다시피 계속해서 상승하는 거라고 했습니다. 최근에 워낙 폭등을 했으니까 그게 약간 뭐 빠질 수 있어 이런 차원으로는 얘기할 수 있지만 기본적으로 자본주의 사회에서 부동산 집값이라는 건 계속해서 꾸준히 오른다. 그럼 내가 그냥 이 저축만 하고 있으면 이거를 못 따라가는 겁니다. 여하튼 돌아와서 그러면 이때 깨달아야 되는 게 뭐예요? 하루빨리 깨달아야 되는 게 이거를 늘려야 되는구나. 그리고 지금 내가 하나의 바퀴로만 자본주의 사회
사회를 살고 있는 거구나. 지금 나는 열심히 산다고 살고 있는데 어떤 고정관념과 편견에 갇혀서 또는 부모로부터 잘못된 마인드 설정이 돼서 여기 뒤에를 브레이크를 잡고 이것만 지금 뼈 빠지게 돌리고 있는 게 아닌가라는 깨달음이 와야 됩니다. 자, 소득에서 계속 얘기를 해보면 이거를 무한정 늘리는데 한계가 있다 그랬어요. 그러면 이거를 더 많이 벌고 싶을 때 하는 게 뭐예요? 창업을 하는 거예요. 이게 쉽나요? 쉽지는 않아요. 근데 내가 나 이걸로는 안 되겠다 싶은 사람은 지금 이 2030일 때 나와야 됩니다. 저도 아직 40대는 안 살아봤지만 40대 가장이 창업이 쉽겠어요.
안 쉽죠.
책임져야 될 게 많은데 창업해서 망하는 것도 문제지만 그동안 모아놓은 돈을 날리는 것도 문제지만 내가 지금 이 고정소득을 포기하면서 그래도 40대면은 회사에서 가장 부장급은 될 거 아니에요. 소득이 이거보다 훨씬 높단 말이에요. 그동안 쌓인 게 있기 때문에. 근데 그거를 포기하고 나가겠다는 게 굉장히 무모한 일일 수 있다. 그러니까 현실적으로 내가 부자가 되고 싶다고 하면 취업이 아닌 창업을 해야 되는 거고 창업을 하루라도 빨리 젊을 때 젊을수록 리스크가 적은 거예요. 사업이 망하고 안 되고 뭐 이런 차원이 아니라 책임져야 될 게 적기 때문에. 그리고 아직 내가 부모를 막 케어해야 될 그 정도는 아니잖아요. 근데 이게 쉽지가 않아. 그리고 아무래도 2030 특히나 20 입장에서 창업한 아이템이 보이기가 쉽지 않습니다. 그냥 평범하게 공부하고 대학 다니고 취업한 사람이 창업 아이템을 찾기가 쉽지 않아요. 그러면 현실적으로 뭘 해야 돼요? 이걸 늘리고 싶으면 이게 조금 확률이 떨어진다고 치면 1번은 뭘 해요? 부업을 해야죠. 2번은 뭘 해요? 혼자 벌 걸 둘이 벌어야죠. 결혼을 해야죠. 2, 300 혼자 벌고 있었는데 둘이 합쳐서 2, 300 벌면 이게 400에서 600으로 늘어나는 거예요. 대신에 지출은 2배로 늘지 않잖아. 그래서 이 두 개가 현실적으로 소득을 늘리는 방법인데 단순히 소득 늘리겠다고 결혼을 무모하게 할 수는 없으니 부업이잖아요. 부업. 그냥 원초적으로 늘리고 싶어하면 어떻게 해야 돼요? 퇴근하고 라이더 떠야지. 주말에 라이더 해야지. 어디 알바 해야지. 이게 원초적인. 그냥 내가 사지 멀쩡하면 내 시간과 노동력을 팔아서 그냥 맞바꾸는. 주말에 쉬고 싶은 거 안 쉬고 퇴근하고 쉬고 싶은 거 안 쉬면 이게 몇십에서 또는 뭐 몇백 단위로 벌릴 수 있겠죠. 그러면 정말 까놓고 얘기해서 내가 젊어. 그리고 지금 일단 직장을 바꾸는 거는 한계가 있어. 소득은 정해져 있어. 그럼 어떻게 해야 돼요? 안 써야지. 악착같이 살아야죠. 부모님 집에 일단 기생해야지. 영영 있으라는 게 아니라 딱 기간을 설정해야지. 내가 1년 뒤 나간다. 2년 뒤 나간다. 종잣돈 얼마를 모은다. 그럼 그때는 한 1, 2년의 세월은 저는 이런 것도 해야 된다고 생각합니다. 일단 해보는 거예요. 그럼 몇십만 원, 뭐 100만 원이라도 조금이라도 살이 붙을 거 아니에요. 근데 이제 또 깨달음이 오겠죠. 이거는 단순히 내 시간과 노동력을 파는 것일 뿐이구나. 어떤 시스템을 만들려고 해야 되고 아니면 다원화 아니면 이거를 이제 사업화 내가 시간과 노동력을 태웠을 때 그게 1이 들어간다고 1이 나오는 게 아니라 1이 들어갔을 때 그게 2, 3, 4, 5로 확장이 될 수 있는 구상을 자꾸 해야 됩니다. 근데 이게 하루아침에 되지 않아요. 이게 꽤 세월이 걸릴 거예요. 예를 들어 이번 달 열심히 했다고 해서 다음 달 되는 게 아니에요. 그리고 아이템적으로도 계속 고민을 해야지. 요즘 할 것도 많잖아요. 세상이 좋아져서 단군일에 돈을
He's trying to resist the slave mind and think outside the box. Cannot escape the system by.
가장 벌기 쉬운 시대라는 표현이 어디서 나온 거냐면 어쨌거나 그런 채널과 툴들이 많아졌기 때문에 내가 마음만 먹는다면 누가 나를 뽑아주지 않아도 내가 엄청난 스펙이 있지 않아도 내가 계속해서 시도할 수 있다. 그것도 자본을 많이 태우지 않고. 근데 저는 이거를 권해드립니다. 현실적으로 회사를 다니면서 시간을 확보해서 이거를 자꾸 시도를 해야 된다. 그렇게 하다 보면 남들은 되게 어려워하는데 나는 생각보다 수월한 그런 일들이 있어요. 그렇게 하면서 나를 찾아가야지. 왜냐면 대한민국 교육 정책상 취업할 때까지 본인이 뭘 좋아하고 잘하는지를 발견하기가 쉽지가 않아요. 제가 항상 20대 대학 때는 한 게 내가 뭐 좋아할까? 뭘 잘할까? 뭐 회계 언론 수업 다 들어본 거죠. 내가 전공 부동산이지만 회계 언론 수업 듣고는 회계사 되면 안 되겠구나. 아무튼 이걸 해야 된다. 그러면서 뭘 하고 있어야 돼요? 차곡차곡 이거를 쌓아가야 됩니다. 소득을. 그럼 그게 공잣돈이 되는 거고 이게 결국은 자산, 이제 나무로 간다. 그래서 중요한 거는 요게 투자죠, 투자. 이게 세 가지죠. 부동산, 주식, 코인. 그래서 저는 지금 시작하면 지금 2030이라고 하면 저는 일단 주식에도 돈을 좀 넣습니다. 코인에도 좀 돈을 넣습니다. 한 100만 원씩만 넣어요. 초반을 말하는 거예요. 그냥 또 모을 때. 왜냐면 여기서 섣불리 갉아먹으면 큰일 나요. 왜? 이거 내가 엄청 했잖아. 이거 하기 싫은 거 하면서. 그래서 이걸 일단 넣어야 돼요. 내가 공부가 다 됐다고 되지 말고 어차피 그거는 본인 착각이에요. 본인이 공부됐다고 생각해봤자 위에 고수들이 보기에는 택도 없는 수준입니다. 그러니까 많이 공부를 하되 현실적으로 여기 한 100만 원 정도씩 일단 넣어서 굴러가는 걸 보세요. 일단 내 시대가 들어가는
예비 신분 필수 신청! 결혼식에서 빛낼 수 있는 시술 추천해줄게.
공부가 되죠. 간접 투자만 한다고 해서 실력이 쌓이지 않습니다. 투자라는 건 관찰자 입장으로 한다고 실력이 되지 않아요. 내가 거기에 참여함으로써 내가 어떤 이 감정 기복이 생기고 스트레스도 받았다가 기분도 좋았다가 그 자체가 엄청난 수련의 과정이지 어디를 간접 투자하고 지켜보는 이거는 아예 애초에 몰입 자체가 이미 다른 거거든요. 그리고 부동산 지금 몇 천만 원의 돈으로 서울 수도권 못합니다. 그럼 어디로 가야 돼요? 지방 가야 되는 거예요. 그럼 뭐 공부를 해야지. 지방 인구수 떨어지는데 뭐 지방 뭐 산업이 뭐 더 이런 얘기 하지 마세요. 진지하게 공부하고 몰입하면 지금 계속 오르고 있는 애들이 태반이다. 오히려 서울 수도권은 잠잠한데 어디는 지금 폭등하고 있는 거예요. 그러니까 이거를 내 부모님, 주변 친구, 직장 동료들한테 묻지 마세요. 몰라 본인들도. 이걸 지금 하면서 돈을 벌고 있는 사람한테 물어봐야지. 저는 굳이 딱 공식처럼 딱 정해드리자면 여기 주식과 코인에 한 100만 원씩 넣으시고 여기에는 이제 그동안 모은 돈을 저는 넣어도 된다고 봅니다. 이거는 제가 부동산을 기반으로 자산을 증식한 사람이기 때문에 그럴 수도 있고 물론 최근처럼 주식이나 코인이 완전 박살이 났어. 너무 싸고요. 이럴 때 들어가는 것도 괜찮지만 그냥 평균적으로 봤을 때 내가 지금 3천만 원을 2년 뒤에 100% 이상 수익을 낼 수 있을까 했을 때 고종잣돈에서는 고지수준에서는 부동산이 확률이 제일 높습니다. 여하튼 그래서 지금 2030이라고 하면 여기에 다 발을 담그고 있어야 돼요. 발을 담그고 있어야 얘가 지금 기회인지 아닌지가 시간이 흐를수록 보이지. 내가 그냥 다 이렇게 눈을 막고
건강도 꼭 챙기고 시도하세요. 세금 몇 억대이고 이제는 병원비 내고 생활하다 보니 와.
종잣돈만 그냥 죽어라 모으고 있어. 그래서 맨날 그 가계부 쓰면서 그런다고 부자 되는 시대가 아니에요. 그래서 이 두 개의 바퀴를 동시에 돌리는 연습을 2030 때 해야 됩니다. 하루라도 빨리. 왜? 시간이 엄청난 자산이기 때문에 같은 주식에 투자하더라도 같은 부동산에 투자하더라도 한 살에는 젊을 때 투자하면 같은 시점에 같은 종목을 투자했더라도 리스크에서 차이가 엄청나요. 왜? 굴러가잖아. 그리고 책임져야 돼, 부양해야 될 가족이 있잖아. 그리고 내 노후를 또 준비해야 되잖아. 왜냐면 내 소득이 이제 슬슬 꺾인단 말이에요. 근데 여기는 앞으로 소득이 올라가잖아요. 그리고 내가 지금 책임져야 될 게 없잖아. 내 몸뚱아리밖에 없잖아. 집에 특별한 사정이 있지 않는 이상.
결국엔 레포는 부자들은 이걸 다 끊었어요. 스팸이지 이거. 이게 레포를 다 가짜인 거 다 알지 이거.
You know what? Thanks to you guys too. If it wasn't for you watching this, I would never have been in Rewind. play the status game. Sometimes you see people, they get Tommy Hilfiger clothes and then they go up to Armani Exchange clothes. Well, for me, I could just go straight up to Louis Vuitton clothes if I wanted to. Why go through all those intermediate steps, right? Same with cars. Yeah, I could go through an Audi, Jaguar, Porsche, and then get up to the Lamborghini, Ferrari, but why go through all of these other intermediate steps if I could just go afford that Lamborghini right away? So I just stopped playing the game because when I thought about it, do I really want to go get Louis Vuitton clothes and a Lamborghini? Or do I want to just do something really basic and opt out of the game entirely? I just decided I didn't need all of that fancy luxury materialism. And it was really pointless for me to go somewhere in between. These clothes that I wear, for example, they tend to be classless. The car I drive is classless. So I might wear like North Face clothing, Patagonia clothes, because you can't really tell somebody's social status from that.
True. Classless. Patagonia, North Face. No, it's really hard to tell. Really cheerful.
People poor through rich will be wearing these brands just for outerwear protection. For cars, probably 10 years ago, I had to make because you can't really tell somebody's social status from that. All people poor through rich will be wearing these brands just for outerwear protection. For cars, probably 10 years ago, I had a Mini Cooper. I still drive one occasionally. I drive an SUV occasionally as well. Because these are utility cars, you'll see people rich through poor driving these. Priuses also actually are classless. Like some celebrities have driven them for a while. So in my mind, there are certain wearing these brands just for outerwear protection. For cars, probably 10 years ago, I had a Mini Cooper. I still drive one occasionally. I drive an SUV occasionally as well. Because these are utility cars, you'll see people rich through poor driving these. Priuses also actually are classless. Like some celebrities have driven them for a while. So in my mind, there are certain brands that are part of the whole social status ladder, and they exist only as a part of that. Like Jaguar, Infiniti, Banana Republic, Armani Exchange. These brands are kind of upper middle class, and as you gain wealth, you just learn to ignore that whole upper middle class because you can't really tell somebody's social status from that. All people poor through rich will be wearing these brands just for outerwear protection. For cars, probably 10 years ago, I had a Mini Cooper. I still drive one occasionally. I drive an SUV occasionally as well. Because these are utility cars, you'll see people rich through poor driving these. Priuses also actually are classless. Like some celebrities have driven them for a while. So in my mind, there are certain brands that are part of the whole social status ladder, and they exist only as a part of that. Like Jaguar, Infiniti, Banana Republic, Armani Exchange. These brands are kind of upper middle class, and as you gain wealth, you just learn to ignore that whole upper middle class area, and you either skip straight to the top or you just don't play the game entirely. I just have nothing to prove to anyone anymore because I know my value. And when I see other people play the social status game, it just looks kind of cheap to me. Along with that, I think you also shift your thinking from one of consumerism to one of investment, where sure, yeah, you could go buy a $500,000 car, but you realize that if you were to take that and invest it and multiply your money over time, that time value is just worth more. And it's not worth just a little bit more where, most people, they save up some money, they just spend it right away because, yeah, you can invest it, but you're only going to get a few bucks anyway. So most people don't even get into that investment mindset. When you have a more sizable chunk, though, then you realize that even, say, a 4%, 5% gain on some of this stuff can be quite meaningful. Maybe you'll be more inclined to have kids because you know that you have more wealth to pass down, you need an heir. A single person just can't spend everything after all. And I know that there's some line of reasoning where people think, well, maybe if they were rich, they would just go on a dating spree and date tons of people. But at the same time, I've seen that since you have far more to offer, and if you're to date somebody, you could take them to trips around the world, you could take them to Michelin star restaurants. You may be actually less
True. You can go there. William 갈 수 있을 것 같아.
inclined to go out on short-term casual dating. You're really then looking for somebody more worthwhile who can last in a long-term relationship just because you know you're able to offer so much more. And you're prepared to invest not just a small amount of money like restaurant dates or coffee dates, but you can actually invest far more than that. You can provide the entire lifestyle. And at this point, Maybe you're just more interested in playing for keeps instead of going out on casual, cheap restaurant dates all the time. Let me know what you would do in the comments below, though. Lastly, I think that having money allows you to take more ownership of your life, more responsibility. You learn to blame less people.
아이씨. 뭐야.
Because you have all the control and power in the world. You don't like something, you can change it, hire someone, fire someone, pay someone to have something done. Money can do a lot, so you have all the power now. You're as enabled as you possibly can be. So instead of criticizing being negative, you just start focusing on the positives and things that can.
The path to leadership should not be through, basically the MBA business school situation. It's like it should be kind of work your way up, do useful things, and and there's been too much of the somebody goes through high profile MBA school and then kind of parachutes in as the leader, but they don't actually know how things work. They can be good to a PowerPoint presentation, something like that, and they can present well, but they don't actually know how things work because they do not, they like parachute in instead of like working their way up.
Yeah, they never went through an apprenticeship.
Yeah,
there's better word.
Yeah, they're kind of like just not aware of what's really needed for to make great products. So I mean, I don't want to trash MBAs too much here, and but I think it's just a little bit too much.
How can you explain that? Don't become an entrepreneur just to make.
Interesting you say that. If I have this saying, at least understand, I say money's not real. People say, what do you mean money's not real? It's not real. Money's not real. It's numbers on a screen. But it's not a real thing. And once you start putting systems in place that generate huge sums of money, and once you get to the point where money basically has no value, I go buy a Ferrari today, and my bank balance will be basically the same. It doesn't change anything. Money isn't real. It's just numbers. It's all fucking invented. It's printed from the sky. It's garbage. Interesting you say that. Interesting you say that. If I have this saying, at least understand, I say money's not real. People say, what do you mean money's not real? It's not real. Money's not real. It's numbers on a screen. It's not a real thing. And once you start putting systems in place that generate huge sums of money, and once you get to the point where money basically has no value, look, I go buy a Ferrari today, and my bank balance will basically the same. It doesn't change anything. Money isn't real. It's just numbers. It's all fucking invented. It's printed from the sky. It's garbage. Has this happened? Literally in the last 24 hours, people have turned $1,000 into $100,000, $1 million into some internet beam token. People out here still getting 20-year mortgages inside the financial system. The financial system is broken. It's all broken. Money's not real. It's all Bugatti bullshit. It's a husk of a system which they have to prop up by printing untold sums of cash and injecting, pouring money in this massive hole to try and prevent their broken system from entirely collapsing. And as it limps on, as it limps forward, some people like us accidentally get super, super rich. You know why they're doing that? The reason they're printing all this money, trust me, the reason they're printing all this money and they're doing it is because they know it's all going to fall apart. So their plan is, let's print a bunch of money where people still respect the money, and then we can buy a bunch of assets, and then we're going to cause poverty and control all the assets. So they're deliberately making it rain in key areas. Imagine there's a map, and in one country it's raining money, and the other countries are all in desert. It's dry. That's where the peons live, in the desert. Because they need the peons to be broke, to keep working hard for the money. People who have all the money don't like to work hard, right? But what happens is people like me, we look at the map, and we realize where that one country is. Because it's very hard to make the elites extremely rich and not make anybody else rich. It sounds easy, but it's actually harder than you think. People like me who are perspicacious and paying attention, putting ourselves in the same position as the elites. I'm doing the same things they're doing. They just don't know I'm doing it. So in their little rain country, I've turned up a few buckets down. And now, my car's in the front. Again, I've been in this car for 1 hour in the back of this chauffeured car. He bought Master my GPS. And I bought, it's a surprise what I bought. It's a surprise. Surprise. You'll see. Surprise. 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 It costs $200,000, but it's a surprise. Just can't keep doing it. Money's not real. You can't tell me what to do, because I'll fight you. So.
Give me your money. Euro. Means number.
How much money is in your bank?
Let's see how much money my laundromat made then.
You don't buy gold coins to make money. You buy gold coins because the dollar is going to go down. I don't trust the dollar. For most of my life, I've saved gold and silver. But everybody can buy a $28 silver piece. Everybody can afford $20. Will they do it? No. They'll be a stock sucking it down instead.
And I want to show you the difference between real money and fake money. Let's start with the dollar bill. This was created to mimic this. Can you see how tiny it is? But today, you can buy 3 cents. Well, guess how much this is? If you want to buy it today, it's $460. This is fake money that was created to mimic this. This is a $5 gold coin. And guess what? If you wanted to buy that today, it's $719. This is a $10 bill. Buy this $20 gold piece. If you were buying this one today, it'd be $2,694. This holds your purchasing power. This destroys your purchasing power. This is in your control. This is in their control.
진짜 잘 만들었다. Thank you.
The true economy is the output of.
In Miami, one of the best examples is Private Beach.
Oh, so crazy as you look.
I told you, man on my word. What do you do with all your money? You see, I'm a guy with simple taste. I enjoy dynamite, and gunpowder, and gasoline. What's it? And you know the thing that they have in common? You're cheap.
Said you were not of your birth.
Oh, I am. I'm only burning my half. All you care about is money. This town deserves a better class of criminal. I'm gonna give it to him. It's not about money. It's about sanity. That's it.
Inflation went down by 5%. Joker was a good guy. Rise of ultra rich young YouTubers.
You obviously didn't know as a kid that you would be worth $10 million. Which I knew for a fact. You knew for a fact.
Reported. Luxury fashion is for broke people.
Here's how you can invest in real estate with no money and no credit. Everybody always talk about that, right?
But borrow money just.
How can you explain?
자. 그만하자. 나갔다 오고. 아까 나갔다 올걸. Go for a walk to get that morning serotonin uptake, reuptake in a bit, and then and then take a shower and I'm back. To take a shower when I'm back.
technically, check IG. Check IG, bro. IG. Where should I start? I really have to start somewhere. I slept. When did I fucking even wake up? Oh. Wait, did I really sleep for this long? He's mad, bro. Which dawn? Yeah, that's me. Who are you, bro? Who are you, man? Let's go. I was studying the whole time. Can't you tell? Bro, it's all on fucking video. I'm watching all these videos about money. What is money? Learning about gold. Learn that gold is real money. You're learning about fake money. Thin plates, bro. Oh, I hate fake money. I really got fake money, bro. Fake money, bro. Fake money, bro. Fake money. Fake money. 금으로 환산해야 돼. 금으로 환산해야 돼. 금으로. 금. That's real money is. That's what real money is. Where's the one with the red? Oh. And you tried a 쉼터 girl. 거기 쉼터 그냥 써보네. 나 쉼터 있었어. 쉼터였지? 몰라. 어떤 쉼터 있었어. 몰라. 어떤 쉼터 있었거든. 강북 거기 쉼터랑 그 여자 애랑 또 버스에서 봤던 여성이랑 Dude, I'm not going to fucking Philippines, bro. 후진국이야. Countries by Gini Index. Gini coefficient. Gini Index. 러시아는 그래도 비슷비슷하네. 그렇게 이니퀄하지 않네. 와. Wealth inequality is something you have to see. Countries by wealth inequality. Fuck this country, man. This country is whack. 꼰대 문화며 아주 욕할 수밖에. 여기 안 나올 수밖에 없어. 여기 나올 수밖에 없어요. 여기 나올 수밖에 없어. 씨발. 마음대로 해. 어차피 노예로 살든 노예 밖으로 생각하려고 하든 계속 노예 밖으로 생각하라고 하잖아. You gotta start thinking like the rich don't work for money, bro. Lesson number 1. Rich don't work for money. Rich don't work for money. Lesson number 1을 까먹었잖아. Rich don't work for money. Ever.
Poor people usually spend their money and invest what's left. That's the philosophy of the poor. Now here's the philosophy of the rich. Rich people invest their money and spend what's left. And here's the startling answer. It really doesn't matter what the amount is. What's most important is not the amount. What's really important is the philosophy. So I would ask you to adopt this philosophy of spending after you have invested. Invest first, then spend. Poor people.
맞는 말이야. 맞는 말.
If you read Rich Dad Poor Dad, Rich Dad's lesson number 1, rich don't work for money. Don't you touch that stuff.
You said that someone gives you a paycheck
something inside of a person just shuts off.
The people that are being screwed today are the poor middle class because they work for money. You know, the banker, they're not working for money.
They have money working for them.
Yeah. Right. If you read Rich, I'm trying to explain to you what it's. You get out of debt. That's stupid because the money is debt. And the only way money gets out of debt is via taxes. So all the people who work for money, you read Rich Dad, Poor Dad, what's lesson number one? Rich people don't work for money. Correct. Money is debt. I use debt as money. And everybody thinks getting in debt is bad. Well, who told you that? I think the stock market is for losers. Why would you put money in the stock market when it's manipulated? That's what I think about. So I'm always watching the manipulation going on behind the scenes. That's what my brain is focusing on all the time. And I don't pay taxes. Question is, how is it I don't pay taxes? I can tell you, but you don't have to cheat.
Gold is real. Business is real. Gold is real. Business is real. Stocks are fake. Money's fake. I mean, fiat currency is fake. Gold is real money, bro. Gold. Money is fake. Fiat currency money is fake. Focus on what you got.
Taxes if you understood how much.
진짜 돈.
Why go to school, get a job, and know nothing about money? So with that, this was his lesson number one, and the rich don't work for money. It doesn't make sense, right?
Yeah, it doesn't make sense.
Because you go to school, you get a job, so you can work for money, right?
That's the purpose of life.
To be a slave for money.
Exactly.
You work for idiots like me.
Exactly.
So I had my rich dad's lesson, the rich don't work for money, in my head. And I said, okay, I'm making all this money, I have a secure job, but what's beyond that? And that's where education comes in. Financial education is about not working for money. So that's why my goal when I was about your age, a little older, around 25, I said, my goal is to never need a paycheck again from it.
Rich Dad, Poor Dad. Rich Dad, Poor Dad. Oh. We're gonna go outside for a walk. Need some serotonin, bro. Fuck this country, man. This country's whack, bro. We all know it's whack. Oh, man. But at least I'm not in debt. I haven't gambled and lost like $1 million, and I have like $1 million in debt because I gambled. Hell no, bro. That's not the case, bro. Oh. 서ян티. 서ян티. Money is debt. Money is debt.
Money is debt. Money is debt. Money is debt. I can't remember. I end of myself is debt. Money is debt. Money is debt. Money is debt. 도기도, 기도. Fiat money. It's not working for fiat currency. It's fake. 그 순간에 집중해야지. Satoshi. Who is Satoshi Nakamoto? Satoshi Nakamoto. Satoshi Nakamoto. Who is Satoshi Nakamoto, man? Satoshi Nakamoto. 월카만 그 얘가 돌아왔고 요즘 돈이 많아야 되고 우리는 고도압축 성장기 고도압축 성장 고도압축 성장기 고도압축 성장기 하려고 찬란한 경험을 했기 때문에 그렇다는 거. Oh, fuck your own K-pop, K-drama, clown shit. K-pop, K-drama, clown shit. Fuck your own K-pop, K-drama, clown shit. Oh, shit. Clown shit. They call it clown shit. It's not K-culture. It's not real culture. People die from this shit. 개성 있게 좀 가볼까? 개성 있게 그럼 개성 있게 유튜브라는 폰이 있잖아. Think. There's always a way. Listen to these rich people, bro. Robert Kiyosaki, Andrew Tate, but at the same time, 인간성을 안 저버리는 그런 사람이 되고 싶어. 대중적으로는 그런 사람 때문에 그게 어려운데 동시에 할 수 있는지 모르겠어. 동시에가 안 맞죠. 인간성이 중요하지. 난 인간성이 중요해. 현행적으로 가는 가치. 인간성이 중요해. 그래, 중요해. 지금 아주 중요한 가치야.
아무거나 해줘. I don't know. There's no value. You got a fake value, bro. No. These days, there's no value at all. You gotta try to fake value and everything. Bro, I don't. Funny day of age, huh? Funny day and age. Gotta learn to fake value, man. Learn to fake value. No, I'm not gonna spend my whole life. You're gonna get out of this, bro. But I'm gonna be smart with the. Be smart, bro. You have a chance, bro. Get all these people. Andrew Tate exists. He just came out of nowhere. Tell me, bro. You got all these fucking. You got all these fucking. I don't know, influencers. Like he came out of nowhere just to help me, bro. He's exposing the Matrix for what it is. The Matrix, come on. I'm gonna end the stream, restart it. I'm gonna head out.